did yesterday also, the day 1, and today is the second day.
Okay.
Yeah, PhDs are there, MTechs are there, MSc plus net, those are there, and research scholar, those who are pursuing the PhD in different disciplines in humanity and law, engineering, science and technology, pharmacy, pharmaceutical sciences. So that type of participants are there in this FDP.
Now, the content of my talk will be communication research method, then qualitative research method.
Yes.
Third, the pickup in doing PhD. These 3 topics.
Namaste, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Mini.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, so let me formally start. Today is the second day of FDP Faculty Development Program on Emergent Research Methodology and IPR. So first of all, on behalf of management of Jayoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University Jaipur, I, Professor Dr. Pramod K. Raghav, President, welcome today's guest speaker, Professor I.C. Gupta, who is a Professor Emeritus in Oriental University, Indore, and has several years, I think more than 2 decades experience. I also have along with me here Dr. Mini Amit Aravatia, who is the Director Research in the Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur. I also welcome you. And another guest speaker who will join us in a short while is Professor Dr. R.K. Jain, who is the Dean Research in Oriental University, Indore. And after lunch, one more expert will join us. That is Dr. Mayank Barnwal, who is from the Department of Law, University of Rajasthan. And we have our very own Professor Dr. Sobha Lal, who is the Proctor and Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Methodology, who will also join us in a short while, as he is busy in another assignment, speaking somewhere in a conference. So he will also be joining us and will be speaking on one of the topic of this faculty development program. And as we all know, we have currently in the university our newly appointed advisor and CEO, sir, Shri Vedant Gargji. So I welcome you also, sir. And I again say thank you to the management of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur for providing us all the resources and permitting us for this 2-day faculty development program. Today is the second day, and as I told, Professor I.C. Gupta is among us. But before we go ahead, let me tell you a little bit about the university. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is nation's first private state women's university, which is a NAAC accredited university, has 12B and 2F both the status. The university is doing the women empowerment through education, and the mission of the university is community development. I'm saying it for the sake of all the participants to refresh these things, as well as for the little introduction of the university to Professor I.C. Gupta, who is also in this field of education and government services from last 2.5 decades. Along with this, and along with the due permission of our honorable advisor and CEO, Sir Shri Vedant Garg sir, now I formally invite Professor I.C. Gupta, and over to you, Professor I.C. Gupta, for starting today's very first session of this faculty development program. And this topic, he will speak on 2 topics, communication and qualitative research. And second one is very interesting, managing hiccups in doing PhD. So over to you, Professor I.C. Gupta. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to share my PPT.
Yes, sure. Yeah, one more thing. I forgot to introduce one more person is here among us. She is our registrar of the university, and without registrar, it's not possible, to start any function, any celebration or even any academic program. And JVN Meghna Singhal ma'am is also here with us in this program today. So I also welcome you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Can you see my PPT?
Not yet. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So I start now.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. I would like to request you just tell a little bit about yourself in first 3-4 minutes.
It is the part.
That will be really motivating for all the participants.
Sure. In part of my presentation, it already has that information.
Okay,
Basic
that's good.
information about me. Can you see now the PPT? Hello?
Yeah, I can see the PPT. It is visible.
Okay. These are my qualifications.
Yes.
So my whole orientation about the talk will be marketing and management oriented. These are some of the countries that I have taught for about 12 years.
Good.
I was in Indian Air Force, in Rajasthan, Bikaner, that is Nal. I was marketing executive. I was selling air conditioner, refrigerators after my Air Force retirement. After that, I joined business school at Indore University as a lecturer. Then I became the director of the business school at the same university, dean of management and tourism, and of course, not only during the COVID, but the all time I am part-time housewife. This is brief introduction. Now we shall go on the topic. This is a brief orientation about the research, total research, which will be taken. The second step will be communication research method. Then third step will be qualitative research and quantitative research. And fourth stage will be hiccups in doing management. To start with, we go with basic orientation about research. As you know, there are two types of research, applied research and pure research. I am primarily oriented towards action research, that is applied research. So all social sciences generally are oriented towards the applied research, and pure sciences are oriented towards the pure research or basic research. But my area is basically applied research or action research. This is the process of communication research method which I am going to use completely. And this is why I am going to discuss each of these points in communication research method. Now, brief orientation about research. that there are three research design, as we know: exploratory, descriptive, and causal. When we do not know the problem or we do not know the variable, then we try to explore the problem and understand the problem and find out the variable which are related to the problem. And once we have this exploratory research, then we identify variable. Then second stage may be that one of the variable or one of the aspect that we want to discuss in detail. Then we go for descriptive research. And third is causal research, in which we try to find out the relationship between two variables, that is between x and y, or between any two variables. I'll take an example here. Like there is a drugs or drinking is so common. We are reading newspaper every day. So people go for social drinking. People also now going towards more acute things like drugs. So suppose we are doing a research, what are the reasons people are drinking? And in this exploratory research, we try to find out n number of factors which make people to drink or take drugs. Then we identify one factor, that is social drinking is one of the reason, or social taking drugs is one of the reason which is making it popular. Then we identify that particular factor, social drinking, and we try to describe or study in detail what are the reasons people are going for social drinking, what are the factors affecting people to decide to go for social drinking, what are the effect of this, and what are the causes of this. So when we do study social drinking in detail, then there is descriptive research. And in social drinking, one of the variables that might come that people income has increased, and that has caused social drinking. So we can find out the relationship between the increased income and drinking habit. So increase in income is X and drinking is Y, and we try to develop a relationship between X and Y. So these are three type of research design, and every researcher should try to identify for his or her problem which design is more suitable, and there to explain this in initial period that this is the research design they are choosing and what is the reason behind choosing the particular research design. For all these research designs, there are different methods of collecting data. So now we go for research method: observation research method, survey research method, experiment research method. These are all primary quantitative research methods. We shall discuss later on about qualitative research method. So these three research methods: observation, survey research, and experimentation. The observational research is primarily used for exploratory research design. We try to observe. Now, to describe what is observation research, it is collecting information by observing people and things, not by asking questions. It is you observe the situation, you observe people, you observe their action, you observe the environment, and by observing we try to collect the information. Now I'll give you one example of observation research which I conducted. Here I wanted to find out what what is the what is the effect of the effect of price on buying behavior of detergent by ladies. So we conducted an observation research. We sent people to mall and asked them to observe how do they buy, how the ladies go and buy, what do they pick up, what questions do they ask, how do they buy, and what finally they end up with the buying. So everything is being observed, and this observation is jotted down, and we analyze this observation, and then we make a deduction of this. And the second example of the observation research is done by the Blow Plus company. That they have developed a toy which is for children below the age of 1 year. That is what we call infant. For infant, they have designed a toy, and they wanted to do research whether the toy is useful for infant to play. So they kept all the infant in the room, and many infants in the room, and then they gave them the toys. And there is a one-way glass where the researcher was observing the children how do they pick up, how do they play with them, and what are the problems that may come. And they under this, after the observation, they really came to know that there is nothing to hold the toy. So they developed, modified that toy, and they made something very easily to hold the tie and play with that. So that is observation research. We collect the information by asking questions, or by observing things, and not by asking questions. Then second is known as a communication research method or survey research method. In this research method, we collect the information by asking questions. I shall discuss. This is one of the methods which is commonly used. We say 78% of research is observation research type. 2% research or observation research method. Remaining is experimental research. So we find that large number of research or PhD or otherwise are survey research method. So we shall discuss this part in detail, and this is main topic, what is we call communication research method. Then experimental research method, that is we try to find out the effect of one variable over the other variable. Let me give you an example. The research that I conducted, actually I was consultant with one medical company which developed something for cows and buffaloes. That if you give that medicine to cows and buffaloes, then the milk yield will increase by 11%. That is their claim. So we try to experiment that medicine and increase in milk. So medicine was X and increase in milk was Y. And we conducted an experiment by having four cows, group of four cows in two groups. One is known as a control group, other is known as the experimental group. Control group is that group where the independent variable is not changed. Experimental group where the independent variable is introduced. So in control group we did not give medicine. In experimental group we gave medicine. And before we gave medicine, we started measuring the milk yield of all these four cows on A group and four cows in B group. And after that, the experimental group was given medicine, and then we are observed, we have calculated or found out the milk yield. And after 1 month, we found out that what is the difference between these two groups, whether the milk yield of the experimental group is increased or not. And what happened to control group? Control group, nothing will happen because we did not change anything. We did not introduce the variable that is X, and we introduced the variable only in experimental group. And the milk yield is increased by about 9 to 10%. So that is what is experimental. There are 18 type of experiments which are being used, and that is another area of studies. So mainly 2% of research are observation, 78 are survey research, and other is experimental research. We should discuss more about communication research method. That is the major discussion today. Survey or communication method is method of it is a descriptive research design. That is, we try to describe some variable in detail. And in this one, we collect the information or the data by verbal or written communication, asking questions, or by email or by phone. There are different mode of communication through which we ask questions and collect the information. That's why it is known as communication method. Communication method is collecting data by asking questions, whatever is the mode of communication. So this is a communication method. There are two types of communication method. One is census survey and other is sample survey. As we know, census survey, where everybody in a given population is contacted, asked the question, and information collected. In sample survey, only limited number of total population, a fraction of population is contacted and asked question, and the information is collected. Now, when we use the word population, means all those people relevant to this study. Let me give an example of census survey. Suppose I want to find out how many people are going to buy a Lamborghini car. Now, not that Lamborghini is something like Ferrari car, very expensive car. So we find that very least number of people are going to buy this car. So the population will not be very large. So we thought that in Rajasthan or in Madhya Pradesh, we will contact all those people, those who are capable, are willing to buy the Ferrari car. So that is a census survey. All people, those who are capable and willing to buy the Ferrari or Lamborghini car, then we ask everybody in the population. That is census survey. Sample surveys, when the population is very large, then we cannot go and ask everybody. Suppose I want to find out that what type of beer. No, sorry, I don't should use the example of drinks, beer. Say what type of toothpaste is most popular in Jaipur. What type of soft drink is most popular in Jaipur? Now, a large number of people drink soft drink in Jaipur, so you cannot contact everybody. Then we select a sample or a fraction of population. All those people, those who drink a soft drink, is the population, and fraction of that is the sample. And we contact this sample and collect the information. That is sample survey. Now, census survey is used when the population is small. Census survey is used when the population is heterogeneous. When we use I use two words, heterogeneous and homogeneous population is same type or different type. If the population is heterogeneous and small, then we go for census survey. If population is homogeneous but large, then we use sample survey. There are conditions under which we can use census survey or sample survey. Census survey is supposed to give better result. Sample survey give indicative result. But many times census survey, because if it is large like population census survey, which is done, which possibly may not give very correct information. Theoretically, census survey should provide more accurate result than sample survey. So these are two types of survey that we use, and this should be many of the researcher, when they start describing research method, they immediately go that I am going to contact 100 people and ask them question. They don't explain that they are using communication research method. They don't explain whether it is census survey, in sample survey, and why are they using that. All this description is not given. So we should now make a note that whenever we write research methodology, we should write research design and also the research method. In research method, what research method we are using and why we are using that particular research method should be explained. So this is communication research method is either census survey or sample survey. Then for any survey method, we are discussing communication research method, and we are thinking of going for sample survey. Now, this is our presumption that all our discussion now is about sample survey or sample survey communication research method. Now, to collect the information, we require an instrument from where which can collect the data. So, generally, research is sample survey will have the research instrument. Generally, is a questionnaire. Questionnaire is a log of questions and answers. It is not only questions, but research instrument is a questionnaire which is a questions and answers, responses, and respondent is required to give information, select one of the responses, what he or she would like to. So these are the questionnaire. The research instrument is the questionnaire to collect the information. There are certain mechanical devices available as the research instrument to collect the information. These are generally used in advertising. This is people meter, a machine which is kept on over the TV, and it will measure number of people are seeing TV at a particular point of time. Grocery scanner in the mall, which will tell you how many, what are the different quantity of is being purchased, which is most popular brand is being purchased. All the information of buying is taken by the grocery scanner. Galvanometer is a lie detector. It is used to find out whether the consumer is telling lie or telling truth. When we show them the advertisement, and if we ask them whether they like the advertisement or not, if they're telling correct, then green light will come. If they're telling lie, then red light will come. So galvanometer is again used for testing advertisement. The stethoscope is like a overhead projector. We put this slide and show this slide to the audience or the consumer, and after showing, then we ask some questions. Generally, this is used for billboard or hoarding, that we show a advertisement of 3 seconds and close the advertisement, and then we ask the question, what do they remember? What is the USP shown in that? What is the idea shown in that? What is the visual shown in that? Because only 3 seconds to 5 seconds people will have while driving, so they can see billboard or the hoarding. So to test the hoarding, stethoscope is used. So we have mechanical instrument and we have written instrument. Those are questionnaire. Questionnaire, as we said, we are asking question and answers both. So we will discuss something about the question now. Now this questionnaire can be communicated or can be sent to people through mail or through telephone or by personal contact, or it can be through online. What is known as through the monkey. We do online communication with the monkey. Now we come to a most important decision in sample survey. This part is never done by researchers. By and large, it is not done by researchers. They only simply say the population. They do not describe everything. They sometimes say sample size is this, but why that particular sample size is selected, that is not. So a sampling plan comprised of 7 elements should be described in the research methodology, but that is generally not done. Even population definition is not provided. Now we shall discuss this in detail. Now define the population. What does it mean? It means that the people, those who are connect, related to our problem, whom we are going to ask questions, we describe them, we define them, so that we go to collect correct people to collect the information. Now we have one example here to discuss about the defined population. Suppose I am going to find out which brand of beer is most popular in Jaipur. Sorry, I am from Air Force. I take the example of hard drinks, so please pardon. So suppose I'm going to do a study of sample survey in Jaipur, which brand of beer is most popular. Now we define the population. As simple, we can say all those people, those who drink beer. That is a defined population. But do you agree with this? This is the wrong definition of population. All those people, those who drink beer, is not the right definition of population. Why? Because there are people, those who drink regularly. There are people, those who drink occasionally. Occasionally, this is, suppose you come to me and you ask me, do you drink? Yes, I drink only on my birthday. And my birthday comes after 4 years because my leap year birthday is there. So within 4 years, I drink only one time, and this is not correct. That, as for definition, I am the part of the all those people, those who drink beer, but I don't drink beer regularly. So I change the population definition now. All those people, those who drink beer regularly. Now, again, my condition, I drink regularly every birthday. So this is again not correct. So first definition, all those people, those who drink beer is wrong. All those people, those who drink beer regularly is wrong. Then we go to a correct definition. All those people, we have to have subjectively decided all those people, those who drink beer 3 times a week or 3 bottles a week or something like that. To be specific, we can identify those people, those who can give the correct information. So a right definition will be all those people, those who drink 3 times a week or 4 bottles a week, something like that. So that is a defined population. If the population is not properly defined, you go to wrong people to collect the information, and the result will be inaccurate. Then sampling element is the people. Actually, it is a part of population. All the element put together makes population. So when we go for selecting the sample size, that is the person. So I'll describe a person here. There is a person who is drinking 3 times a week is my sampling element. Now, sampling unit is the place where I can find this sampling element or the person who is part of my population. So, sampling unit I define is the place where you can find the sampling element or you can find the population of your study. So, sampling unit in this case will be beer bar, clubs, restaurant, and home. These are 4 places where you find people. Of course, that sometimes you find the people drinking gardens also, but they are they are not regular element. So generally, we have sampling unit will be restaurant, club, bar, and home. So that is sampling unit. Now sampling method. Many times again, this element is not discussed by researcher. There are 2 types of sampling method. How do you select the fraction of population for your sample survey? So population is 1 lakh people, and you want to select say about 200 people. What method do you use to select those 200 people out of 1 lakh? That is known as sampling method. So we have 2 type of sampling method. One is known as probability sampling. Other is known as non-probability sampling. Let us have an example of a classroom where we have 30 students and we want to find out whether the online teaching is a effective learning method or not. So uh, for our study population is all the 30 students of a given class, uh, given studies. So the population is all the student where I'm going to do a study. For my case, is only 1 class. So population is all the student of a given class. Then suppose I write down name of everybody in a sheet and put it in a box and check the box and pull out 10 people's name. Suppose 10 is sample size, 10 people, then this is known as probability sampling. Why is it probability sampling? Because all the people, all the 30 people had the chance of being selected. And in this case, had equal chance of being selected. So probability sampling tells you that all the element of the population has equal or known chances of being selected. Another method is non-probability sampling. That I go to class and ask, okay, 10 people come here and give their opinion. This is the paper kept. You write down, fill in this paper. So this is non-probability sampling. Those who take initiative, they will come and become sample. So this is non-probability sampling. In this case, we do not know probability of every element to be selected. So we should use probability sampling, which is called robust sampling. Generally, researcher to be more convenient and to do things easily, they go for non-probability sampling, which is not very robust method of research. If you are doing good research, you must go for probability sampling. It can be done. Many people say it's not possible, but there are some ways we can do probability sampling even when the population is very large. Then going to sample size. Now this area is a very typical area which does not have very scientific. We do have a statistical formula for deciding the sample size, but for using that formula, you are required to do a pilot study to get all those variables which are to be fitted in the statistical formula. So we have a formula which we can use to decide the sample size. But there are other methods. We have rule of thumb. Like in marketing, when the population is large, we use a sample 1 to 2% of the population. If the population is small, then we use up 5% of the population as a sample size. But these are rule of thumb. it has no logic. So whenever we show the sample size or whenever we decide the sample size, we should give the logic behind it. If you use a formula, there's no problem. But if you do not use formula and you use randomly some sample size, you must try to justify why you have chosen that particular sample size. So sample size is number of elements selected for doing that particular survey. Then we go for sampling frame. Now, many people do not understand this word at all. Many of the researchers do not have this word. If you are using probability sampling, then you should have sampling frame. I repeat again. If you are using probability sampling method, then you should have a sampling frame. Now, what is sampling frame? Sampling frame is the list of all the members of the population. It is the list and serialization of all the members of population. Suppose in my class, the example we had, sampling frame is the list of all 30 students and their number 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 to 30. So sampling frame is the list and serialization of all the members of the population. And if this sampling frame is not available, then we generally cannot use probability sampling method. Then sampling procedure. Now, this is how do we meet the sample? How do we contact the sample to collect the information? That is sampling procedure. Now, this should be described properly so that you get the representative sample to give your information. That's why sampling procedure is important. For example, I want to study what are the opinion of European tourists about Rajasthan tourism. So, population is all the tourists coming to Rajasthan is my population definition, and then sampling unit is airport. Then sampling method here, I can't have the sampling frame, so I use non-property sampling method. And so I go to airport and morning, Monday, Sunday, any day, and collect the information from people coming to India or going from India, not coming from India, from India to other country, European country. We contact them in the law in the launch and give them sample and ask their opinion about Rajasthan tourism. Now here, sampling procedure should also describe that you did not only go in the morning, but you went in the afternoon, you went in the evening, you went on Sunday, you went on Saturday, so that you can get a representative sample. Otherwise, suppose you go only on Sunday or Saturday or Monday, say you go only on Monday and collect information, then you'll find that all business travelers, those who come to India, those who visit uh, Rajasthan for business purpose, they also look around the tourist places, but they are only the other simple the other people. But there are other people, not only business people, other social people, those who come. So you should not only go on Monday, but you should go on Sunday also. So all 7 days, you should try to go in the morning, afternoon, evening, so that you can get a representative sample. So that is why there is importance of sampling procedure. So these 7 steps must be described in your research methodology when you show in your PhD or in your research paper. This not in detail, but this should be defined, should be explained in your research methodology. So this is known as sampling plan. Now, as we said, the questionnaire is a forms questions and answers. So we have format of questions and format of answers. The basic question formats are open-ended and close-ended. Open-ended questions are those questions which do not have any fixed answers. They are open questions where you can give any opinion. Close-ended questions are those questions which have fixed answers given, and you have to choose from among the answers given there. So, open-ended question can collect a lot of information, but that is not structured. Close-ended questions are the questions when you can collect the limited information, but that is completely structured and easy to calculate and easy to put together. So open-ended questions and closed-ended questions. Now, for example, uh, what is your gender? It can't be open-ended questions. Of course, it is a closed-ended question, male, female, or others. Closed-ended question has a fixed answers. So here, the gender is a open-ended, male, female, and others. This is closed-ended, and it can't be open-ended question. So gender cannot be open-ended. Gender is a closed-ended because we have all fixed answers available to that. Generally, it is easier to analyze closed-ended questions than open-ended questions because closed-ended questions are very much structured and we can easily calculate it and they are very quantifiable. Open-ended questions are not quantifiable; they are many times subjective, and that's why deduction from them is not easy. So closed-ended questions can be analyzed easily. Open-ended questions required researchers knowledge, experience. Then only they are able to make a deduction for open-ended questions. Now, answer format. All those that did questions has some answer format. There may be two answer, three answer, four answer. There may be scale and so on and so forth. So these are the response format for close-ended questions. If your question is close-ended, then it should give the specific answers. So dichotomous, it may be two answers. That do you agree with the this or this? Yes and no. So yes and no, male and female, uh, agree, disagree, all these are dichotomous. Dichotomous means where we have two answers only. So a closed-ended questions having only two answers, that is known as it will be having dichotomous answers. Now we can have multiple choice. For example, why did you buy this particular television? So there can be number of reasons: clarity, cost, services, this, that, so on, so forth. So all four, five variable can be given. That is a multiple choice. So it may be two answers, more than two answers. It will be a multiple choice. It may be scale from agree to disagree, very much agree, agree, neutral, not agree, and very much disagree, and so on and so forth. So there are about 7 types of scales available, but one most common scale is Likert 5 Likert 5 point of scale from agree to disagree. Now here one idea is that whenever we use Likert scale, when we say agree, it should have we give 5 marks, and the most disagree we give 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is multiple scale. We level them and we give them number. So this is multiple scale. There are 10 point scale, there is 5 point scale, and there are many scale. So there are 3 type of answers possible: dichotomous, two answers, more than two answers, and scale. Now, for multiple choice, if you have more than 5 choices, you divide questions in 2 parts because people do not remember more than 5 choices. So every multiple choice question should have only 5 answers, not more than 5, because more than 5 are not remembered by people. So if you use 10 choices, then you will always find the last 2, 3 choices are being selected because that only comes into the mind. That's why multiple choice should not have more than 5 answers. So this is what is question format, and open-ended, closed-ended, and for closed-ended we have these formats available. Now there are a number of things that are, so this is probability sampling and non-probability sampling. It is discussed. And probability sampling is simple, random sampling, systematic, stratified sampling, and there are many names. Only thing I would like to mention here is that large number of researchers they use this word randomly. This is a very scientific word. Simple random sampling is a very scientific sampling, so it is not a random sampling, it is not a casual sampling, but large number of people do write that I use random sampling. They really mean that they are casually about selecting sample. But when we say random sampling, it is very systematic sampling, which we done simple random sampling is probability sampling. So there are a number of course, probability and non-probability sampling methods, which I'm not going to discuss here in detail because we have more things to discuss. Now, the guidelines for developing questionnaire. There is no hard and fast rules that you should don't do only this and you should not do that. But there are certain guidelines which are actually I'm not discussing. These guidelines are those guidelines. What type of questions you should, what is wording should be there, and what things should not be used, and they're just guidelines. So it is the developing a questionnaire is not a science; it is an art. More you design the questionnaire, more you have a control over the questionnaire, and you can develop a good questionnaire. So what is required? More practice in the classroom is required for developing the questionnaire. I just give one idea about guideline that you should not ask two questions, two ideas in one question. For example, do you think Honda car is economical and car efficient in fuel efficient? So you're asking two things. Is it cheap? And it is cheap in terms of maintenance. So you're asking two questions in two things in the same questions. So this is the type of questions we should not ask. So these are various guidelines which are given here. Complex questions should not be asked. Language should be clear. Leading and loading questions. These I'm not discussing. We immediately go to our next topic. Now, the questionnaire layout. The design of the questionnaire is one thing, content of the questionnaire is one thing, the layout of the questions and how do you print them is a different thing. So that is known as layout. Provide sufficient space to answer the questions. Many times you find that the space is not sufficient to write things, particularly if your questions are open-ended questions, then you should provide the sufficient space so that they can write. For example, the mistake is generally done. What is your age? So you provide two lines. What you do you require so much space to write age just two figure or sometimes three alphabet three numbers, that's all, not beyond that. So you don't have to provide more space. But suppose you ask what is the places that you have visited in Rajasthan, then you got to provide the space so that they can write the sufficient uh, uh, name of the places where they have visited. So this is one of the important guideline for layout that you should provide sufficient space depending upon the questions. How the answers should be given, that instruction should fill the instruction to fill the questionnaire should be mentioned. Tick mark, right, or whatever instruction that you want to provide. You can tick mark two, you can tick mark only one, you can give multiple answers, you can give single answers, and so on and so forth. So all instruction about filling or tick marking, etc., should be mentioned. Use permanent print by giving instruction. So now initial portion of the questionnaire should have instruction for filling the questionnaire. This is first one or two questions are known as filtered questions. Now these questions are filtering the population which is not relevant to our research, who is not part of our sample. So to avoid people those who are not part of our sample, we ask certain questions to filter the people those who are not our sample, those who are not part of our sample. For example, in our beer study, uh, the filter question: do you drink beer 3 times a day? 3 times a week? If yes, you are the part of sample. If no, then thank you. Bye bye. So these are the filter questions. Similarly, in our tourism research, when person is going from India, going back to Europe, and we ask, did you visit Rajasthan for tourism? He says, no, I came for business. Then that is a filter question. We are not going to ask questions about tourism to the person who has not come to Rajasthan as a tourist. So these are known as filter questions. And when the question is given, the same question and answer should be on the same page. Not that question is on one page and answer is on other pages. That should be on same. So these are the way we design the questionnaire format. These guidelines. Number the questions. Generally, the guidelines provided that not more than 50 questions. I have no logic behind it. It is only that very large number of questions make people to avoid answering the questions. So do not use many questions for in your questionnaire. Generally, maximum is about 50 questions, and then people will get fed up beyond the 50 questions. So this is just limit, so that you should not make your questionnaire too big, so that people will try to avoid answering questions. And then the font should be readable, easy to read. There sometimes they use such a font, some decorative font in questionnaire, though it is a decorative font, but it's not easy to use. So readability is very important in the questionnaire. It should be good, easy to read it. So that is then you should provide sufficient space for editing and coding. After the questionnaire is designed, then circulated among population, then when it comes back, then we do some editing and give some code so that we can do statistical analysis, or we can use SPSS. So there we require editing and also coding. So we should provide sufficient space for editing and coding. So these are some guidelines about how the questionnaire layout should be there.
Yeah, excuse me,
Yeah,
Professor Gupta. Before you go ahead and this presentation really go in different topics, there is a question actually, and the question
yeah,
was posted by one of our research scholar. She is from
sure.
geography, JVN Kusumlata, and her question is, what is the best sampling technique? So if you can answer it right
Yes.
here,
What is
because
it?
that will be more relevant. Otherwise, this will your presentation will enter into the another topic till then. So
Okay.
yeah.
Question, please come back. What is the question?
Oh, what is the best sampling technique? She put a broad question.
There is nothing like best sampling technique. So only
Hmm.
I suggest here that we must use probability sampling. We should use probability sampling method, and we should not use non-probability sampling method, because non-probability sampling method is not considered as a good quality. So a robust research should have a probability sampling method. And if we cannot use non-probability, we cannot use probability sampling, then we may go for non-probability. But avoid using non-probability sampling method and try to use probability sampling method.
Okay,
Is that
thank you very
okay?
much. Please continue.
She can ask me any supplementary questions. She can
Because they
ask me
have the
supplementary
facility only
questions.
to write in comment box. So when she will write, I will be back to you.
Okay, so I suggest here the best sampling method is a probability sampling method. And there
Thank
are,
you.
if your guide can help you out, how to do probability sampling in a situation where it is not easy to use probability sampling. Uh, for example, the number of people, those who are visiting India. Now, they cannot use, we cannot use probability sampling here. It's very difficult. We cannot have a complete group, so that we can select a small population and then go for probability sampling. So my suggestion is that to that question is that we must try to do as far as possible probability sampling method, and not non-probability sampling method, which should be avoided. Is that okay? Hello?
Yeah, I think that's the answer you can give.
Okay.
And when she will post any other query regarding this, I will be back to you.
Yeah. Now we
Please
come
continue.
to the editing of questionnaire.
Yeah.
Actually, after the questions are filled and they come to the office, main office, where the research is done, then we are required to do editing. Editing is done by the supervisor of that research. A person who is the experienced researcher is given the work of editing the field questionnaire. The questionnaire which are filled and came back to you, you require to do editing. Now we check three things in editing the questionnaire: whether the questionnaire is completely answered or not, or are there any questions which is left unanswered. So that is, we find out completeness of the questionnaire, that all the questions, if there are 30 questions, all the questions are answered. So if they are not answered, then what can be done about it? If the some of the questions are left, then we can revisit the particular respondent if it is possible. If it's possible to revisit and get those questions filled, or if the questions are not very relevant or not very important, we can isolate them. If the questions are really very important, we have to go and revisit the person and get the questions answered. If you are not able to get and the questions are important, then we should discard that questionnaire. So here guideline is that if the questions are not completely filled, then all those questions which are not filled, there are two options. One, go back and get the questionnaire filled if it is possible. Second option is that if the questionnaire is very important, then discard the questionnaire. If it is very important, discard the questionnaire. If it is not important, then keep the questionnaire. So that is what is known as completeness. That editing is done by the editor or the senior person. Then correctness. That correctness means it is legible to understand what is written there. That is correctness. Suppose some people write 7 like 1 only. So that is not correct. You can understand that. So some words are written in such a measure that you cannot read that. So that is correctness. Legibility or your understanding, or you can able to understand what is written either in terms of numbers or in terms of the words and so on and so forth. That is correctness. And then consistency. Now this is the area of editing where you require experience of the editor. Now consistent means there are a couple of questions which are asked. One question gives one answer and other question is very inconsistent with the first answer. So you have to find out inconsistency in some of the reply. Now I'll give you an example here. There's one question which says, what is your income? It says, my income is 20,000 rupees per month. Fine. I have nothing to say because the person is telling his income is 25,000 rupees per month. Now, another question is there, what are the consumer durables you have? So he says, I have 3 cars, 1 motorcycle, and 1 TV, gas, and these are considered durable. So it is inconsistent because a person having 25,000 rupees income cannot have 3 cars. There is inconsistency. First question is third question is inconsistent with first questions. So it is we have to ask the question. 3 car. How is 3 car? So he might say, I am running a taxi service. These are services, taxis are hired for doing some or auto services and so on and so forth. Then it becomes consistent. So we have to ask question. Another example of inconsistency: um, how much rent do you provide? What house you have, and how much rent do you provide? So he says, I have 3 BHK house, and I spend rupees 5,000 in Rajasthan. in Jaipur. So this is inconsistent. It can't be possible that you take a 3 BHK house in 5,000 rupees in Jaipur, Rajasthan. So then you have to ask question, how it is 5,000 rupees? बोलता मेरी मदर इन लॉ ने दिया है तो वो जो मेंटेनेंस चार्जेस है वो 5,000 rupees. Then it becomes consistent. So we have to see that each questions are consistent, our questions are consistent with each other, that they do not conflict one question with other question. So these three things we find out in editing: completeness, correctness, and consistency. Now, this observation research we are not using. We are not only, I was to explain only communication research method, and this is a communication research method. The last couple of points we are required to discuss. Now, this I did not discuss the whole process. We discussed research design, we discussed research method, we discussed sampling far, research instrument, field investigation, editing, and so on and so forth. Up to this time, from 4 to 9, we have discussed. Now, 1, 2, and 3.
Excuse me. There is one more question. And that's pretty interesting question. There is one research scholar of English in our university, and she is asking a question that how many companies one should be ideally selected for surveying, 1, 2, or more than 2?
That is a question related to sample size.
Yes. So how many companies? Suppose she has to do some questionnaire research. So how many companies should ideally one should select? 1 company, 2, 3, or maybe more. So that's the question. If you can answer that, would be good.
Now the whole idea of the research in English literature, I'm from English literature, and we are going to have companies.
That's what I thought. But if she have put a question, maybe if any other management may put the same question.
If we are doing some research for English literature or something like that, and we have to select some of the companies or some of the organizations, then we are using a wrong method. Research method is wrong. We cannot use sample survey method for this type of problem. We have qualitative research. I'll explain that. And in that case, this lady can use a focus group interview. Focus group is one of the technique available in qualitative research. That suppose we have 500 total people, then we can select 15 people as the focus group member and ask them to discuss. So depending upon your research problem, you should decide about qualitative research and quantitative research. But I do not know the problem of this lady. If she can tell me the problem, then I can suggest whether the quantitative research is suitable or qualitative research is suitable. But as per the present information, I suggest that it cannot be a quantitative research. She can only go for qualitative research, either in-depth interview or focus group interview.
Okay.
Questions, please.
Yeah, that's it only. That's what she asked.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Now, in the whole research process, we discussed some of the things, but now we have to discuss some initial things which are known as what is the problem which we are discussing, what is our research problem, and what is our research objective, and then of course research design and other things will be based on first three. So first is what is your management problem, or what is your organization problem for which you are doing research. I can only give example from my experience, and it may not be applicable to many of your domain but my example will be all related to marketing and management, just to explain you, and everybody can understand marketing. Now, We take the example that because of COVID, many of the hotels are having less number of visitors and less income. Now the problem is here, the management problem of the hotel is that less number of tourists and less revenue. That is the management problem. That is the problem of the organization. I call it management problem. So is that revenue is decreased because of less number of tourists coming. So now the option may be we can think of the tourists, how can we increase tourists, or we can think of revenue, how can we increase our revenue. So suppose management wants to decide how can we increase the revenue, and they think that we can increase the revenue by increasing the hotel room price, tariff of the hotel room. So the management problem is whether can we increase the tariff of the hotel room? What will be what will be the effect of increasing the tariff in the hotel room? Can we get more income and so on and so forth? So research problem is it is what is the effect of increasing the tariff in the number of people visiting the hotel. So management problem is that less number of people are coming and less revenue. Research problem is whether the tariff of the hotel can be increased. If we increase, what will happen to the tourists coming? Or if it's not increased, what will happen to whether the more tourists will come or not? So our research problem is to find out the effect of increasing tariff over demand of the hotel. Either it is simple price elasticity of the demand, or it is elasticity of the demand. The research problem is to find out elasticity of demand. The research objective, the increase in 15% of research or 30% of research, how much it will be decreased. How much if we increase the tariff, how many less tourists will come, or what will be the drop in demand. So that will be research objective. Actually, this is more related to experimental research than survey research. Another example I take that my company has your Jayoti Vidyapeeth developed the two advertisement to attract the student. Now your registrar is not able to decide whether A advertisement is good or B advertisement is good. So that is management problem. Now research problem is which advertisement is more effective in terms of appeal to the student. So the research problem is to identify which of these two advertisements are more communicative to the student so that they can decide about it. And here objective is to find out which advertisement is more interesting for the student. So management problem, research problem, and research objective, they are all woven together, and one leads to other. Management problem leads to research problem leads to objective. Any questions on these three? Should I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
So we discussed right from here up to here. Now data analysis. Now this is the area of statistics. This is the quantitative capability required to do data analysis. Now I'm not good at it, so I'm not going to explain this. But we should use the data analysis tool which is suitable for the research method that we have used. There are some of the research methods will tell you that only this type of data analysis should be used. So we have some idea. One idea I'm going to talk about here. That there are certain parametric tests and there are certain non-parametric tests. So parametric test is given under some condition which are there. Then only we can use parametric tests. And there are certain conditions in we can use non-parametric. So you should decide which data analysis tool can properly be used. But this is a statistical area. This is not my domain. Now the findings. Findings should be based on the data analysis, and then findings and conclusion, research and recommendation. All this will come in the hiccups in doing PhD. The research report, there are two reports that we write. One is executive summary, other is final report. Executive summary is just 1 page to 5 page, depending upon the length of your research. But the basic idea of the executive summary is to give introduction is in 2-3 lines, talk about research objective, talk about research method in brief, and talk about the major findings. So these are the content of the executive summary. It is a photo shot of your whole research. Objective, research methodology, major findings. These are the three main content of the executive summary. And of course, your full final report. And bibliography, here also there is one big problem that many people uh, write bibliography, but it is like many people use another word known as references.
Yes.
So bibliography, there is a difference between bibliography and references. I'm going to talk about it later on. But there is a certain system through which we write bibliography, and particularly social sciences. In management, we use APA style, American Psychological Association style, API style we use, and that should be now different domain has different type of style of writing bibliography, and it is a technical way of writing bibliography, and we should use the type of bibliography suggested for that particular domain. Like history, sociology, geography, English, they will have a separate type of this, which I do not know what type of style. But management, they use APA, American Psychological Association style of writing the bibliography. So you should know for your domain what style is applicable and you should write the bibliography. And I'll explain you what is different between bibliography and reference and when we talk about the hiccups. Any questions here?
Yeah, hold on just for a minute. The last thing, bibliography and references, I think how both are different, because most of the time these research scholars, sometimes they are using bibliography. So even if you
Just,
can tell us, all
just,
these scholars here, they are the actually main,
just a minute.
learners
Just,
of this FDP. The basic difference in bibliography and references.
I'm coming to it. I'm
Okay.
coming to it. See, this is bibliography and references. Now,
Yes.
when we say references, we mean no, when we say bibliography, all the literature that we are referred to is known as bibliography, and that is to be written in particular style, and that should be written in number. They should be given number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they should be alphabetically. So bibliography, I think the spelling is wrong here. The bibliography is all the literature that you studied for your research are the listed there in
Yes.
alphabetical order and in particular style. Now references that you are trying to quote some of the part of bibliography in your research paper inside, and to make a relevance that this idea has come from this book. So that is what we call in-text citation. In the research paper or in the research, you mention there, you find maybe this 2.5 or 2.7. It shows that this references are has come from this point has come from these references. So references are in text citation, whereas bibliography we don't give citation within the PhD or in the research paper. So bibliography is all the books, journals, with web page, all that you referred, and that should be given in alphabetical order, and that should be a particular style for your domain. But in references, only those things that you have used in your research,
Yes.
they are in text citations given inside the research, and they are only mentioned. Difference between bibliography and reference is that the references are shown are related to your content of your research or your PhD. But bibliography is not necessarily the content is used there. You get an idea in bibliography, but don't use that idea in your research, then that is bibliography. But if you use that particular idea in your research, then it is references, and that's why you have to make intake citation, and then you find that in research paper you find some number 7, 8, 9, 10, and at the bottom they mention the references from where it was picked up. So this is the difference between bibliography and references. And many of this is one of the hiccups in PhD, that many people write references, but it is actually bibliography. So you should be careful. If you write bibliography, it means that you are not referring anything from the bibliography inside your research. Just you study all those for your knowledge and for doing the PhD, but you are not referring the content in the research itself. So if you are referring the content in the research and showing it there in the research, then it is references. So
Yes.
never use word references. It is not easy to do the in text citation. So the easier way is bibliography, but more robust and good research will also use references. So
Yes.
if you have the capability and if you can use that in-text citation, then you should use references. But don't wrongly use the word references. Actually, it is a bibliography. Don't say references. Actually, it is bibliography. You use 100 books, but not that are not referred in your research. So it is a bibliography. But references is a better word, more robust research, but it's difficult to use. So many people should will of course go for bibliography. Is my point clear?
Yes, it is very clear, and you explained it real nice. That's the basic
Oh,
difference, actually. Thank you very
okay,
much.
right. You are most welcome. That was the first part of my talk, that is communication research method. Now I have a pause for a few seconds, few minutes. If anybody has any questions about the communication research method, they can come forward. Or otherwise, I will go for qualitative research and quantitative research. Next topic.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not seeing any question has been posted, and
Okay.
uh, and I already asked that the difference in bibliography and references, which you explained real good, and before that, one
Okay.
question also you answered. So you can go ahead to the about the qualitative research
Okay.
section. Yeah.
These are the days of quantitative research. A large number of research are quantitative, but particularly in social science, what is happening is not important. Why it is happening is more important. So quantitative research tells you what is happening today. How many people are buying this mobile phone? How many people are purchasing? How much money is being spent? But why part is not being explained. So in qualitative research, we explain that why part. In quantitative research, we explain what is happening. In qualitative research, what is happening. So there, this is basically basic difference. And quantitative research use data. Here, the quantitative data is being used. Here, we use qualitative information. So here, we explain the difference between these two. In qualitative research, we seek less number of people and discuss with them in detail and try to have more probing question, more detailed discussion with the respondent or with the sample to elicit to get more information. So qualitative research gets more information, but that is qualitative information, or that is subjective information. Quantitative, we get more number of information, but that is all quantitative information. How many people are dying, how much money they are spent, that is a quantity. Why they are dining, how much bill is coming, what are the criteria for their wishes to go for dinner. That is the why part of it. So what is happening to why is happening. In quantitative research, we don't have many probing questions. We ask only limited probing questions. For example, take example of probing and limited probing. The example is what are the uh, how many percent of the people are do you think how many percent of the people are going for divorce in India? Divorce. So you have percentage of people, uh, 10, 15, so on and so forth. That's the quantity information. But why these people are going for divorce, that is the problem. So you have more questions. So if more, do you think if you think more people are going for divorce, what are the reasons? Is the social problem, family problem, financial problem, and so on. So we go for more probing to find out more information. Why this divorce happening more nowadays? And in limited in quantitative information, we can only get information what is happening. There are more divorce are taking place in India. But why they are taking place? They help of probing questions. Probing questions we are going to ask can get the information why that's happening. So qualitative questions are more probing, more collecting information, more in detail, and quantitative information is more quantitative information. Here, this is one of the basic difference in qualitative research and quantitative research. The quantitative research start with hypothesis. We have a tentative relationship, and we collect the data and prove this relationship that because of uh, higher education and so on and so forth, this is happening. Because of social violence is one of the reason of divorce. So we have a hypothesis that there is no relation between violence and divorce. So these are null hypothesis. There is no relationship between the social violence and the rate of divorce. Then we collect the information and try to prove that this is correct or not correct. So all mind it, and you can make a note of this, that all quantitative research start with hypothesis and end with proving the hypothesis. All qualitative research starts with collecting information, ending with hypothesis. We try to generate the hypothesis. We do research and then finally come to certain tentative solution that can be tested by the quantitative research. So qualitative research first, which will then supplemented by the quantitative research. And all qualitative research starts with collecting information and ending with hypothesis. All quantitative research starts with hypothesis, ending with proving or disapproving the hypothesis. This is major difference between qualitative and quantitative research. That qualitative research end with hypothesis, quantitative research starts with hypothesis. Number of respondent here is very much less, but information that we collect from each of the respondent is more. So sample size is less, but we collect more information. Here, the sample size is large, but we may not be collecting large number of information from them because the same information. Now, I was talking about English literature person. If you are collecting some information, you ask some more questions and keep collecting, talking to them and collect more information. So you can probe more questions, you can put more questions, you can go discussing with particular item, and you can collect much of information. So in qualitative research, more information is being collected. Here it varies, it is not necessary. But in this case, yes, because we probe questions, we can collect more information. Here the sample size is small, is generally sample size is large. For doing qualitative research, you require a very skilled researcher who can probe into the mind of the consumer or respondent and can get more information from them. So you require a skilled psychological trained researcher to probe into the mind of the consumer or sample and collect the information. Here the analysis is subjective. We do not use much of statistics in qualitative research. I'm going to explain you how we do the analysis in qualitative research. But here we always use the statistical method, spaces, and so on and so forth. Qualitative research are generally exploratory research design. When is there, then we use qualitative research. And after that, descriptive and causal research are usually quantitative. So qualitative research are exploratory research design, and quantitative research are descriptive and causal. Any question here? There's a difference between these two.
And no question yet.
Now, these are different method of qualitative research: in-depth interview, focus group interview, observation, projective technique, and physiological measurement. Each of them we'll discuss. Now, it is not in the same order, but I'll read. Type observation is collecting information by observing people. Direct observation or indirect observation, either we are having a camera or CCTV, and that is the observation is indirect observation. Disguised observation versus undisguised. If person knows that you are observing, it is undisguised. अनडिस्गाइज में छुपी हुई नहीं है और डिस्गाइज में छुपी हुई है. Structured, what is to be observed is a structured observation. We know exactly what is to be observed, and unstructured is we do not know what is to be observed, but we have an objective clear, and keeping the objective in mind, we do the observation. Let me give you an example here. In our research of impact of price on detergent purchase, we tried to do this on the basis of observation. So I sent some of my students to do the observation, and I gave them the instruction. It was a structured observation that you should see when the lady comes, she should be housewife, she should look like housewife. Then you should see that whether what type of detergent she is picking up, what type of questions she is asking, what type of finally she has purchased the detergent. These are all structured behavior to be observed. And unstructured, that we leave it to them. We tell them that we are finding the effect of price on the purchase of detergent, and you decide what is to be observed. One interesting thing happened. One of the students gave an observation. Sorry. That a lady entered into the mall. She was very beautiful. She was looking very young. She was wearing this type of dress, this type of haircut, and so on and so forth. Now, this type of observation is not related to our objective. That's why many times when our observer are not very experienced, then we give them the structural observation. If we have experienced observer, then we give unstructured observation, human and mechanical observations, like CCTV or people watching directly. That is observation technique, one method. Now I come to second important method known as focus group. Here we take a small number of subject or small number of samples. For your English literature, this is the method of assisting focus group interview. That we keep less number of people and we give them. So let me come to the yes. This focus group interview. That's a small group, 6 to 12 people. They come together in the room. We give them tea and coffee, and we have CCTV camera. We usually record whatever discussion is going on. We tell them the problem, and we ask them to discuss the problem, and we record everything. And that is a focus group interview. Means a fixed group of 6 to 12 people. called in a room and they discuss among themselves about the research problem. And the idea is generated and then we go for the using it. So this is small group or focus group, and this is a qualitative, second qualitative research method. When all these people will discuss, we get a lot of ideas. We understand different word which they are going to use for different type of ideas. We get all the information about the perception, motives, attitude about the product or services, and this all the information which possibly will relate to the research objective here and how we are going to analyze this. I'll tell you later. But focus group interview will generate a lot of information. Generally, we use 6 to 12 people per 1 hour to 1.5 hour. We give them the idea. There is a moderator who moderates the discussion, but he does not take the part in the discussion. He is the only moderator. He sees that the discussion is on the track, not going away from the objective of the research.
Yeah,
So,
I have one question on
yeah,
behalf of all these participants. Can you
sure,
give
sure.
one or two example of research in which this focus group technique can be
I'll give you
used?
one. I'll give
Yeah,
you one example.
yeah, sure.
Here, we did what research just recently, but a month earlier for one of my PhD student. Actually, he was doing a research on his research objective was that what are the challenges and opportunity for new startup during COVID. Do you get the problem? What are the opportunities and challenges for new startup or new business or new entrepreneurs during the COVID period? That is what we want to find out. That during COVID period, what the problems are generated, what are the opportunities who are generated for our people, those who are entering into new businesses. So here we did 3 focus groups. Each have about 10 people, because different type of entrepreneurs, those who already started it, entrepreneurs, those who are they are running the business, and those who are planning the new business. So we had 3 focus group for different stages of business, and then they were called, and then we asked them to discuss what are the opportunities and the challenges they have faced during their new business, or they are facing in new business, or they think that these are the problems they are going to come when they start their new business. So this focus group generated a lot of ideas, and then on the basis of this idea, then we came to certain conclusions. Is that okay? Is this example okay?
Yes,
I'm
please
waiting.
go ahead.
I'm waiting for the answer. Is that okay?
No, you
Example.
you just told, yeah, you just told, and you were giving one example for the
Yeah,
focus group research.
yeah.
So you did that, yeah.
The, the research objective was what are the opportunities and challenges for new business during COVID. That was a research objective. Now, for us, our population are all those people, those who are started a new business, are those who are those who are planning to start new business during after the COVID period. So then we want to know their mind. So what are the problems they face? What are the opportunities they face because of COVID? And then we get them to come to focus group and do discussion for 1.5 hour. And there was a moderator, my student who was researcher. Then the discussion was going on. It was recorded, and then I'll tell you what was to be doing there. But this is one of the focus group. Now You generate a lot of ideas of.
Yes. One more thing is coming up.
Yeah.
Professor Gupta, remember that student asked what is the best sampling technique and
Yes.
how many companies should be selected. And then
Yes.
you were also right, and I was also right that in English research, what type of companies and why she is selecting. So now she wrote back that actually she is seeing the cause and effect. She wrote which is a more suitable method for cause and effect research problem, and can a literature research combine both qualitative and quantitative method?
I would like to know what is her research objective.
That's why I was not putting this answer and with this question. That's why I was not putting this question, because neither you have detail nor I have complete detail of her topic and what type of
If I do not
hypothesis, what are
know,
research objectives and all that. But since she
if I,
was writing it again and again in the comment, so that's why I took up this question. And I think you are of the same opinion, and I'm of the same opinion that we should have the complete synopsis in front of us, her title, objective of research. Only then such type of question can be answered. That's my submission as a moderator.
let me, because I am from English literature. I did my MA with English literature.
Yes.
I can imagine some of the problem. Like nowadays, the research, the literature is more going towards what is known as practical things, or more unethical content is more increased in literature of
Mhm.
nowadays. Suppose this is our research objective, that unethical content is increasing during this period, during 21st century. If this is our research objective, are you with me?
Yes, I am hearing.
Okay.
Definitely. I
Okay.
might be, she
So
might also be hearing it.
suppose my research objective for English literature is that these days English literature is content is going more unethical
Mhm.
things content are there. These are my objectives. Then for this
Okay.
my objective, I can't use quantitative research. I can only use qualitative research.
Qualitative research.
And
Right.
in that case, I can use focus group interview. I call
Absolutely.
10 to 15 authors and ask them to discuss, is this happening? So about 8, 10 people will come, those who have
Yes.
written something, poem, or story, or novel, and then we'll put them the question, is it happening? So they will discuss it, will give their idea. So the focus group will collect lot of information that we are going
Right.
to
I agree.
analyze.
Yep.
So here there is no question of probability sampling or non-probability sampling. Here we have to decide the methodology first, quantitative or qualitative. In this research objective, method is qualitative you can use. And if it is qualitative research method, there is
Yeah. All right. Let me tell all of you that Professor Eslal, who is the Proctor and Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Methodology, and my associate, is also have joined us, and he was already speaking in a conference from morning. So I welcome you in this FDP. Lal sir, please join us. Yeah, there is one
I
more
think,
interesting question, Professor Gupta.
yeah,
That question says that can a literature research combine both qualitative and quantitative research? Is that possible?
yes, I did it. I did it.
Okay.
When I was in Thailand, I did both this research combined, but it is not together. It is the first qualitative research followed by quantitative research.
All
It
right.
is supplemented by quantitative research.
Okay.
We
Good.
start with developing, collecting information, and we
Mm-hmm.
come down to hypothesis. And then I give it to my friend, quantity research wala. He will do
Okay.
analysis. Start with hypothesis, then collect the information, then prove or disapprove the hypothesis. So it is the sequence, not together, but sequence. The first is qualitative research, which
And
is
then
followed by
quantitative.
quantitative research.
Right. So I think if JV and Neha, you are listening us, you have answered all of your queries. The first answer, how many companies, and then the second answer, cause and effect. For that, we need your particular topic and objectives. And then the third, the can a literature, research can combine both qualitative and quantitative methods. So as the Professor Gupta told,
Sir,
yes,
sir,
it
can
can
you
be
ask her
first
what is
qualitative,
her
then
research
quantitative.
objective?
So we answered all of your questions.
Okay.
Thank you very
If
much.
she's available, then you ask her what is her research objective, so that I can
Actually,
give a more precise
she is
answers.
not available. She is available through YouTube. So whenever if
Okay,
she is
okay,
hearing
fine
this
then, fine,
conversation, she
fine.
will post the question in comment.
Okay.
I
I
think
have
we
my
answered
email
that.
address at the end. She can, of course, write to me.
Okay,
Anyhow,
yeah,
so that
yes.
was focus group interview. Then in-depth interview. Actually, it is basically interview of one person for long period of time. अब जब हम क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च करते हैं, then we take an interview and ask the questionnaire to be filled up within a 5 minute, 10 minute. But in this case, we do the interview of one person in detail for possibly more than half an hour, 1 hour. We discuss with him like we discuss those 10 people discuss in focus group. I discuss with one person. So in-depth interview is selecting sample, like in my earlier example, uh, the 10 people, those who started the new business, they were discussing among themselves. But then I can go for in-depth interview. I take one person who has started new business and sit with him and start discussing with him in detail, in depth. There is no questionnaire, there is no fixed questions, no structure, and we keep on discussing related to our objective and in detail about our objective, and that is known as in-depth interview. It is one to one person interview, which is usually long duration and which is unstructured and which is without the questionnaire. It is only relevant with the research object. The whole discussion will revolve around the research objective. And this is known as in-depth interview, one-to-one discussion. So it is a small capsule type of focus group. Only one person is talking and not 5 to 10 persons talking. In this also, we collect the information from the person and we discuss and we jot down and then we do the analysis. Then protocol analysis, we give some situation to a person that COVID people are not moving, the mobility and touchability both are restricted. So what will happen to uh, travel business? So you are in this situation. Think of it. What's going to happen in a situation? So he himself thinks about he or her thinks in a given situation and develop new ideas about what is going to happen to travel industry if there is no traceability or there is no mobility. So you act like the consumer himself or herself, and you visualize things that is going to happen to you when there is no touchability or there is no mobility. So in-depth interview and focus group interview, we collect any protocol analysis, we collect a lot of information, and then what will happen to that information? That I'm going to explain you. How do we do the no? There's one more technique. After this, I'm going to tell you about the analysis. Projective technique. The technique name is projective. It projects the mind of the consumer. We enter into the mind of consumer, and the consumer projects his mind through asking some question. And these projective techniques are word association test, sentence completion, picture test, cartoon test. So some word is given. The whiteness is related to blue color. So you associate a blue color with word whiteness. So like we project the mind of the consumer by asking certain questions. And these are the techniques which are used for projecting the mind of the consumer by word association, sentence completion. Now sentence completion. All those people, those who are of senior age, generally think about tourism about what? So they're going to write about it. That this is not related. Nowadays mobility is not there. This is time consuming. Whatever comes to their mind. So their mind will be projected by we give a sentence and ask them to complete the sentence. One interesting example is one lady is thinking about her mother-in-law, and then the sentence is given. I One sentence is given to the daughter-in-law that mm, we should try to think about our mother-in-law as a, and there is a left open. It is sentence is left open. So then you have to think of what she thinks about her mother-in-law. So that is sentence completion. Picture test, when picture is shown, then some headline or some picture or some cartoon is shown, and they are required to do describe that picture and their opinion about that picture. Role playing, that consumer or seller or buyer, something like that, both roles are given and they start playing, and this will also generate information. So these are some of the projective technique used in advertising for making developing advertisement, but they're generally very less used in social sciences. But of course, advertising this is very commonly used. Now I come to main issue of qualitative research. Now this is what we call qualitative data analysis. How do we do? When all information is collected, we develop transcription. Transcription is detailed written information about the discussion which is gone into the focus verbatim. I repeat, all discussion should be written down verbatim, and that is transcription. Whatever discussions happened in the focus group or in the in-depth interview is to be written down, and verbatim is word by word. No opinion, no thinking, no analysis, etc., etc. is to be given. It is to be as it is. Whatever told by them is to be written. So that is known as transcription. So after focus group, we prepare the transcription. All this discuss is written down, and then we categorize all this transcription into the different ideas which are given in the transcription or category. For example, the in the focus group where we taken the people those who are starting the new business. So we discussed them and they gave a lot of idea. So we came that there's a lot of opportunity for using digital thing. So there is one category. They came with the opportunity that there is a lot of opportunity of using digitalization in COVID period. Then second, that mobility is not possible for consumer. So we got to go to consumer, not consumer can come to you. So that is the third category. So big ideas in the transcription are jotted down separately. So there are certain category, or certain groups of ideas are prepared. That is known as categorization. And then we organize the relationship between these things with the different category and the idea of the objective, and that is done third. And then finally we develop this relationship, and we call them we develop hypotheses which are to be proved by quantitative research. So in simple word, qualitative data analysis, prepare transcript, jotted down the ideas, and the relationship between the ideas are projected in terms of hypothesis. And that is the end of qualitative research analysis. So we see the CCTV and we listen to that and prepare a transcript, or the discussion which is going on in the focus group. The moderator prepared the transcript, and then researcher reads all the transcript and picks up the main ideas or categories uh, in the category of ideas in the transcription, and then try to relate these ideas with if they are related to one another, and then we develop the hypothesis. So this is known as quantitative analysis technique. It looks very simple. It looks very easy. And many people say the qualitative research is easy, but it looks very easy, but to implement it, it requires a lot of experience, and only the 10 people should you go for qualitative data analysis, qualitative research. Any question about the analysis?
No, not yet. Those were the only questions, and then you explained it. So next is
That
managing hiccups
analysis I
in
explained.
doing
Yeah.
PhD. All right, good.
Okay. So now we go to third stage. Managing hiccups in doing PhD. Actually,
Before you started, let me announce for all the
okay.
participants that this is a real good topic, especially for research scholars. Professor Gupta
Yeah.
is going to start these hiccups. He's going to tell you a lot of things about these hiccups in doing the PhD. So, all the scholars, kindly post your queries and questions if they have any related to these hiccups and any other problem if they are feeling which is relevant. Thank you. And now you can continue this one, sir.
And if they are not putting any problem, means they are not following what actually
Yes,
going.
that is the main thing. I just got only 3 questions, and at
Yeah.
one point, Professor Gupta asked me because I was answering that what's the query of that girl from English that you give us your title, you give us your synopsis, then you give us objective, then we will answer. And in the meantime, Professor Gupta asked me what I was telling from me, and that was like a shock for me. Oh, that was very good question though. I was being alone here, so I was multitasking, answering these WhatsApp queries, listening you, and answering
No. Now,
questions.
right now I have joined with you, sir.
So it
So
will be big relief that you have joined here with me. Now
since
we can
okay, Gupta
focus.
sir, namaste.
Please
नमस्ते
continue,
जी.
Gupta sir. Continue करिए. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
ये 9 हिकअप्स है जो पीएचडी करने में होते हैं. वैसे तो बहुत सारे हैं, पर वो सब 9 में कंट्रोल किया गया है. So let us start selecting topic. पहला हिकअप वही है कि टॉपिक कौन सा होना चाहिए हमारा. अब इसके लिए जो हमें प्रोसेस यूज करना है वो ये यूज करना है कि पहला हमारा डोमेन कौन सा है जिसमें हम रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं. अब जैसे कि मैनेजमेंट में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, फाइनेंस है, मार्केटिंग है. सो ऐसे माय डोमेन इज मार्केटिंग. सो फॉर सिलेक्टिंग ए टॉपिक आई सिलेक्ट माय मेजर डोमेन, दैट इज मार्केटिंग. एंड देन वी हैव टू सिलेक्ट द सब डोमेन. नाउ सब डोमेन में भी आई से tourism marketing or advertising or selling, some subtopic in marketing I select. And then third step in selecting topic is that I read that books on the subdomain. I read and prepare myself completely. I understand my subdomain. Many people, they start selecting topic without knowing that particular domain and subdomain. And once you do not know your subdomain or domain, then you cannot decide your topic. So you should understand your area of research that you want to do. Suppose I want to do research in tourism marketing, then I should know about tourism and marketing both, and tourism marketing in general. And third step, this is my shortcut of deciding topic which I am using. Many people will possibly laugh at it, whether that can be a way of selecting topic. But I think that is my one of the shortest way of selecting topic. Once my subdomain is decided, the tourism marketing, and I have studied tourism marketing books, a couple of books, and understood my subdomain, then I collect about 10-15 books on my subdomain. I collect 10-15 books of my subdomain by different authors, national and international. Then I open last pages where the bibliography or references are given. I ask student to open the last pages of their subdomain book where the bibliography and references given. Now read bibliography and references, and then your mind will be going to the area of your subdomain, and suddenly there will be illumination. बल्ब जल जाएगा. हाँ, ये टॉपिक अच्छा रहा, रेफरेंस में जो दिया है या जो बिब्लियोग्राफी दिया है वो टॉपिक उसको अच्छा लग रहा है. So you go through the bibliography and references, not only in the book but also in the journals. Some tourism marketing journals are there. So go through journals and see that research journals are having various researches quoted there. So when you read all those research topics and bibliography and references, your mind will be illuminated and suddenly you will get an idea what this could be topic. It is not plagiarism. It is not copying. It is generating some ideas, picking up some ideas and making a combination of them and then decide the topic. So this is one way of selecting topic. I would ask question whether I'm able to communicate.
Yeah, sir, fine.
Yes,
Please.
yes.
No, all those researcher they can think of the process I'm suggesting them. Go through the book, their bibliography, their references, go to the journals, that bibliography and references, and you will suddenly strike with some idea about your topic. You make pick and choose and make a combination of this, and this combination may be your research objective. It is not plagiarism. It is joining different ideas. When you go through many ideas, you join them, mix and match, and you may come with a new research objective. Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's how the title is, selected. Topic is selected. You go through the
I
journals, you
think
go through the, books and find something, the third new stuff, and start,
yes.
doing research on that.
This
Exactly.
this I
That's
feel
how
is
it is done.
one of the shortcut I'm suggesting to my student to
Yeah.
select the topic. So they will go through the subdomain, read the
Yes.
book, and read the references, the bibliography, and they will suddenly their mind they will strike some idea of the research objective.
Yeah, and that's why these scholars, they should refer more and more journals, even and
They
so
must
that
refer
they can
books.
go through what is going on through books, naturally
Yes,
subdomains. Yeah, absolutely
yes.
right. Yeah. Again, one
So
more time, scholars, you post the questions. If you have questions in your mind related to these hiccups, which Professor Gupta have listed here, and I will explain every single one for all of you, so that you can make your research effective and can do
sure.
it easily. Rather, I should say. Yeah.
More questions are welcome because I feel happy when people ask questions. Anyhow, now we go to second introduction and objective. When you have a topic ready, many people will write introduction. It is not introduction, it is a whole book. One of the hiccup is how to write the introduction. Introduction is introduction of your problem. Now I'll take one example to explain what is a wrong introduction. One of the students was doing a tourism research, and he was trying to find out the effect of COVID on tourism, uh, number of tourism, quantity of tourism, or number of tourist arrival, and so on and so forth. So he writes introduction. He writes complete about what is tourism. Tourism is this, and everything. It is a book on tourism introduction. Then the person writes about the marketing. So he writes a complete, he starts with Kotler and write everything about tourism marketing. And about 10 pages are introduction of what is tourism and 10 pages are introduction of what is marketing. Well, this was not required. You got to give introduction of tourism in a say one paragraph or two paragraph. More than that is not required. Or two pages, that's one or two pages. But people write 10 pages for introduction. So that is one hiccup. You should know how much introduction, what is the relevant information that you should provide to which is related to your topic. So suppose you are doing a research and tourism, COVID and its impact on number of arrival. So say that tourism is one of the um, um, sunrise industry, and a lot of tourists are coming to India, and a lot of revenue are generated, employment is generated, and so on and so forth. That's enough. Don't need to talk much about it. And then we can of course mention that India has um, a lot of attractions. You ask for it is there, the sun, sand, sea, culture. That's a so about one page, one page is in about 2 pages are more than enough to talk about the introduction. And about now we talk about the marketing that we try to market India as culture tourism and talk about the marketing which is being done. And there is again one page. And then we come to our objective that because of COVID, the borders are not open, and this that is happening because of a lot of the COVID protocols and a lot of border closures which are going to affect the tourists, and because tourism is a high contact industry, then we cannot contact reachability is one of the big issue. So many people will not be going to travel by train. They are not going to stay in the hotel because of traceability problem. So we have to think about the travel by road and something like that. So introduction and related to your objective should be, but of these two, the objective information should be more. An introduction to the topic is about 2 pages or 3 pages, not more than that. So this is the issue here that many people write lengthy introduction which is irrelevant. And in introduction they give a lot of information data. But if you are so desirous of giving a lot of information, send it to annexure. There is another alternative available to. If you want to write something about your knowledge about the particular subdomain, go to annexure. Give the information in the annexure. Suppose you want to say so many tourists come to India for last 10 years, and so many revenues generated. So give it to the annexure. Annexure is supplementary information available to you. So you can give them that information in annexure. But your introduction should be brief and precise and to the point and objective. Now we come to any question about two.
Okay, sir, please continue. No
Okay.
question is here.
Now we come to third, literature review. Now this is one of the area which I find a lot of people are writing everything that they did in a literature review. Suppose they read 10 researches, they write all the 10 researches in the literature review. Literature review refers to all literature which is relevant or all research which is relevant to your problem or related to your variables of your problem. So your research objective will be having independent variable and dependent variable. So your literature review should consist of all those research which has this X and Y both, or X and Y are something related to X and Y. So you should pick up all those research which are related to variable that are your research problem. And it should be latest one. Don't give literature review of 1947. It is irrelevant. It is the time has passed, and those concepts are those operation of those X and Y has changed a lot. So latest literature review, latest research which is published, and research which is relevant to your X and Y, only those should be selected. And I would suggest here that you should prepare a tabular form presentation initially. Many people keep writing literature review, which is difficult to read and to understand and comprehend by evaluation. I do a lot of PhD evaluation. So when I come to literature review, they keep writing about different researchers. So they start with one research, name of the researcher, the topic of the research, the journal where it's mentioned. Then they completely discuss that research in one page, then go to the second research and third research. I don't have so much time to read 15 researches in literature review. So give me in a tabular form. Make it easier for the consumer to use your information. So for evaluator are the people those who read your PhD research, make a presentation of literature review in a tabular form. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean by this that there will be different columns in a tabular, with starting with the year of publication, when what was the research done. So this is the first interest. Why? Because initially it should be say 1990, then 92, 93, then 2021. It should go in ascending order. So you give information. Then name of the author, title of the research, and publication where it is published. And now the third major variables used in that research. One column will be, an important column will be major variables used in that research. And the last column will be major findings. So major finding is not the total findings, but major findings, 2 or 3 most important findings in a tabular form. So you have number, your year, your name of the researcher, your title of the research, your publications, your variable discussed in that particular research, and finally the major findings. And if you give this in tabular form, I will just need only 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go through this. And then I'll relate it, yes, he has used literature review related to problem. Not necessarily the whole literature review, which has nothing to do with your research objective. So I don't have time, so I waste my time by reading all those things which is not relevant to your research objective. To make it more relevant and comprehensive, understandable by other person, make it a tabular form with all this variable which I explained. Is it understood?
Yes, it is very much clear. You have, really elaborated these things.
It's very, very
Yeah,
important.
yes, there is one question on behalf
Yeah.
of the learners who are here, especially the scholars. They are writing their
Sure.
thesis. There is a big, conflict always. You have done less review literature. You have done too much review literature. So, how many? Is there any number range which is, I think, is appropriate for the review of literature? Means like 50, 40 journals and 40 references, 50, 60, especially for review of literature, not for other parts. Those are different.
Sir, your question is very difficult to answer. I can't answer your questions.
Yeah, it depends on the title, but still,
No, but let me
we
tell you.
all are in this profession from last 2 decades, more than that. So
Yeah,
there should be
Number
sir. Yeah, Professor Rao, sir, please, if you allow, then I can try to answer your query.
please,
Yes,
please,
yes,
sir.
please do that. It's a
Yeah,
discussion. You
yes,
can also
as
very
per,
well answer.
as per the guideline of UGC, not in written, but in a verbal, meeting of, 2019 that held in Mumbai, then all the legendary officers of University Grand Commission, including Implement and others, on the occasion of the, starting of Orkut software in India for different
Okay.
university and colleges, there was a discussion on the plagiarism and others and thesis writing. Then they clearly mentioned there through a presentation that if you as an examiner are evaluating a thesis, then you start firstly through the references, means count how many references are existing in the thesis. And if the number of references are 150, means a student has referred 150 research papers during the writing of this thesis in the different aspect regarding review of literatures and others. It should not be less than that. That was the direction given to all around 279 institutes participants at that time. So that was the parameters I am recalling, and since I interrupted because our scholars are also listening us, so this is a
No,
matter
sir,
of
sir, you are educating me, and it is very good information. But I was not able to comprehend it. Suppose in the bibliography there are 150 items are given, then will that be reflected in literature review?
No, sir. Bibliography is different thing and reference is different
Yeah,
thing.
he has explained that very nicely, and we all
We
also
discuss
know.
this. So suppose we
Yeah.
go for references. If there are 150 references total which are cited in the text in the research, then literature review will be 150.
Yep.
No. I'm just discussing about a thesis having 250 at least pages. About the whole thesis, I am discussing about that. I'm not
No,
discussing
you are
about
right at your place, and the question of Professor Gupta is also right. But here, as I asked in the beginning, it is how many references. If I let's talk about references, how many references should particularly be related to review of literature? 30, 35,
sir.
40, 45, or
I,
28.
I,
That's
I
that's
Anybody
something
can educate me
which is
how many
I just
literature
asked.
review should be mentioned. Anybody can
Yes.
guide me? I don't have
Sir,
answer to it.
Professor Gupta has already stated that it depends on the nature of the variable.
Absolutely. That is the correct
Yeah,
answer for this.
yeah,
That is
that
the
is
it
the
all
nature of the
depends on
variable
your
that has
topic.
been taken for the discussion. It
Yep.
depends on the nature of the variable.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Nature of
absolutely.
the topic, what type of methodology and all that.
No
So
variable
Yes.
that has been taken. Variable she's trying to highlight that what she's actually planning to do. That is the prima facie work. So she's,
Correct.
just giving some highlights of review of literature means she's indicating that what existing concepts are already and what is according to that she's trying to develop or is trying to
Now
develop.
I have answer
Okay,
for
thank
your
you, sir.
question.
Please continue.
yeah.
I have answer for your question. How many should be your literature review? I have answer to it now. The number
Okay,
of
no problem,
literature
sir.
review
Please.
depends upon the number
The
of
topic.
variables that you have.
Yes.
Depends upon, not so many. Suppose I have 10 variable, 10 literature review. No, I'm not telling that. I'm telling you literature review, number of literature review is function of various variables that you use in your objective. Is that okay?
Yeah. Very well discussed. This
Okay.
this has been taken care of. So now you can move ahead, Professor Gupta.
Our next
Yes.
expert is already connected.
Yes, please
So
introduce. Yeah.
yeah. So please, Gupta sir, please conclude your presentation.
I just finished it within with 5-10 minutes, sir. How much time do I have?
So 5 minutes,
Please,
sir. It's already
Okay,
10 minutes over. So
okay.
5 more minutes and you wrap up, sir.
Okay. This conceptual framework is generally not prepared in India. Conceptual framework will tell you about the main picture shot of your research. It will tell you what is your X, what is your Y, how do you measure X, how do you measure Y, and what is the relationship between X and Y, and which will develop the hypothesis. So it is a pictorial framework of all your research, which is not prepared in India in general. So conceptual framework will explain X, not explain, will give X and Y, and this X will depend upon so many sub X, and this is Y and their relationship, and this relationship develops the hypothesis. That is conceptual framework. So if this conceptual framework is developed nicely, I for any research or PhD go only first on the conceptual framework. It is the picture shot of your research. What are your X? What are your Y? How do you measure X? How do you measure Y? What is the relationship? And that is the complete PhD. Then we go to research methodology. So here you should mention design, research method, and sampling plan, as I mentioned. Data analysis, I mentioned there are many hiccups comes here. When to use parametric test and when to use non-parametric test. I had one example here. One researcher developed 150 hypotheses and used parametric test to prove those hypotheses. Everything was fine. We all agreed that we should award PhD. But then I asked the question, how did you collect the information? He said, I went to mall and collected information. It means research methodology is this sampling methodology was non-probability sampling. And when you have non-probability sampling, you can't use parametric test. If it is a probability sampling, then only you can use parametric test. So she has used for 150 hypothesis parametric test, but she has a sampling which was done was non-probability sampling, which is means all testing of 150 hypothesis was wrong. It means we have to reject her PhD. But then when when I ask questions in my PhD viva, I do give answers also. So I told her that don't worry, don't cry, do a normality analysis for your data. And if it comes in normal, then you use parametric test. So simple idea is that when should you use parametric test and when you should use non-parametric test. So that is one hiccup in data analysis. Then findings and suggestion. Here one of the hiccup is that we develop the findings or conclusion based on our thinking or our knowledge. So many books, so many bibliography, so many references we read. So the finding is not based on the data, but finding is based on our knowledge level and so on and so forth. It's absolutely wrong. Findings should be purely based on the data that you have collected in that research. That is primary data that you have collected in that research, and that should be the basis for finding and recommended conclusion. If the findings and conclusion comes from your mind, may be correct, but this is not correct in this case because the data analysis does not speak about the findings and conclusion. So this is a mistake generally done that you develop findings and conclusion based on your understanding, not based on the data. Data do not support your finding. That's one. Similarly, same thing about suggestion. Suggestions should be based on the findings and conclusions. Suggestions should not be based on what you think, what other people think. No. It should be based purely on the findings, recommendation which is generated. Then references bibliography, I told you, the report writing. And thank you very much. If anybody has any questions.
Sir, just for only in one line, please answer. There is a query from Madam C.V. Saxena. She is research scholar. She is writing that what do I need to consider when doing topical research?
What? Come again?
Her question is that what do I need to consider when doing topical research? She is terming topical research. I hope that this should be.
I am hearing my entire career. I am hearing this term first time.
Yeah.
Topical research. So I reverted back to this scholar. What do you mean by topical? Means I'm not able to get it.
There is
Speaking.
no
If
any
anyone
terminology like topical research. So this question is not relevant. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
absolutely, this is not relevant.
And thank you very much. Thank a lot on behalf of the whole
Topical research ही करना चाहिए सर.
University.
सर मेरा आंसर है टॉपिकल रिसर्च ही करना चाहिए जो कि करंट टॉपिक है वो टॉपिकल रिसर्च.
अच्छा.
जो करंट इश्यूज है वो टॉपिकल रिसर्च है.
Right.
So topical research are the research which are current issues and problems facing society and country. So don't do research which has some problem in the history. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So on behalf of my colleague, pro-president of the university, Professor Pramod K. Raghav sir, who is connected with us, and the whole fraternity of the university, and specifically from the Research and Development, Directorate of Research and Development, since this presentation is directly connected with that directorate. So I wholeheartedly thanks to you for your participation, and we hope that in future we will be again discussing on some emergent topic related to research. This is the continuous process of university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. We organize, simultaneous different level of talks and discussion, research and others. So thank you very much again. And now we have our another expert speaker, resource person, who is a Professor Dr. R.K. Jainji.
Namaskar.
He is supposed to be a very, legendary expert in the field of research, and he is handling the responsibility of research in a very prestigious institution of Indore. And as per our discussion, he is going to, discuss about the different aspect of purity of research, how student and scholar should escape themselves from the plagiarism, and how to write thesis, what should be embedded in your thesis if you claim that your thesis is going to be uploaded on an Sodh Ganga in future, and including all these things. And we are expecting a lot from him, and I hope that this session is going to be very, very fruitful for all the participants, for all the faculty members, for all the research scholars. So, Professor Jain, please, you start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Lal. I bow my head before God Almighty and I salute my professor, Professor Dr. I.C. Gupta, uh, who is my guru, indeed, mentor. And today it's really a pleasure for me to share my experience of research with you. Initially, I will start with the plagiarism and then finish with the literature review and research gap. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Professor Dr. R.K. Jain, Dean Research, Oriental University, Indore. Would like to share my presentation, which I have designed for you for plagiarism, to understand in detail because whatever matter we are having in the society, and the research means somewhere we are searching it again and we are using it. But using it, the material is not a crime, but how to use it, how to give weightage for the citation in terms of references is very important. And in research, when we refer the literature review, I was listening Dr. Gupta that he has given that yes, we should take the research in original form of the present scenario. Of course, the topical research is in Hindi we called Samaik. So the whatever is there in present in Vartman, we should conduct the research. People have conducted so many research in the COVID-19 and now in medical sciences it is used also, but still many more is to be conducted. The research in India now is not only popular for the social sciences, but medical sciences and other engineering. We are considering that Indian research is a top in order to meet the requirement. So today I will discuss with you plagiarism in detail, and then I will go for the literature review and many more points through questions I will consider. So I am sharing my presentation of first that is called plagiarism. Basically, research or thesis can be divided into by and large 6 to 7 chapters. But see, these 7 chapters has again the three basic outlet is what one is introduction, which covers sometime objectives people are keeping in that with hypothesis, and some people are taking in a different like in research methodology. Apart from these all two, we have to
Professor
consider
Jain, your
literature.
PPT is not visible.
My
I
PPT is
hope
not visible. Just
your
a minute.
PPT is not visible. You should
Just a
share
minute.
your
I will share it again and tell you it is visible or not. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Share screen. My screen will come. Now it is visible.
No, no.
No.
Still not. Share the screen. Just a minute. I am technically going to see it. It should be visible. Stop sharing. Then again connect. You have given me sharing rights.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now it is visible. I am going to make it full.
Technical team, please help him. Technical team, please.
Because I am sharing whatever the requirement is I am doing with my computer. And streaming is sharing here. It is showing that I have shared nicely.
वो लेफ्ट साइड का जो आता है ना उसमें उसको क्लिक करना पड़ेगा एक बार
नहीं क्लिक किया है सर देख फिर से करना
ऊपर वाला करोगे तो वो
we
शेयर
have
वाला
clicked we
शेयर
have
वाला बढ़
shared
जाएगा वो
हाँ, शेयर में ही जाके हमने फाइल शेयर किया है, स्क्रीन शेयर. वी फॉलो द स्क्रीन शेयर.
स्क्रीन शेयर, इसके बाद शेयर स्क्रीन,
हाँ, स्क्रीन
इसके
शेयर.
बाद एक जो आता है पॉपअप, उसमें कैंसिल लिखा है और शेयर लिखा है. तो शेयर डाउन है, तो उसको जो लेफ्ट साइड पे है उसको क्लिक कर दो, शेयर बड़ा हो जाएगा.
नहीं हो नहीं रहा, वही मैं
Ah, yeah, it's coming.
Yes,
आ गया सर.
coming.
Yeah, it is coming. Just wait. Yeah.
ओके, कैन यू सी?
Just wait,
Yeah.
please, 1 minute.
यस,
ओके,
बड़ा कर दो इसको.
नहीं बड़ा कर चुके हैं हम लोग. I have
अच्छा,
done full screen. I have done. I am going to see in on my screen. It is a full screen.
ओके.
Sir, just please wait.
Yeah, yeah. Something technically you have to see from there.
उसको स्क्रीन को
Professor
क्लिक कर
Jain,
दे
you
सब
have
लोग.
Professor Jain, as per the concept of technical team, you have minimized the PPT. Hello, Professor Jain, please unmute yourself. Yes,
Yes, it is visible now. Just
it is visible.
bring it in, yeah, slideshow mode.
Yes,
Right
yes.
from here. Yeah. Good. It is visible now. Please unmute yourself. Professor Jain, please unmute yourself. You're muted.
Professor Jain, please unmute yourself. What happened?
Yeah, yeah. It is unmute now. Full screen.
No, now again
Now
you
your
are-
PPT is gone.
No, it will come back. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry. It will come back. PPT live. And now it is visible.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now I'll start research and plagiarism. Research we all know because ICG has discussed a lot about the research, and now I would like to discuss with you the plagiarism. Say no to plagiarism. Why? Because everything what we are going to see, we'll consider, will take is the plagiarism. Maybe we are going to listen the radio in the morning or going to see the TV in the morning and using word from anybody's script will come under the category of plagiarism. So we have to understand in detail what is plagiarism is. Say no to plagiarism, but why? I would like to start with definition. My voice is clear. Once again, I would like to ask.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
100% clear.
Thank you. So, according to the Merriam-Webster's online dictionary, to plagiarize means to steal and pass off the ideas of the words of another as one's own. To use the another's production without credit, without crediting the source, or to commit the literally theft. To present as a new original an idea or the product that is derived from an existing source is defined as plagiarism. And now people who they are writing the thesis, the new concept has emerged in the society that you are not required to write 150 or 200 pages. Technically, people are writing 125 and 120 pages, and they are going to award the PhD because here I would like to submit your dissertation is a document or you have conducted the research and this document is documented for that what new things you have considered, how you have conducted the literature review, and you have to give the citation and the references that from where you have taken the material. You have to quote clearly the ideas which is used of someone. If not, then it will come under the category and the definition means one has plagiarized. Thus, we have to understand that the plagiarism is the use of others' published and unpublished ideas or the words of others' intellectual property without attribution or permission and presenting them as new and original rather than derived from the existing source. The intent and the effect of the plagiarism is to mislead the reader as the contribution of the plagiarizer. This applies whether the ideas or the words are taken from abstract research grant applications or institutional review board applications or unpublished or published manuscript if any publication format in print or electronics. So, ladies and gentlemen and friends, please understand that when we are taking anybody's any word which is published or not published, but if someone can claim in print or electronics or any other media, even though somebody is given one dialogue, this will come under the category of plagiarism. So there is a one link I have given. If anybody will click this link, will go and see that how the journals and plagiarism are defined. But by and large, I have taken this material that everybody will understand that today what is plagiarism is. So thus, plagiarism is the presenting the words, ideas, images, sound, or the creative expression of others as your own. So one has to understand that if you are taking any word or idea or sound or image or creative expression of others will come under this category. So what to do? Can we take someone's idea? Yes, of course, but how? That is the today's discussion point, and we will discuss in detail today that plagiarism includes using someone else exact words without using quotation marks or as a citation, using someone else's ideas without using a citation even if the source is in the bibliography, using rearranged words from a source without a citations. So friends, what people are doing here, they understand that okay, we'll take someone's words, we'll put it English in the Hindi format in the Google and tell Google to make it Chinese. Then Google will make it Chinese and change again in Hindi and then English. So what will happen? The paragraph will change. But see, we have various software to catch it out. And the smartness of the person who is using such things will be caught away. So try to understand if anything is used, we have to cite in terms of references, and the citation will be given as it is, which is given by someone. So one is not required to change anything, any word, any preposition, any paragraph, any symbol. And that's why if anything will happen, it will come under the category of plagiarism. So we'll go. Did you know that the word plagiarism comes from the Latin that is called plagiarismus and it means the kidnapper. So plagiarism is equal to not greater than less than is a kidnapper. Kidnapper of idea, kidnapper of words, kidnapper of a dialogues, theme, any other creative, maybe it is a song or it is a anything which is taken by someone will come under this category. Scholars, if you have included the words and ideas of others in your work that you neglected to cite, probably you have plagiarized. So here we all are scholar. We try to understand that any word or ideas we have taken, we have plagiarized. So it is not that we cannot include the idea and words. Academically, yes, we have to take, and how to take these ideas, this word, this vocabulary, this terminology, this quotation, definition, paragraph, there is a rule. And this rule says that plagiarism made easy because nowadays the internet has made it easier for everyone to plagiarize. And when internet was not there, we people used to did our PhD, and all of my friends who they are of my age will come to know or will understood, and they know very well that how we did our PhD. We used to keep a register, and everything in register we used to record. At what time we used to enter in the library, what book we have referred, what is the page number we used to write. We used to write the writer's name and then para, everything, line, and each and everything. And that will be cited in the superscript of the thesis, like number one in the page number one, paragraph number one. In superscripting, if number one is given, in the references, the same thing will be given on number one. Or either or at the bottom of the particular page, it will be given like who has given, like star is there and one is there, so one we will write and give the complete references. So that was the model of the research, and the thesis still it is on. And now computer is there, which is helpful, but what people are doing, people are misleading even though taking help of the computer. So here I would like to mention that if you are using computer, it's very good. We are using internet, it's very good, but try to see if you are using MS Word. You will go in the references and you would like to give style in references, clear cut given APA style, MLA style, and you can make your thesis within 2 minutes that the style will be immersed. If you are going on the Google and using internet and taking some of the material, we have to avoid plagiarism. How we will do? I am coming to that point. Plagiarism made easy because we all know computer is there. We have technology, we have Wi-Fi, we have everything with us. Within a second, we'll reach to the ideas. Quora and so many sites are there. Give a reply and material and PDF and PPT and everything is there. But when we see this material is there, how you are using this material is very important. So what is cyber plagiarism? Copying ideas, text material from the web without proper accreditation is called cyber plagiarism, or digital plagiarism is a term which is used to describe copying using computers. So creativity is fine, but plagiarism is so faster which is going on. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, yes, nice.
Okay, thank you. Why people plagiarize is a question of everybody's mind by this time, and I would like to reply you that people, why do people plagiarize? Number one, ignorance is one point. Number two, the lack of knowledge on the ethics of scholarly writing or poor writing skills. Number three, ambition. That is, that competition is there, that fairs is there, and people are facing the competition in such a way that their ambition is changed. Then people are having pressure from the seniors, or they have to do work hard. They are having the pressure of work, service, other modules, families. Then publish or perish system is there. Sometime you will not get the increment. You have to publish 2 3 papers, or you have to publish a book. Like that, people are doing faster, so speedily people want, and chances of getting caught or action taken in this limited. Why people have psychologically sick and they ignore the things and they will plagiarize and take the others material with their own name, and as it is they copy and put in the para, page, model, anything which they will take without permission. They will take, even though permission you forget, they will not cite as a reference from where they have taken, and completely they will avoid by changing 2 3 words. Very smartly they are changing the sentences, which is not academic writing. So dear friends, I would like to say how to go ahead. What is self plagiarism? We have to understand. You have written your papers, you have written your thesis, and you are again republishing somewhere. It will come under the self plagiarism. So the practice of an author using portion of their previous writings on the same topic in the another of their publication without specifically citing it formally in the courts will come under the self plagiarism. You can have your own material, but thing is there, you can cite that where it is published, in which particular paper or thesis you have written, you have to give a citation. So one thing is there by this slide, I would like to mention that citation and the references are very important in terms of the style. If you are using social, you are conducting the research in the sociology or social or management or anthropology, there are languages fixed. So in management, suppose we'll use APA style. American Psychological Association, they have written this is style. In that style, the references citation is to be given. If anybody is using Harvard style or anybody is using other style, so in that style, the citation or references is to be given. And third one, whatever style you are using, you have to mention at the earlier when you are writing preface or early to that, you are writing abstract of this thesis in 2034 word, which is given by the UGC. Formally, anybody will write the thesis. Before the beginning of thesis, he has to give the abstract. The abstract will also go on the Shodh Ganga along with the thesis, and thesis will go chapter wise. The abstracts will deal with 2034 word of complete thesis, and there you have to write which style you have used of writing the thesis. There are so many style like APA, Harvard, ML, and many more which we have to discuss in detail, and accordingly we have to give the citation. So the practice is widespread, and at times of uninternational, unethical, we are using that how we are plagiarizing. We have to see voluntarily the copyright, and that has been assigned to the publisher, that they have to see in detail, and they have to see that no consensus whether no senses whether this is scientific or misconduct is taken place. If the plagiarism will take place, it will become under the category of misconduct. And there are two type of law which is abide to the plagiarized matter. Number one is Copyright Act, and number two, the plagiarism itself is defined that how much material you have plagiarized. For that specifically, the Indian Penal Code is there nowadays, which will give the total thought process in court of law. Types of plagiarism we have to discuss. Complete plagiarism, a piece of work copied entirely from one or more sources. People are copying entire paper. They are changing their name, date, and they are giving to other people. And nowadays, you all people know that people are publishing paper by charging the money, which is not at all correct. If anybody is giving money for the publication of the paper, and even though in other list, excluding the, with the UGC is given the care, the paper will not accept it because two paper minimum required for the care list. According to care list, above care list is scopus and many more publication. But if you are giving money and your paper will caught for the plagiarism, your total thesis will be rejected. Copy and paste, how people are cut copy paste. Available information of internet or electronic journal, they will copy it, and one person they will hire and it will change, and again they will use that material. But my dear friends, it is not only Arkund. You see, we are using Turnitin. So if Arkund will show you the plagiarism 40%, and you will take to the Turnitin, I'll tell you that will show you 70 to 80%. So from where you have copied, each and everything will be justified, will be highlighted, what portion, from what material you have taken. So what to do? You have to give citation, references, that from where you have taken this material. It is not your own material. So word switch, if you copy a sentence or paragraph into your assignment and change a few words, it will still be considered to be, plagiarized or plagiarism. And self plagiarism is when you reuse your own previous written work or data in a new assignment and do not quote references appropriately in terms of citation. Again, it comes under the category of plagiarism. Type of plagiarism, internal, we have to understand that how people are copying the material. I've shown the seizure, that copying of a friend's work, buying or borrowing papers, cutting, pasting, blocking text from the electronic sources without documenting, media or borrowing without documentation. We will see other at right hand side, you will see that careless, and people are so careless in paraphrasing, poor documentation, failure to use your own voice, and that's why it comes under the types of plagiarism, and we should avoid this. How to avoid, we'll also discuss in detail today only. Again, we'll come of type of plagiarism. Word forward is a direct text. Mosaic, treasures we have taken paraphrase, ideas, authorship, secondary sources, and self. All this comes under the plagiarisms. And we have to avoid how. Anti-plagiarism tool we have to
Dr.
use.
Jain,
Yeah.
please move to back slide. Yeah,
Or
here this next,
many more back.
yeah, yeah, it is clear. Just come on the mosaic, MOSAIC. What is this? Please make it clear.
People are taking dialogues. People are taking the complete material after word to word. People are taking complete material, and
Hmm.
this material is used in using, paraphrasing the thesis. So that is called this mosaic. People will take the total dialogue and they will not mention it. So idea is different because idea is not in a written form, but mosaic is in the written form. So they have clearly mentioned that if it is taken, it will also come under the category of plagiarism.
Okay, fine.
Fine. Should I go ahead?
Yes. Yeah, yeah,
Idea, all people know. Authorship, all people know. Secondary sources, all
yeah.
people know. And self is our own plagiarism. So that is there.
Okay, proceed,
Now,
please.
anti plagiarism tools, we are having anti plagiarism tool. That is one site is that there plagiarism.org. That is www.plagiarism.org. Second is turnitin.com. Turnitin will charge because we have taken software, and software can be charged yearly, or one paper or two paper or thesis accordingly they will charge in dollar. So www.turnitin.com. Then plagiarism checker, that is a free site available, that is http www.plagiarismhackers.com. Then plagiarism detector is one site which is also free, and they will check. But why I have taken this all site? If you will take plagiarism.org or on Orkund is freely available for academician, but the Orkund is approved by the UGC. Turnitin is not approved, but Turnitin is appropriate as an academician, I will advise. And the free site will give you the plagiarism report wrong. So don't refer the free site. If you are referring the free site, you will get the reports in the wrong formats, and you will use it again. You will be caught by the people that you have plagiarized. So try to understand, when you are taking someone's material, you are giving citation. Now the point will come how to cite. Suppose you have taken one dialogue or one quotation that COVID-19 plays a great role for the economy, which is written by Professor I.C. Gupta, and the economy is disturbed. So the data is given. If you are not taking any point and avoiding any word, there you have to put three full stop. We called one full stop, two, three, and then you have to put sign, that is called P, page number, and references. You have to cite the name, so people will understand that there are three dots. Three dots means there is how to give the citation. There are rules and regulation. So one has to follow. If any word, any sentence, or any inverted comma, single or double you are avoiding, you have to put three quotes, and people will understand that these three full stop will says that some material you have avoided. Like in my last sentence, and many more software Orkund. Here more than three dots, so I have not left anything. But if I'll put three dots only, then some sentence I have avoided. This is the rules. From where these rules comes, again, the book is there in the plagiarism, and I would like to mention that the books comes from the international in 1953. That is the Frank Shinria has given in the academic level award book, in which he has clearly indicated the plagiarism, how to cite the references. Can I go ahead, please? Hello.
Yes, please continue.
Avoiding plagiarism. One way to avoid plagiarism is reading something and putting it into your own words. You read, you put in your own word, total meaning in your perception, whatever you understand, you can write. Another way is to credit credit the author of what you read and not taking credit for it. So this is one way, is I am telling again and again that you are giving citation and references. Using quotations is another way of avoiding plagiarism. At the beginning of the first sentence in which you quote, paraphrase, or summarize, make it clear that it comes to the next someone else ideas. So if it comes like this, then it will not come under the category of the plagiarism. Whatever I am discussing with you, I have taken from certainly from site, and I have quoted, I have given at the bottom the site from where I have taken this material. And if you'll go to that site, you will find that entire material is available. So this presentation, after my this session will be over at 1:30. I will share to the organizer and tell them to share with everyone, so they will go in detail and understand. And further, you have any question, you can ask me through email also. Avoiding plagiarism. If you are worried about being accused of the plagiarism, your best defense is to do your own work, keep careful track of your sources and notes, understand everything you have written, and finally acknowledge those who have contributed to your work. And what people used to do, what student used to do, what a scholar used to do in the master degree and in the PhD doctoral program I have seen as a dean research, that people are taking material from various sources, but they forget that from where they have taken this material because they are not indexing at the beginning of the research. It is suggested, it is it is studied and it is guided that you have to make indexing at the beginning of conducting your research, and each and everything you have to mention, like you are writing a sentence in introductions and somebody has words or sentence you have taken, that into bracket you have to write like year and comma and the surname and the name of that particular person. If you have APA style, surname come first, then name, and then year. Likewise, other style, MLA and Harvard and all other people, all other dignitaries are universities are having different style. So here I mean that we have to keep the track at the beginning of, and finally we should acknowledge. So this is what my submission. Avoiding again plagiarism, to attribute references, describe all sources of information, give acknowledgement to the all people from where you have taken material, provide footnotes on each and every page, use quotation marks wherever required, paraphrase the original attributes works. For extensive quotations, obtain permission from the publishers. If you have taken the complete material, that that they are allowing you to use or not, or original work. Avoid self plagiarism. You have to quote your own material also, and by taking permission from the publisher of the previous article authored by you, which is very important, which we are not considering. Suppose I have my own research paper which is shown on the scholar, Google Scholar, and I feel that it's my own, and I will publish this somewhere else. Now, the publisher who has published this can play a role, and he will object it. Sir, how you have taken this material which is already published in my journal, although it is your name, your work, but you have to take the permission. And this is a point which we all researcher must consider, all scholar must consider, that the permission is essential and very easy nowadays. You will put a mail, they will get you the reply that okay, it's your own article, you can consider. So obtain permission for the use of the published drawing or other illustration is very important. If any government data, any media publication, any other publication, if you are using, please put the mail and keep the track record of the email which you have sent to the various authors and your reply also, because at the time of PhD Viva, now we are asking from where you have taken the permission you are holding or not. Without permission, the thesis, this what we call dissertation of the master degree will not be considered. And it's a clear-cut guideline of UGC also. So far as concerned, there is a paper which is introduced in the coursework. There's ethics in the research. I'm taking that paper, clear-cut guideline of the UGC that we should use complete ethics while writing any of the dissertation, any of the project, any of the thesis for getting award the degree either in bachelor, master's or doctoral program. Excuses, people who they have plagiarized, they have taken the material, they will give excuses. This assignment was boring. It's okay if I don't get caught. Kaun pakdega? I was too busy to write the paper. Job, big game, too much homework. My teacher expect too much. Some student says like this. And then I have got to get into certain, such a college which don't give the material. Everyone does it. So why I do? And my parents expect A. That's why I have plagiarized. This type of excuses nowadays students are giving, scholars are giving, which is not of use. So plagiarism is a serious offense and can lead to filing, grades, or suspensions from schools and colleges, business schools, and various departments which we universities are holding. The consequences are not worth the risk. It's only right to give credit to the authors whose ideas you use. Citing makes it possible for readers to relocate or locate your source, and cheating is unethical behavior. So if you are citing and giving references, what will happen? Suppose anybody would like to refer the complete thesis or project, he will go and he will take this as the complete information of the project or thesis or dissertation, and further he can find to conduct the research with the help of his future gap, he can also do. So this is very important. There are punishment, we have to understand. Plagiarism may result into the serious, and this seriousness, this includes sanction in terms of public disclosure, loss of research findings, loss of professional stature, termination of employment, legal actions against the individuals who they are committing the mistakes and taking into consideration for the plagiarism, which is not at all ethically allowed by anybody, because academicians are required to reproduce the material with their own languages. Now there is a copyright and plagiarism issues comes together, and we have to understand that plagiarism issues are not strictly related to the copyright issues, though the too many overlaps are there in the rules and regulations in the law. But the copyright is a legal concept, the plagiarism is a literary and more of an ethical issue. So here you have to understand that copyright is different with the plagiarism. And when somebody will write that it's a copyright, the uh, total law of the copyright will be applicable on that particular concept. But the plagiarism is a literary, and that is also again, if you are not ethically using it, unethical, it comes under the category of unethical practices. So publishers are more worried about the copyright violations. So whatever publishers are doing, they are considering who they are involved in the publication of the journals, publication in the books, publication of the study material. They are more worried about the copyright, because the copyright is legally more if it is its violation is there. We have to understand in detail in today's session as copyright versus plagiarism. So one I have written copyright, another is plagiarism, a legal right that protects original work. It passes off someone else's work as one's own, and people used to have their own name, and nobody is going to claim. Sometimes people will avoid because it is not under the copyright. But now for plagiarism also, the rules are made and the ethical practices are on by other bodies like UGC and many more bodies. They are restricting it like AICT, like Bar Consulate Law and PCI and many more bodies. In one example I have taken of pharmacologists, that pharmacists technologically how they are taking into consideration, and both the arrows I am showing you the material which is plagiarized and not plagiarized, because if you will go with the report, the Turnitin or Orkund, they will show you that what material is plagiarized as it is, from where the thesis is taken, and this is the example of DNA which I have taken from the material which is available, that how the plagiarism report will come in the review of journals. Real lifetime example I would like to quote here. How Opal Mehta caught wild and caught alive. There is a book by Kavita, and this Kavita Vishwanathan is caught in the plagiarism, and the case is going run in the court against her because the copyright also was there. Second example of real life consequences of a song which lyrics of dollar 400 billion, and the John Bond JV is being he is taken and he was caught, and then case was there. Third real life examples of you know V.S. Rajput VC is there. He has taken his colleagues theoretical physics example he has taken, and he has published this as he is scientist in Stanford University, and his physical review is taken, and he was caught for the plagiarism. C.K. Raju has changed the, there is a very big name of Michel, and he has taken the former president's Royal Society of UK, and the case is going on. We know the very good name is here as Raghuvanshi, a Journal of Biological and Chemistry. Dr. Meshalkar is a very big name. His own work was published in 2004 in a book, Intellectual Property of Competitive Strategies in 21st Century. And again, the same is published, republished, and it comes under as an example. And this material, what I am showing you, is shown by the UGC. Ahmedabad, we have Shodh Gangas and every software which is managed at Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad, and UGC has Inflabit, a specific site. the director of Inflamed Services came in Indore, and this material they have shared it with us, and I have taken permission with him to reshare with you. And this slide is taken from there. Real life consequences again, the plagiarism
I
it will be
hope I hope Dr. Jain,
yeah.
Dr. Manoj has provided this to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know him. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you very
also know him. When we established,
much.
this
Yes, sir.
Shod Gangotri and Shod Ganga for this
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
university.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's
this
Manoj,
is
very long.
exactly. The boss of Mr. Manoj, he
yeah.
Mhm.
came to Indore, and the gentleman has provided us he's taken session for 2 days, and I was instrumental to handle the session in DAVB. I have
Yes.
attended the certificate course, and I thought that I should add more and more to make it
Mhm.
sure that it goes to the people, many more society, so that it will be helpful to all people. So I have not kept for myself. I have added, I have changed the slides, and many
Mhm.
more material I have read and I have taken, because I am also a law, I am law graduate. I am gold medalist LLB. I did LLM also. And
Mhm.
I feel that this topic must be understood by the
Yes.
scholars prior to starting any research. और मुझे लगता है आज की तारीख में कि लोग जब अंडर ग्रेजुएट में एडमिशन लेते हैं, या स्कूल लेवल पे, या पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लेवल पे, या डॉक्टरल प्रोग्राम में, मैं पर्सनली सर कोर्स वर्क में सबसे पहले उनको प्लेजरिज्म पढ़ाता हूँ, लिटरेचर रिव्यू पढ़ाता हूँ, और 2-3 सेशन में इतना आई वुड लाइक टू मेक देम श्योर, इतना परफेक्ट स्कॉलर्स को कर देता हूँ कि वो भूल जाएं कि उन्हें डायरेक्ट कुछ कॉपी करना है। आपको करना है, आप करिए, उसका साइटेशन दीजिए, उसको कोट
Right.
करिए और उसको लिखिए। कभी ये मत करिए कि साहब पूरा पेज मैंने लिखा है। और मैं अक्सर लोगों से पूछता हूँ कि अगर आपने पूरा पेज लिखा है तो कितना सोचा है आपने इसके लिए? If you have written 20 sentences yourself, so how many times you have given a deliberate thought of writing 20 sentences? And for deliberate thought, how many books you have referred?
Rapper,
Suppose I am
absolutely.
telling you, if suppose I am a professor of advertising and brand management, and I am giving you one example of advertising and brand management, that how the brands are engrossed. For that, what particular book I have referred? And this book has given me total insight. So before I start lecture, I'll tell you that I have referred the Alrise and Jack Thought, that particular book, along with the book of Mr. So and so Sen Gupta, and one book of so and so. And the idea inculcated in my mind, and the example which I am quoting is my own. But in the classroom, even though, if you will say like this, it is ethical practice, which we have to start, we have to make. And that's why, if you'll compare the research of international article and national articles, why people are scopus and why other elsewhere and other people are not considering our article, because of one reason, that our reference section is very poor. If their international article you will see, I am not criticizing our writers, but I am telling you, 20 page references. I have seen one research paper, they have given 20 page references. How many books, bibliography they have referred, you cannot imagine, sir. And that's why I fold my hand before all scholars and tell them that please study more, write less, and if you are taking same sentence, please give citation, nothing else. So I'll go ahead now. Real life
I,
consequences
I,
will,
I have one question here. I'm in this
sir,
field from so long, more than two
sir,
decades, and had been, with the active research of this university, and have dealt with a lot of research scholar, attend a lot of conferences, seminars, evaluate the theses, take the viva.
uh,
You are
uh,
saying that one should
sir,
cite, one should give the source. Merely
sir,
by citing and providing the source, remove the plagiarism, or will it not be called plagiarism? It means if you
sir.
are taking someone else's thesis and mention it in the reference, it doesn't mean that it will not be
No,
plagiarism. It
no.
will
I would like
still
to
be
clear much
plagiarized.
more.
So
I
clarify
would
that
like
little
to,
bit for
no,
us.
no, no. Please legally understand. If you are
Mhm.
taking research, means something you have to refer and search. If suppose you have written a book or dissertation or anything in terms of any of the title, if you have
Mhm.
considered the title on COVID-19 and its effects on the Jaipur, on a particular, like nearby Chandpol, and if you are giving such paper, so what definitions you have taken, from where you have taken, and you have made your own definition. And if I am considering that definition and making my article reach, two things are there. If I am taking only definition and quotation, I will quote, cite as a references, and I can take as an academician. But I am taking more paragraphs, 2, 3, one complete page. Then I will send you an email requesting you, sir, your paper is good. I wish to extend the research because I like your research. And in that way, I need your permission to take 2 paragraph or 3 paragraph from your research and going ahead. And if the permission is taken, and if you are quoting that this research is my ideal research, and I am considering this 3 para with this quote, the reference of this, citation in terms of the languages which we are using like APA, MLA, Harvard or any, and then we'll go ahead with our research, then it will not come under the plagiarism.
Dr.
Then it
Jain,
will not.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Jain, Dr. Jain, I would like to add one thing. I hope that
Sir,
you have got clearly what Professor
sir,
Raghav is trying to discuss
sir,
with you. What he
sir.
raised actually, he
Yeah.
raised the question that just it is enough to mention the source or mention the name of a person who has delivered that statement and write that in the thesis.
Yes,
As
sir.
yes.
If you are giving citation and references and credit, and you are not claiming your own work, then it will
Yeah,
be enough.
to
It will
not
be enough,
claim.
sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Then it will be.
that part
That
is
is enough.
important.
That is
Claiming
enough.
of my
देखिए,
claiming of own work.
sir,
Yes,
Raghav sahab,
that should
Doctor
not
sahab.
happen.
Yes, sir.
yeah,
One should not claim my own work. Like
Absolutely. That's what I was looking forward to
like
hear.
today in slide, presenting the slide, I have remember those officers who they have come from the inflabet and given me
yeah.
4, 5 slides which I have extended. More and more clip arts I have added, but still I am quoting them. The sites which they have taken, like I'll show you the this
Mhm.
transparency in which the same slide, the this is I have not removed, sir,
Absolutely.
because this is my ethical practice that this if I'll give you this presentation and you will give in your classroom or any of the seminar like what I am conducting today, interaction with you all, this must be quoted. And if I am quoting, I am not plagiarizing, क्योंकि मैं
Means
तो बता
in
ही रहा हूँ.
yeah, means Dr. Jain in a
Yes,
nutshell to claim the work of
or
other as the
own
work
work.
Is
of
it
yours.
is a real plagiarism,
Yeah,
actually.
Yes,
this
Yes.
is the meaning of plagiarism.
if you are not claiming your own work, it is not a plagiarism.
Yeah,
Literature
definitely.
में
This is one line
academic
definition
definition.
that to claim the work of others as the
Yeah,
claim of yours.
यस
This
सर.
is the
मैं
plagiarism.
अब मैं सर लास्ट एरा में जाना चाहता हूँ.
Yes.
एकेडमिक जहाँ से शुरू हुआ,
Hmm.
जहाँ से शिक्षा शुरू हुई, शिक्षा की नीति बनी, एकेडमिक स्टार्ट हुआ. पीपल आर सेइंग एकेडमिक में रेफरेंस जरूरी है. अगर आप रेफर नहीं करते हैं और पढ़ाते हैं, आप सोच के पढ़ाने लगते हैं, आप अपने आप को किसी
कुछ
सेंटिमेंट्स
कुछ
में
बना
रख के
सकते
पढ़ाने
हैं.
लगते हैं, तो ये गलत नहीं, ये गलत होगा. तो आपको क्या करना है? आप बुक्स पढ़ेंगे, आप जर्नल्स पढ़ेंगे, आप रेफर्ड लिटरेचर पढ़ेंगे, आप मीडिया, न्यूज़पेपर, रेडियो, टीवी सबका मटेरियल रेफर करके जहां जो आपने लिया है उसको कोट करेंगे और कोट करके बताएंगे कि ये शेर मेरा नहीं है, ये किसी और का है, शायर का है, तो उसका नाम आएगा, तो वो प्लेजरिज्म नहीं कहलाएगा.
बिल्कुल.
आपको बोलने की अनुमति है, आपको लिखने की अनुमति कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, उस अधिकार से कोई वंचित नहीं कर सकता. आर्टिकल्स जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में है वो क्लियर है कि यू बोर्न इन इंडिया एंड यू कैन टेक द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हेल्प ऑफ राइटिंग, टीचिंग, एनीथिंग. बट अगेन द अदर लॉ सेज दैट इफ ही somebody has published, you have to give citation and references to for crediting. अगर आप दूसरे की क्रेडिट ही नहीं दोगे तो प्लेजरिज्म की कैटेगरी में आएगा, नहीं तो नहीं
No,
आएगा.
and one thing I was expecting that you will be adding that though in during the plagiarism check either by
Yeah.
terminating or by
हाँ,
Orkund, the
हाँ.
report will be showing that this
Yes,
is the
sir.
percentage
Not only
of
showing,
plagiarism.
sir. I am coming to my point. मेरे 40 स्लाइड हैं सर.
Yeah,
अभी मैं
okay.
आधे पे चल रहा हूँ.
It
Not
will
only
even show
showing,
the words which have been
not
taken from
not
where,
only
which
showing the
source.
report, not only showing the report.
Yes.
Thank you
Reports
very
must be
much.
sent. Report must be sent to supervisor. Report must be sent to the candidate, and the reports must be sent in writing to the person administrator like VC or dean research or anybody that this gentleman has submitted this thesis and we
And this
allow
is
for thrice.
a
नहीं
report.
नहीं, and sir try to see we allow 3 times, not only once कि आपने plagiarism किया, आपकी thesis rejected, नहीं. Government university, private university, all are abide by the rules of UGC. What UGC is saying, that 20% Arkund, why they are allowing, they knows that in introduction and literature review, people will take the material, that's why they will conduct the literature review. आप literature survey करेंगे कहाँ से? आप तो मटेरियल दूसरे का लेंगे ना, रिसर्च पेपर. So in that way, what will happen? The plagiarism will come and we are allowing 20%. लेकिन research methodology, data collection, data interpretation, conclusion and responses,
Yes.
implementation strategy, your bibliography, and अगर आपने किसी का मॉडल कॉपी कर लिया पूरा और उसको बताया नहीं है, उसका साइटेशन नहीं है, अगर आप किसी का मॉडल कॉपी कर रहे हैं और परमिशन ले रहे हैं कि इस मॉडल से मैं नया मॉडल, आई एम मेकिंग 2-3 न्यू मॉडल्स ऑफ योर वन मॉडल्स, permit me, he will give you the permission. Nobody said no. He will tell, sir, मुझे कोट करना नहीं, सर आपको कोट किया है हमने. So see, it's a ethical practice in academics. What we are discussing today, हम ला डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे हैं. मैं कोई कानून नहीं बता रहा हूं, मैं प्लेजरिज्म को एथिकल प्रैक्टिस में कैसे लाया जाए, what UGC required, how to run our research, and how we should train the society that they should give credit, credential, due weightage to a academician, to a person who has conducted research, who has given the creative idea, who has given the quotation, dialogue, song, anything. तो उस बंदे को या बंदी को उसका पूरा वेटेज मिलना
क्रेडिट
चाहिए,
मिलना
उसका
चाहिए.
क्रेडिट मिलना चाहिए. बात इतनी सी है, इफ यू आर गिविंग क्रेडिट, there is no plagiarism. But we have to understand how to give credit. We have to understand what is plagiarism in detail. And that's why this session has taken into consideration in this FDP. And I think you will allow me to go ahead. Can I go ahead?
Yes,
Please, sir.
continue.
Yes, sir. Please.
You can continue.
तो हम लोग यहाँ तक कर चुके थे, अवॉइडिंग प्लेजरिज्म, ये भी हम कर चुके थे, एक्सक्यूजेस. We have taken this, we have done consequences. I think I have done this.
No, I think you haven't done
Okay,
this.
okay. I will start from here now.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. Plagiarism is a serious offense. अब देखिए, एक तरफ मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि सब serious offense नहीं है, लेकिन serious offense कहाँ है, ये हमें समझना पड़ेगा. देखिए, मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, sir, can I come to your home tomorrow 10 o'clock? And I will come. But suddenly I'll come and call the bell and enter and sit on your sofa, even though you are knowing me. Ethically, it is not allowed nowadays. So what happened is that plagiarism is a serious offense when and can lead to the finalizing or how the graduate and supervision from schools they are doing. The consequences are not worth the risk. It is only right to give the credit to the authors whose ideas you use. Citing makes it possible for your readers to relocate or locate your sources. Or cheating is unethical behavior. And that's why we have discussed that, okay, we'll give credit for whomsoever is taken. अब इसमें क्वेश्चन जो आप लोग नहीं पूछ रहे हैं, वो मैं बताना चाहूंगा. सपोज आपने किसी थीसिस को, डेजर्टेशन को, प्रोजेक्ट को रेफर किया और उस प्रोजेक्ट में जो कोटेशन या जो डेफिनेशन है वो किसी और की है और क्रेडेंशियल और क्रेडिट देना वो बंदा भूल गया है और आपने वो ले लिए उस बंदे के नाम से जिसने साइट किया है. सो ए ने एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाया जो कि बी को साइट करना भूल गया एंड सी हैज टेकन दैट मटेरियल बाय साइटिंग ए ओनली, देन दिस विल कम under the plagiarism and both the party are involved. Number one, who has not considered, and number two, who has taken. Because in that case, both are equally responsible. So we should understand in detail this ethical practice. Punishment, I have discussed, sir. I am not required to deal with again. Copyright and plagiarism, we were discussing. I have reached to this slide and we have discussed this. I have discussed this also. And I have discussed this also. I have discussed Mashelkar's this by quoting this from where I got it. And now the consequences continued. The New York Times senior reporters, there is one case of plagiarism which comes under the category of fraud. And the newspaper said that at least 36 to 73 articles he had written had no problem with accuracy, calling the person that law point of view, and it becomes history. So already it is going on internationally, but nationally now we are very strict because the UGC has again, after COVID-19, from 2013, the PhD is compulsory 23. So from 2023, without registration of PhD from 1st July, nobody will take on as assistant professor in the universities and colleges of higher education allowed by the government of India. So my point is here, when people will not allowed to join as assistant professor without PhD, they will take admission in the doctoral program, in the PhD. And for them, as a teacher, we should understand that when we are guiding people, we are equally responsible, we are equally party to the plagiarism, to the copyright, and for us it is more responsibility to check with it, and that's why our university has given the what we called the ID and password to each and every professor who is supervisor and guide to check the reports that how much plagiarized, and then it is reported to the dean research and vice chancellor sir, and then we'll call student personally and discuss very clearly कि देखिए आपने ये किया है, this is not good, change it, and then we'll accept, otherwise sorry. So now we will take,
Professor
we will
Jain, Professor Jain, and
yeah
just for your kind information, just I am sharing with you. Recently,
sir,
UGC has taken an initiative that,
sir,
as according to the uh, first and second author, if in a research paper there is a first author and there is a second author, then the weightage to first author is 60% and the weightage to second author 40%.
this is very
The
old
life
sir, ये तो पहले से चल रहा है, ये
no, no,
पहले से चल रहा है.
no. मुझे come. Let me allow to come on the point. In the
Yeah.
like manner, if in a thesis,
Hmm.
if in a research work, in a dissertation work, if
Hmm.
a case of plagiarism is detected, the
Hmm.
like weightage provision is going to be, taken into grant by the UGC.
Correct.
Means not only the scholar will be blacklisted,
No,
but
no,
this,
even though you are, there is a guideline of UGC
Yes,
that
guide
yeah,
will obviously be.
the guide and supervisor license will be cancelled, and
yeah,
Yes.
he will be not allowed to teach further because the letter will be issued against him to the university, and the university will retrench him. So these
And
are
yeah,
on
all
the top
going
of
on.
that, that
And
supervisor is giving undertaking that it's a bona
yes,
fide
sir,
work. He
yes, sir,
is or
yes,
she is
sir,
equally
yes, sir.
responsible. Very
And
right.
one thing I would like to tell you, I will share the document. One, there is a 100 rupees stamp paper specific. We have designed the what we call 3 paragraph for the students who is conducting research. That after his research, he will have to submit on 100 rupees stamp paper regarding the plagiarism report, and this 100 rupees stamp paper will keep in our file, not only to protect the guide, but also the guide will be the party to it. He will also sign, and it will be
yes.
notarized. It will
This
be
is the right
notarized.
approach.
I am doing it. It will be notarized. देखिए रिसर्च करना जितना आसान है उतना ही रिपोर्ट लिखना कठिन है. तो मैं लोगों से कहता हूं कि जिसने कागज पेन बनाया बहुत होशियार आदमी था, आप बहुत ध्यान से लिखिएगा. तो मैं आगे चलूं सर, आपकी इजाजत हो तो.
Yes, sir. Please
थैंक यू.
continue.
हाउ टू अवॉइड प्लेजरिज्म. Quote and cite phrases, sentences, and paragraphs taken directly from the original source. Quote and cite stats, charts, paragraphs, and drawings taken directly from the original source. When you paraphrase and summarize, give credit to the original author. Questions. Do I have to cite everything? अब देखिए, this question was asked earlier, and the answer I was having yes, except when you use your own words, when the fact used as a common knowledge. अब कोविड 19 है, कोविड 19 जो वर्ड है फॉर अ वायरस, इट्स नाउ कॉमन वर्ड. in 2020 March, when India was came into lockdown and the government issued the notification, the common knowledge come of the COVID. But when you have your own words, you are not required to cite any example. What makes it common knowledge? If you can find some information in at least 3 different sources, you didn't have to cite it. Why? Because 3 sources will tell you the information, and when you are writing, you are not required to cite if you are making it again. And that is why this example is considered, that हमें पूरा लेना चाहिए, क्या लेना चाहिए, what should be. This is the answer. What is big deal? If I change a few words, I am still okay, right? Wrong. Paraphrasing original ideas without documenting your source is plagiarism too. And that's why you can borrow from the works of others in your own work, Be very careful how you will borrow it. It's important. Its care is to be taken. Use of three strategies: quoting, paraphrasing, summarizing. Very important in any dissertation, any thesis. We are making very big in India for the PhD dissertation, but I tell you, if you'll go internationally, master degree dissertation, PhD dissertation, any other dissertation, in the perceptually, it is all common, all are useful, all are documented, all are checked properly, and there is no such differentiation because whatever degree we are giving to a person, it's a master degree, even very important, bachelor degree, very important, assignment, very important, and PhD, of course, doctoral degree is the topmost degree. To blend sources, materials in which your own making source, your own voice is heard, no issue. Quotations are the next exact words of an author, copied directly from a source. Word to word quotation must be cited like it is given bottom, and that citation will lead that you have not plagiarized it. Paraphrasing means putting someone else's words or ideas in your own words. Although you are using your own words, the ideas are taken from someone else and must be cited on your works. That is, citation page is there and you will cite. तो यहाँ तक कि पैराफ्रेसिंग में भी इतना सोचना जरूरी है कि हम लोगों को क्रेडिट देना शुरू करें, रेफरेंस देना शुरू करें. एंड व्हेन पैराफ्रेसिंग इज नॉट सिंपली दैट रीअरेंजिंग एंड रीवर्डिंग एन ओरिजिनल पैसेज. You have to understand what the author is saying and write the ideas entirely in your own words. आप अपने शब्दों में भी लिख रहे हैं, even though you have to give paraphrasing it and give citation to the original author. Give the author credit when you are quote, you are giving in a quotes, paraphrasing, double quote, single quote, and it is given like according to the Jim Berry cats are, bankrupts and in your so and so and so. Include page numbers and sources references so you can go back to check the accuracy as what you have written and as what you have wrote. So don't cut and paste from any sources. Use another student's work as your own. In Indore, there is a case. I will not quote the name of professor. He has published a research paper from a student's project, and strict action has been taken against him. Just change a few words and any source, your paper will be there. It's not required. Turn in your paper and you wrote another class, which is not good. Too careless, too lazy, too dishonest to do good job. It's not needed, and that's why it is a plagiarized. We all what we required, all we need is to do take notes, put in your own words. If you do copy words, put around them that footnote those words they are taken. Keep track of every resources you use. Cite all your resources at the end of the work. And the next point will come that quality for selection of a paper. Should I continue or break?
No, sir, please. You have
Okay.
time, please.
Okay, sir. Editors and reviewers, we know two people. One is reviewer, one is editor. Editor will, of course, have right to edit and give final publication, but reviewers will review and give you the suggestion that what is not considered and how you have written much more quality is required. So scholarly journals look for the following for the selection of a paper and its inclusion in the journals. Now I am coming to the work. So originality, what's new about the subject, relevance to the extension of existing knowledge, research methodologies are very good conclusions, valid objectives are there or not. Critically, evaluation is being done like what ICG was talking about the conceptual framework. One has to understand clearly structured, quality writing does not communicate well, then they will return it to you. Then it should be sound, legal, then argumentative and progression is there. and the current references is to be taken. Now what people are doing, sir, they are taking very old references. आप 2021 में research कर रहे हैं and you are citing a research paper of 2020. 21 years ago, if a research paper is written, it is obsolete now. No value is to be carried out of that research. Value is only for references, because you have to modify in terms of what is the condition in today's. That is why the topical, one lady or gentleman, I don't know, who has raised this question of topical research, which is needed. If it is not topical, then what will happen? The research will not come as a research. It will be merely satisfying yourself, writing papers and papers and papers, making your profile heavy and showing the people, which is not correct as an academician. We should think that compliances of the editorial scope and objective of the journal must be carried out. And main thing, sir, I would like to submit as a student of the research, that the person should understand that every 6 months, every field, the current knowledge comes. We should consider the current knowledge, conduct the research, future scope, and we should also see the research gap. So
Yes,
stop
there is
saying,
one. Someone has posted a question here, Professor
sir,
Jain, and the
sir,
question has been, posted by one of the research scholar, that
sir.
can plagiarism applicable for clinical uh, trial project? Is trying to write that
Yes, yes, but
is
see,
plagiarism applicable to
no,
clinical
no.
study also?
I would like to mention here, I am a chairman, co-chair of a ethics committee of a very big hospital of Indore, that is Total Hospital, and our hospital is approved by NABH, National Board of Health Accreditation, and that NABH,
The question is on the screen. You can see.
yeah, I am replying. So in
Okay.
clinical research, the plagiarism will also come, and in clinical research, you are required to take permission. If you are taking into consideration human being, then you have to take permission from board. There is a specific board which is designed by the government. You have to take the permission, and then clinical research can start. You cannot use as a sample as a human being. And even though people are using, a pharmacist are using rats and all these, the specific permission they will take first, and then they will use the clinical research data. Otherwise, only plagiarism will not work. Many more legalities will involve in that. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you
Yes.
can go ahead. You
Thank you.
answered rightly. Animal Ethics
Thank you.
Committee and all that are
Yes,
involved in
yes,
that,
sir.
and
Yes,
yes,
sir. Yes,
absolutely.
sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So stop plagiarism and say no to plagiarism. This was about the research and plagiarism. So before I conclude this session and take literature review, let me frank with you that people, they think in the just subconscious mind, that if I'll take the material of a person who is sitting abroad, who's sitting Jaipur, who is sitting Indore, I'm sitting in Nepal. Now we are in a global village. Softwares are more and more in such a way that anything you speak or write, people will catch it out. And if we are citing, there is no issue, but the citation must comes as per the norms. And today, I have not discussed the norms of the citation. I require another 1 hour to give you the language wise how to give citation in APA style,
We shall see
in
you next
MLS.
time. We
Thank you,
shall
sir.
see you
Thank you.
next
So
time.
I'll share my another PPT with you and start presentation for another PPT. This I will share with you. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Literature, understanding literature review is visible?
Yes, it is
Yes,
visible.
yes.
Just going
It is
slide. So yes, it is good
okay.
now.
So today my another topic for the researchers, for the guide, for the supervisors, for senior colleagues and dear friends is understanding critically appraising the literature review. Before I begin and start, let me very frank with you. People are making titles, objective, hypothesis, conceptual framework. Nothing is required. Any researcher, scholar, first 3 months, he has to undertake the thoroughly literature review, literature survey. If a researcher or a scholar is not going for 3 to 4 months, the literature review is not conducting. There is no use of getting inside of that research. So originally, I would like to submit my idea that very critical, very important, and very submissive is literature review, without which no researcher can be succeed. So how to go ahead? I'm sorry. What is the purpose of literature review? How this idea is to be discussed. So identifying theoretical and scientific knowledge. All field, whether it's a science, commerce, arts, management, engineering, technology, pharmacy, there are two type of ideas. One is scientific, one is theoretical. And without theory and concept, and no model will exist in a scientific way. So we must understand that we have to identify the theoretical and scientific knowledge. We have to identify what is known and unknown about a topic. So in back of a mind or on a paper, if you are considered to conduct a research of a particular topic, you must identify what is known and unknown about your particular topic for which you are going to conduct research. Identifies available evidences for use in practice. Now, this topic which you have considered and taken, is it a topical research? It's a topic of relevance. This topic will come under practice. People are already practicing it, or people are using this, and these practices are available as evidence. All things we must review, understand. Then we have to identify what the current research study can add to the literature. So these are four points which a researcher must consider after he decides his title and conceptual framework, that he has to take, or he has to consider, he has to go for rigorous literature review. The second slide says, what is the purpose of literature review in quantitative studies? You know, there are two types of studies. One is quantitative, another one is qualitative. The qualitative research requires very high and much more time in years. That's why we are very much quantitative research oriented, because we need immediate results, and nowadays people have less patience. But still qualitative research is on. So direct the development of the implementation of the study deals with the quantitative research. Cite relevant and current sources. Very important. The point came as a topical. Yes, relevant and current sources of the research of current topic. We have to see how to cite it if we'll consider literature review. Document the background and significance of the study. Then identify theoretical ideas to guide a study which you have undertaken, for which the reply of these questions, that literature review for quantitative study is important. What about qualitative research? You know, qualitative research for behavior or psychological other commitment and many more, like product adaptability, how people are using medicine and anything, like for pre and post COVID, people are comparing now. So that qualitative research help them to come across the all the mode of the lifestyle, and we must compare and combine study of findings with the literature to explain, support, and extend the research theory. As a background for the research, we also must understand that which particular background we are dealing, and already what persists in the society. How the society is dealing with a particular background of that particular research. Is it acceptable or not? Or extraordinary, you are going in a dilemma to conduct the research. Your qualitative approach will tell you that this is right or wrong. Or as a way of formulate the research questions. Here when the scales are not available, no questionnaire is available, and somebody has left the future scope, we can use the qualitative research. Or as a source of data, again, we can use the qualitative research to design and develop the new skills, the new concept, the new ethical or the new research practices. What are the answer comes of typical sources included in a literature review. So I would like to mention that periodicals and journals are the first source which a researcher must consider. And if somebody raised the question, कि सर हमें PhD में कितने लेना चाहिए? You can find the answer. The paper is available on internet. That if you are conducting the research for the synopsis of PhD, at least 50 papers of a journal reviewed journal, a reputed journal having impact factor will be considered to design a synopsis, and more than 100 paper is to be considered to undertake the complete thesis that what literature review has conducted, you have conducted. This is a rule? Not, of course, no, but still it's a practice. And sometimes practice is greater than rules. People are practicing it because they are the authority of the research. Or if you would like to give more weightage on your research, you must consider at least 50 papers of designing synopsis to give the weightage that how you have found out the research gap with the existing research. Second one is internet publications, which all we know available. We have e-journals like JGET and EBSCO, IEEE. Other internet publication research papers are available. You can download freely. You can study and refer them. You can conduct literature review. Nobody stops. Because for literature review, already you are citing, giving credit to the person who has conducted or written that paper. Next is conference proceedings. Many of good universities are keeping conference proceedings on their sites, and you can refer their sites. You can find that how the conference took place, how the proceedings took place, who was the chairing, how many research paper have been people have read it in the conference, and so on and so forth. So you can refer that also. You can refer theses, dissertations, books, and textbooks. Textbooks which is there in the course, and many more books for the knowledge available. All these one can refer to review literature available for a particular topic, for a particular objective, for a particular hypothesis. You can refer many more books, many more periodical, many more journals, and see that how you can succeed. What are the two type of sources? One is primary, one is secondary. The primary sources in the research written by persons who have conducted the research, in theory written by the theorist and who have developed the theory, reports are available, we can use. And secondary sources is paraphrase, the works of the researchers or theorists. So these in literature review, sometime we are finding the data and we will see that how it is to be conducted. Important questions when critically appraising the literature review: are the primary sources cited in the review? We must answer this question. When the survey of literature review is conducted, are the references are current? As it is said by some of the very what we called a good researcher or a very big professor, that at least last 5 years we should consider. Beyond 5 years, if we'll go, it is not a current. But now people are considering 2 year, 1 year. So it is up to us that how we are considering. At least the references should be current. Are relevant studies identified and described? Are the relevant theories identified and described? Are relevant landmark studies are described? Are studies are cited, quoted, and it is best of use? All this we have to see before reviewing any of the paper, any of the literature. Otherwise, the exercise which we are conducting is a wastage of time. Important questions when critically appraising literature reviews. Are sources paraphrased to promote the flow of the content or not? Because we are not taking complete paper. We are taking a portion, we are taking complete paper in terms of abstract, and the rules, if we'll take APA style, 200 to 500 words of one abstract. So if you are writing 500 words of 25 page, 30 page paper, we should see that how we are paraphrased it, how we are promoting the flow of the research which is already considered by a researcher. Is the current knowledge about the research problem is described or not? We should see this technically. Does literature review identifies the gaps? Now we should understand that before we go for the research, we should identify the research gap. How to identify research gap? I'll consider in my next slide, last but three slide, I will discuss with identifying research gaps. The knowledge base, the provide the basis for the studies. Is the literature review clearly organized, logically developed, and concise or not? People are taking so many papers. They are conducting the research of marketing strategy. They will take brands. They will take these, that, blah, blah. Sir, I have taken 100 papers. Now think that your title, your objective, your hypothesis, your conceptual framework, your rationale of study, what it defines, how your objectives you have already identified and written. As we know that objectives are the broad statements which interpret the future intention of the researcher. Now, what is the future intention of the researcher? If future intention is clear, then such paper he will consider as a literature review. So again, you will tell, is there is a rule? There is no such rule or guideline, but it's a practice. And in research, practice are more popular than of rule. So we should consider, while reviewing the literature review, the existing practice which is enumerated in some of the slides. What are the components are in the literature review?
Yeah,
What
I
is
will. I
not?
will just. I have one question, and I'm stopping
Sir,
you because
sir,
there
sir,
are a lot of practical things which goes on. What happens in
sir.
these review literature? Those scholars, what they're doing, the scholars, they are simply copying, pasting. They have mentioned the citation
No,
and
no,
have
sir.
mentioned complete reference, and then says, "Sir, reference हमने दे दिया है, वहाँ पे भी नाम
नहीं
दिया है,
नहीं
वहाँ पे
नहीं
भी दिया है. Sir, इसमें क्या है, sir? This is not plagiarism."
नहीं
But
नहीं
what
नहीं
I
सर सर.
understand, as you said, they have to write it in their own words, and even
Yes,
still they should
I'm
provide
coming.
the citation and
I'm
reference.
coming to. I'm coming to
So
answer
throw
to
a
your
little
question.
light on that for
Yes.
these learners.
Now a research paper of suppose 25 pages, international article, any researcher has referred. What he has to do, he has to read this article 3 to 4 times. He has to read in between lines. He has to consider how the person has given introduction, what the problem he has considered. He might have considered the problem based on the past research. Every
Professor Jain,
research. Yes, sir.
Professor Jain, I have an objection.
Yeah.
You are only referring the term he, and you should use she here.
Right, we are completely,
We
British
are completely
University.
she.
सर आप
Nice objection, though.
बेक मी पार्डन, मेरी भावना ऐसी नहीं है.
Yeah, we
तो
are
मैं ही
completely she.
Right.
अगर मैं ही हूँ, अगर
We
मैं
are the largest
सर
women's
no
university of
अगर
India, and yeah,
नहीं, मैं आना चाहूंगा और आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी विजिट करना चाहूंगा. अगर मैं
yes,
ही यूज
yes,
कर रहा हूँ
welcome.
तो मैं आपका टाइम बचा रहा हूँ. मैं बार बार ही और शी यूज करूंगा तो आपका टाइम ज्यादा लगेगा, आप बोर होंगे.
Right,
तो मैं क्या
nice
सोच रहा हूँ,
answer.
No, no,
अच्छा मैं एक बात और सोच रहा हूँ सर
the
कि
cause
आपने
of
मुझे
the, सुनिए पहले मेरी बात समझिए, मैंने क्यों व्यवधान उत्पन्न किया. Because our more than 200 research scholar who are female,
Yes.
we are listening you.
now I will use she and he.
Yeah,
Anyway,
so please
so
continue.
all my fraternity and respected women's, girls, faculty members, beg me pardon till this time of 1:11. I will continue for 30-40 minutes and take it is for you only. And you are not only she, but more than that, and that we should consider that all are very respectable for us. So I was talking to you that when you will consider the literature review, how to conduct the literature review. Number one, take one paper of your use which is related with your objective and title, or you are related with your hypothesis or title, or relevant with your title only. Now this paper you will read twice or thrice and understand it between lines that what researcher has considered, why he has conducted the research. See his conceptual model framework, see his or her objectives, research methodology, critically literature review, terminology he or she has used, and all other parameters. And then in your own language, in the form of abstract, we have workshop for abstract writing. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, if he is listening me, kindly allow me to conduct a abstract writing workshop in the Jaipur on specific only for literature review, include all institute of the Jaipur and Rajasthan, and we will conduct a 2 days workshop only for literature reviews, only for how to write abstracts. So each paper which you will use, anybody has written he or she, this paper must be reviewed in the form of abstract. Writing abstract is an art. Your own language, you will depict the research. Suppose a research paper is published by he or she in a very good reputed journal having impact factor more than 6. What will happen if you will take that international paper which is peer reviewed, you will write in your own language, means the terminology which anybody he or she has used will not be dropped out. The terminology and the framing of sentences we will consider, but we will use and write in our own languages in 200 and 500 words. And critically, I press here, critically we should understand that the meaning of our languages should not change the research, should not change the objective, should not change the methodology, should not change the sample size and population, should not change the methods, should not change the referrals which he has considered, she has considered. So, while writing abstract, we must consider critically all these things, and that's why we called it reviews. You are like writing literature reviews. You are not summarizing it. There is a difference, because making a précis or summary, a summary is written like a précis in 12th class student in English, or 10th class or 5th class, they will write précis and summary. What is the difference of writing literature review is much more that we will not avoid the prime words which is considered by the reviewers. We will not avoid the prime word which is taken by the researchers. We will not avoid the model which is latest he has given, and we should write the models again in the language form. तो आप एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में मॉडल तो दे नहीं सकते, पर आप क्रिटिकली उस मॉडल का डिस्कशन उस आपके रिव्यू में लाएंगे, और कौन सा टूल यूज किया, पैरामेट्रिक्स, नॉन पैरामेट्रिक्स, क्यों यूज किया है, उसकी रिलीवेंस आप देंगे, तो आई एम श्योर 200 to 500 वर्ड्स में वो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आपका लिटरेचर रिव्यू सर्वे का इट विल बी कंप्लीट. आई थिंक आई हैव रिप्लाइड द आंसर ऑफ दैट क्वेश्चन.
Yes, absolutely. You explained and answered real in a nice way and in
Thank
a
you,
clear
sir.
words. Yeah.
आगे चल सकता हूं मैं?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
Yes, sir.
Continue, please.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू.
Because 15 minutes are to go. 1:30 the lunch is announced from 1:30 to 2.
But
So
sir, already
we get up in
ICG,
15-20
no,
minutes.
ICG has given me 10 minutes less, so I will take 10 minutes more.
Okay.
Because I am
Not
a
an
teacher,
issue.
I will not give my time.
Okay, not an issue.
I will take complete 2 hours.
Not an issue.
I'm a prof.
Please go
He
ahead.
is your guru. He is your guru now. So
पर अब गुरुजी ने
Yes,
ज्यादा टाइम,
yes, sir.
गुरुजी ने ज्यादा टाइम ले लिया तो गुरु गुड़ है, चेले शक्कर है. गुड़ बहुत मीठा होता है. किसी रिसर्चर से किसी ने पूछा कि बताइए गोविंद कैसे हैं, गोविंद कैसे हैं, भगवान कृष्ण कैसे हैं, हरि कैसे हैं, तो उसने क्या करा, थोड़ी सी गुड़ की डल्ली उसके मुंह में रख दी कि हरि ऐसे हैं, गोविंद ऐसे हैं, इतने मीठे हैं, ऐसा स्वाद है उनका. तो वो मेरे लिए हरि के समान है, गुड़ हैं.
Right.
लेकिन मैं उनसे ही पैदा हुआ एक शक्कर हूं, जो आपके सामने ये चल रहा है रिव्यू में, इसको आगे ले जाता हूं. सो वी हैव डिस्कस इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस व्हेन क्रिटिकली अप्राइजिंग लिटरेचर रिव्यूज. आर सोर्सेज आर आई थिंक आई हैव डिस्कस दिस.
yes, yes.
What components are in the literature review? The question I have answered, again I'll repeat. What is known and not known about the topic? The focus of the study. The sources must be current, published within the past 5 years. Landmark studies may be included in essentially to the background of the problem. So when any researcher, he or she is conducting their literature review, I request please consider this point. You should not go beyond 5 years. If you will go beyond 5 years, what will happen? The research which you are conducting may take some other shape, and which is to be avoided. What sources are suitable for the literature review? Academic literatures, means libraries are available. So we'll use academic library, and we'll take the pen. State libraries are available. Social libraries are nowadays available with special libraries. People are using it. You can go and use special libraries for specific class of the people. Nowadays, paid libraries are available. In Indore, people open paid library, and researchers are using it. Online searches are there. using relevance resources. I emphasize on relevance. When we are searching online, we just try to understand that what we are searching. We should go to the relevant sources only, and we should also use the public library. In public domain, many more libraries are available nowadays. We can use those also. Check your understanding the questions. What is primarily purpose of reviewing relevant literature? You have to see that your primary the total knowledge which is exist is based identify the problem or not, or it is develop the conceptual framework for the operational definitions or variables, interpret the previous research in terms of findings, and select the research design what is appropriate for you, because while reviewing the literatures you will come to know that how much research has been already conducted on your topic, and after the finding the research gap you will design your research methodology based on some research paper which you have considered as your role model. Check your understanding and answer 1. The literature review includes what is known and not known about the study problem. Conceptual and operational definitions of the variables, ICG was discussing about the variables, are created by the researchers for the study, and although based on what can be found in the literatures are the most important reasons of conducting literature review. Your reply of the questions which you are asking, that the literature review includes what is known and unknown about the study problem. Yes, of course. Sometimes you can put your 1 to 2 sentences in terms of interpretation of the literature review what you are conducting, because you have research knowledge, you have already crossed your coursework is over if you are conducting PhD, and interpretation of that literature review is to be given in the form of the abstract, so you can use your own language of interpreting the methodology which is used and terminology which is used. The literature review present what has been found in the previous studies. The literature review also includes what is known and not known about the study in terms of a problem. The research design is selected according to the problem, and thereafter the reviewer will include the non-study in terms of its problem. So we should understand while reviewing the literature, the simple questions should come in our mind and we should answer ourselves. The keywords which we have to determine, I was talking to you that major concept and variables of your research problem or the research problem which is used in the topic which you have considered. Search as a database. Maybe the single terms of paraphrase phrases is available. Most database have the treasures that can be used to identify keywords that will be helpful for your research, and each keyword used should be listed in a written search plan, because that will be in future when you will use for your thesis, that will be a new word for you, and that word if you will taken, the single word will not come in the plagiarism. What information should you record from the search? Name of database, data of the search, exact search strategy used, number of articles found, percentage and number of out of the total relevance articles found. These all information is to be stored in a table. ये लिटरेचर रिव्यू का पार्ट नहीं है, लेकिन ये आपके लिए खुद के लिए हाउ मच यू हैव कंसिडर्ड and what is useful for you to consider for your thesis or synopsis, and what is to be avoided. This is for you to consider. How you can limit your search? English language. People are nowadays using English language, but still, I request that some Hindi language is not bad. If people in education, commerce, law, they are using Hindi language, Hindi is also at par because we are Hindustani, our mother tongue. The publication does not recent years, at least 5 years is recommended. To papers that is our research, to full text articles that can be risky. So peer reviewed publications you can take. Again, I will explain third point to full text articles. The full text articles means you are considering complete article, review it, and you are not abstracting it in the words is not required. Abstract it in 200 to 500 words and take that the more and more material, what is reliable can be taken. I will take another 7 minutes and leave you, sir. What about the internet search? Search engine provide the means of the search the internet. Some are the better than others. Google Scholar is excellent. I recommend you can use Google Scholar engine. University libraries provide search engines. All universities are having their own search engines. You may find informations on the internet which is useful for your topics, and that can be separately kept with the references, because if you'll use, you will have to cite and give references. Advantage and disadvantage of information obtained from internet. Try to understand. Advantage that information is more current than of the that found in the books. But disadvantage, information is uneven in terms of accuracy. तो आप जब इंटरनेट से कोई चीज उठाते हैं तो प्लीज ध्यान रखिए उसकी एक्यूरेसी आपको चेक करना पड़ेगी, बिकॉज यू आर रिसर्चर. देर इज नो स्क्रीनिंग प्रोसेस फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन पुट ऑन द वेब. अब वेब पे कोई कुछ भी डाल देता है, उसके लिए कोई रूल नहीं बना है, क्योंकि वेब पेज लोग लेके अपना बना लेते हैं, डोमेन ले लेते हैं और डाल देते हैं. बट इट इज अप टू अवर कॉमन सेंस कि हमें किस इंफॉर्मेशन की एक्यूरेसी कहाँ से चेक करना और लेना है. It is also important to check the source of any information obtained from the web page in terms of validity and reliability. कितना reliable है, कितना valid है data. Steps in writing literature review. Very simple purposes. Document current knowledge of selected topic. Indicate findings which is ready to use in practice. Outline introduction, empirical literature summary. It will become the in the form of abstract. And what is included in the introduction. Indicate focus on the purpose of review. Describes organization of sources. Indicate basis of ordering, that is most important to list earliest to the most relevant categories. Database in the literature which is to be included, we should see it includes quality studies, relevant topic, and each study has purpose, simple, sample size, design, research methodology, specific findings, and presented, paraphrasing, quotation, everything, or quotes we should understand. Scholarly, brief, critics study strength and weaknesses of that research paper which you have reviewed must be in 1 to 2 sentences at the last when you are ending the review of a specific paper. The included in the summary sections, concise presentation of the research knowledge about the selected topic, what is known and unknown. Judgmental methods can be used for setting of whether the adequate knowledge and direct change of practices in terms of clinical. One question came, so it can be used. And the brief statement of the proposed change in the practices can also be made in the review. हम सोचते हैं 200-500 वर्ड्स में क्या लिखेंगे. These are the points which is to be considered. Now I come to two last slide. इसके बाद 2 स्लाइड हैं, एक ये है, इसके अलावा एक और है. Please be serious to understand research gap. While reviewing the literature, you will find 7 type of research gap. One is empirical, another one is knowledge gap. Empirical means somebody has already conducted a study on primary data, and you find that still scope is left and you can extend that research. So that empirical gap you have to find out and conduct the research. While referring the research article, you will find that the knowledge gap is there, something more is to be written because the field is very wide. You can consider as a gap and write more while conducting the research yourself. Evidence, if the lack of evidence is there in the research of law, sometimes people will conduct the research. Lack of evidence in science, in pharmacy, in engineering, in data sciences. Nowadays, big data sciences, we should see that more evidence are required and we should create more in our literature or in our research. So this literature review, what you are conducting as you are surveying, this will give you the gap and you must understand this gap. Theoretical gap, if theory is not given, the rightly theory is not quoted, then it's a theoretical gap. Population gap, geographical, they have taken big area, but they have not considered population of drawing the
Sir,
sample.
please come on the last slide, sir, please.
Okay. Why important to identify research gap? This is last slide. Assume that you have completed your research work and published the findings only to find the another researcher had already published something similar. How devastating would it that be? Therefore, it is necessary to find and choose the problem in your research, and it should be addressed in the field in such a way that research gap is to be identified, it is useful, it is noteworthy, and getting your article published. This is what about any question or comment from your side?
Yes,
2 minutes.
one question is there from a
Yeah.
scholar, and it is
Yes.
real quick. What about film and video and TV news articles, and how the journalism and mass communication student can cite them? If there's a news,
All
video,
TV article and video, when it is published on the TV, time, duration, and in which particular channel it is published, you have to cite reference. Suppose today 9 p.m. now prime time. This is published, news is published, article is published. This is song is published. You have to write that and date also, and what particular channel. So media vehicle, we have to consider media vehicle, media slot time, and if a advertisement is carrying on with that, then early to aid or after aid. Suppose cricket match is on and after 1-6 or 1-4 चौका लगाने के बाद कोई एड आया है
yes,
या
yes.
कोई न्यूज आई है तो उसको
उसको
कोट
रेफर
करना
करें.
और टाइम को इंपॉर्टेंट इज वेरी टाइम ओके सर
All right.
Okay, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
the
sir.
answer is done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this formal, thanks will be given by Pro-President of the university. One thing I would like to share with all the participants, specifically with the research scholar who are listening to our experts, the views expressed by these two consecutive experts of the first session, morning session, these are the views of their own. And the guidelines of the university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, is not, bound to consider all the, view expressed or the guideline they have discussed, because our university has our own research guideline as according to the, guideline of UGC and as per the academic council of the university, as per the DRD and other bodies who are guiding the research of the JB. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
From my side, sir. And
Thank you.
now PK Raghav sir is here to say a few words.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor R.K. Jain. It was really a very nice presentation, was interactive also, easy to understand, and you really touched some of the, viable, good points which were supposed to be discussed and were supposed to be told to the participant of this faculty development program. So thank you very much on behalf of the management of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, and thank you to Professor I.C. Gupta. Sir, his presentation was just like an encyclopedia and was really, really, important as far as the thesis research work is concerned, especially hiccups of the, research by the research scholars. That was very important. Qualitative research, quantitative research. Yes, absolutely. And really, really, both the presentations were up to the mark and were useful. So thank you again, and thank you very much for being with us on behalf of the of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
now
Thank you
I
very
think it's the time for lunch, and lunch is already scheduled as per the schedule of this 2 days FDP program. So 1:30 to 2 there will be the lunch break, and from 2 p.m. again we all are meeting. And the next speaker is our very own Professor S. Lal sir, who will speak and give the lecture interaction presentation on sampling and inferences. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks.
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हाँ जी सर।
हेलो
जी सर, आवाज आ रही है
हेलो
आपकी?
हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हाँ,
जी सर।
320 पे मैं अवेलेबल हो जाऊंगा। मुझे आप ये बताओ, मुझे अगर अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर करनी है, मैं एक पीडीएफ अगर दिखाना चाहूँ तो कैसे दिखा सकता हूँ?
सर नीचे देखिए, आपका एक शेयर का एक ऑप्शन आ रहा है।
शेयर का तो कोई ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है। माइक, कैमरा, कैमरा ऑब्लिक माइक, चैट और लीव आ रहा है। आप मुझे होस्ट बनाओगे तब शेयर का ऑप्शन आएगा, आई बिलीव।
हाँ सर, शेयर पे क्लिक करिए।
नहीं, शेयर का ऑप्शन आ ही नहीं रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से आप मुझे जब होस्ट बनाओगे तब शेयर का ऑप्शन आएगा।
नहीं 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 सर, ऐसा नहीं है।
मेरे पास देखिए माइक, कैमरा, कैमरा ऑब्लिक माइक, चैट, लीव। मैं एक बार कैमरा ऑब्लिक माइक सेटिंग्स पे क्लिक कर रहा हूँ। कैमरा और ऑडियो ही आ रहा है, शेयर का ऑप्शन नहीं है।
ऐसा कैसे पॉसिबल हो सकता है?
हाँ देखिए, रिमूव फ्रॉम स्ट्रीम, एडिट नेम, एडिट ऑडियो अफ्तार, स्टॉप माइक कैम।
आई थिंक सर आप मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं।
जी जी,
नहीं नहीं सर, मोबाइल से शेयर नहीं होगा।
तो मोबाइल से मेरे पास मोबाइल का ही ऑप्शन है सर।
अच्छा
एक्चुअली लैपटॉप में मेरे कैमरा वेबकैम नहीं है।
एक मिनट सर, वेट करिए 1 मिनट।
जी जी।
मयंक सर, इनको ईमेल कर दीजिए। आपको पावर पॉइंट,
हाँ जी,
आपका पावर पॉइंट इनको ईमेल कर दीजिए, ये खोल लगा देगा
पावर,
फिर।
अच्छा अच्छा, तो
हाँ
तो ये मैं मैडम को व्हाट्सएप कर दे रहा हूँ।
हाँ, बस वो कर देंगे।
मैं अभी व्हाट्सएप कर दे रहा हूँ, मुझे 1 सेकंड दीजिए।
जी सर।
हाँ, जा रहा है आधा, बस व्हाट्सएप पे आधा जा चुका है। 1 मिनट लगेगा, सेंड हो रहा है। तो ये वहीं से आप कंट्रोल कर लोगे।
हाँ जी सर।
हाँ, आप मैडम से बोलिए अपना व्हाट्सएप चेक करें, यहाँ से चला गया।
ओके सर।
आप मैडम से बोलो।
जी सर, बोलता हूँ, बात करता हूँ।
हाँ, मैं ये ऑनलाइन ही हूँ, आप मुझे बताओ एक बार रिसीव हो गया है नहीं हो गया है।
ओके सर।
320 तक 315 तक मेरी क्लास है एक्चुअली। 320 पे मैं ज्वाइन कर लूंगा।
Yes, yes. Welcome, Dr. Mayank Banwal.
Sir.
I welcome you in this 2 days
Sir.
FDP program on behalf of the management of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And yes, I am seeing your slot is actually from 3 to 4 p.m. So you are saying that you will be able to join from 3:15.
3:15, 3:20, sir. Actually, I'm having another class from 2:30. 3:15, 3:20, I'll join.
Not an issue. You can absolutely can join from 3:20. Not a problem.
Sir.
Most welcome. And
I'll try to sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll try to finish my class by 3:05, 3:10, and then I'll myself give you a call.
Good, very good. Very good.
Sir.
Yeah, actually there was lunch break. Ek lunch break tha. There was lunch break in this FDP. So it is now ending,
Sir.
and the next speaker will start at 2 o'clock to 10. And
Sir,
after that,
I've shared my PDF with Dr. Beena, and the same PDF I'll request the management to just run through when my presentation will go on.
Our IT
Sir.
team will handle that and will share that for you.
Sir.
IT team.
I hope my audio and video are working properly.
Say again.
I hope my audio and video are working properly, sir.
Yes. Your voice is very much. You are audible, and your video is looking
Sir.
good. So just keep
Sir,
that
sir.
setting. ये सेटिंग
Sir,
ठीक है,
sir.
और आप दिख भी रहे हैं, आपकी आवाज भी सुनाई दे रही है।
जी, धन्यवाद सर।
बने रहिए आप हमारे साथ जब तक आपकी इच्छा है, नहीं 3:20 पे तो आप ज्वाइन कर ही रहे हैं। बिल्कुल
ठीक है सर, तो मैं अभी लीव कर ले रहा हूँ, मैं इसको वापस क्लिक कर लूंगा 3:15 3:20 पे।
एब्सोल्युटली, नो इशू।
थैंक यू।
Namaste, Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir. Now, this is the after lunch session of the second day of 2-day faculty development program on emergent research methodology and IPR. Two morning before lunch sessions were conducted, marathon sessions. They were really meaningful sessions. Yesterday also, 7 sessions were conducted. And now, after the lunch, this is the afternoon session in which the first interactive session cum presentation will be given by our very own Professor Dr. Sobalal, Proctor and Dean, Faculty of Education and Methodology. And his topic of presentation cum interaction is sampling and its inferences. Over to you, Lal sir. Please start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, I express my gratitude and heartiest thanks to the Honorable Advisor cum Chief Executive Officer of the University, Sir Vedant Garg, other officials of this university, my dear participant, and specifically my, research scholars. This is the second day of this faculty development program. That is a good initiative of the university management. And we all faculty members are enjoying since yesterday. Among the list of so many experts, we as the internal resource person also contributing as according to our knowledge and experience. Yesterday in the morning, in the first session, I discussed and I delivered a talk on sampling and inferences. In this series, because this FDP is Emergent Research Methodology and IPR. So, when we use the term research, and if there is a term that is emergent before the term research, then it becomes a very, very relevant and significant topic of discussion for all those who love research. And it may not be taken into a matter in one dimension, just research. It may have several dimensions. In the morning session, you all have seen some other aspect related to research, qualitative research, quantitative research, how to get rid of from the plagiarism aspect and others. So in continuation of my previous discussion, I'm not going to repeat the same presentation for your kind information, because I have already given 2 hours to you, more than 2 hours, on sampling and inferences. So what I am today going to discuss with you, one minute please.
Yes, let me. Yeah, he was just talking about sampling and it inferences. And yesterday, yeah, please continue.
Yeah. So firstly, let me allow to share my PPT, then I will continue. I hope it is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Just go in slideshow mode and it will be up.
Is it visible?
Yes, now it is on. Yes, very good. It's visible.
So, the topic today I have taken for discussion, that is the simulation and modeling. And this is, this topic, simulation and modeling, is one of the emergent topic of discussion. As in a study discussion, we were trying to search the actual meaning of inference. Then किसी ने हिंदी में कहा इसका अर्थ अनुमान होता है, inference. So if you are just like guessing, or if you are trying to enter into any specific, way of expression of any idea that you have on a particular topic, then you can take help of some models. Means the discussion about different type of models that will be used equally in social sciences, in engineering, in agriculture, in pharmaceutical sciences, in each and every, discipline which are under the umbrella of research are going to be used equally. The aspect and the concept of models. Then without any more and more discussion on or more and more, emphasis that what is model and what is different aspect of models, why models. In nutshell, if you have to say something, then there is a way to create a model. It is just like a hypothesis. It is just like a variable that you use to, apply during your writing work. There is a way to express something pictorially. With the help of pictorial representation, it is possible to elaborate our research. And I hope that you are recalling Bohr model, Rutherford's model in chemistry in your higher secondary and secondary level study. I hope everybody has gone through this topic, model, Rutherford model and Bohr models and others. And very practical example, you go in the annual function of any school, students are showing you different types of models. What is that? That is the idea that has taken a shape of a particular inventor. And it is for you to describe about the model as according to your ability, as according to your perception, as according to your knowledge. There is a big spectrum, there is a vast dimension for any scholar to write about that. Means model is one of the best way to give the practical shape of any research. And simulation is what? Simulation means any study of any model with the help of computer. If in case of any study of any models, any illustration, any pictorial representation is relating with the application of computers. It's graphic, including math labs and others. Then that is simulation. So I hope you know that this is Professor Eslal, and I'm the Dean Faculty of Education and Methodology of this esteemed university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth, who is the nation's first state private women's university. As well, I am proctor of this university. So first of all, I am coming that what is the role and use of mathematical models in engineering. Then you can say that then why we have to think about, since I am from social science, I am from law, I am from other aspect, I am from Hindi. So why for me? Engineering means, हमने किसी से पूछा इंजीनियरिंग का मतलब क्या होता है, उसने कहा हिंदी में अभियंत्रण। मैंने कहा आपने गलत समझा है इंजीनियरिंग का मतलब, किसी के आंखों की सुरमा चुरा लेना और अगले को पता भी न चले, दैट इज द इंजीनियरिंग. आई एम यूजिंग engineering in this sense. You are stealing something, you are doing something, but it is unknown for the person who is connected with you. Means you are trying to say something, but that is hidden, but that is saying a lot. Here is the meaning of engineering. I'm not going to change meaning of engineering, but the sense I am trying to use, because this FDP, this faculty development program, is for all the students, all the research scholar of all the disciplines and all the faculty members of all the disciplines of this university. And even since this is virtual, so people who are sitting in USA and in other part of the world, they may also see this. So I am trying to just illustrate that. But I want to actually say, so you see, role and use of models are what? So this is equally important for us, for all. And mathematical model, you see, I am here trying to say about mathematical models only, because in sampling and inference, we were discussing about different aspects. So mathematical models has been classified. You see on the screen. First is finite element model. Raghav sir, are you getting me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm getting you, and we are live. So just be
Yes.
careful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So finite elements model, computational fluid dynamics model, electric power grid load flow models, simulations model, process models. So first of all, I would like to discuss about, here there is a spelling mistake. This is finite elements model. Means if in a model, the constituents, the elements who are elaborating the models, who are describing the model, consisting some finite number of elements, means countable number of elements, that model is said to be finite elements model. And in fluid dynamics model, generally this happens in case of fluid dynamics, that is the part of mechanics or engineering mechanics, or you can say here we can use the computational, means the NMCT, numerical methods in computational technique concept, to analysis in details about this model. And I'm going to discuss in the next slide in detail that how we have to describe this all. Electric power grid load flow models, this is one of the models. We can describe the problems and solution of problems existing For the concept related to electrical engineering, and simulation models means all the models who are coming in under the periphery of computer science, and with the help of computer science and engineering, if you are creating any model like you are saying something, then that is the yesterday I am going to in the flashback. Yesterday you see the IPR, the presentation on IPR, and first of all a person presented some diagrams before you, that how the person is talking about patent, copyright, and so and so. So that was a way of expression with the help of a model. And in the beginning of this presentation, I would aware to all of you that there are some limitations of models. Means, is it possible to explain each and every aspect of any idea, any theories, any corollary with the help of model? Each and every concept that you have taken for your research or you plan to develop may be explained with the help of models? For that, the answer is here on the screen. Models always diverge from reality. You see, the first point is models always diverge from reality. Means, as I told you, it is just like it is as equivalent to the hypothesis, and it may or may not be as the same as you try to say. So, in one line, models always diverge from reality. The next point is, the next limitation is what? Models are always inaccurate by some amount. Not accurate. In some context, they are inaccurate. Means the numerical assessment, the numerical configuration, the other way of presentation of the same fact with the help of any other pictorial representation may be different rather than the presentation of the models. And the third is estimation of model error and use of model generated results in support of engineering decision making are key to successful use of model. In spite of that, this is an important point for the model. And firstly, I try to explain about the drawbacks. Here is the significance of mathematical models that is going to play a vital role in the illustration or in the presentation of any models. Today, this is the era of design engineering, designing of new electric vehicles, designing of new mobile phone, design of new dresses, design of new computers, new graphics. So in case you are planning to design something, I hope during thought process you have written something, you have reached on a particular point, and to express your idea publicly before the public without any written or without any publication and without any extraordinary, you can collect so many information for the sake of the convenience of your writing and proceeding further. Mathematical models are central. They are very much helpful for you, helpful to predict the behavior or system that we are designing. Models can predict, भविष्यवाणी कर सकता है model. You remember there was a concept in chemistry, Mendeleev's periodic table. Mendeleev forecasted at that time जब मेंडलीफ ने अपने पीरियोडिक टेबल का केमिस्ट्री में इन्वेंशन किया था, यू कैन रिकॉल एट दैट टाइम देयर वर ओनली 60 एलिमेंट्स एग्जिस्टिंग इन केमिस्ट्री. आज 108 या 9 है. आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट इज द एक्चुअल नंबर, बट उसने आगे भी जगह बना के छोड़ दिया था, खंड. एंड ही गेव ए मॉडल कि आने वाले दिनों में सम न्यू एलिमेंट्स विल बी इन्वेंटेड एंड बाय those elements this block will be filled. So this was a hypothesis that was expressed in the form of a model, and now आज सारे लोग पढ़ते हैं मेंडलीफ्स पीरियोडिक टेबल. I want to say with this example that models are, helpful in predicting the behavior or the system, not only in design but in every aspect. Designing is just a particular case of discussion here. And the third is helpful in research illustration of major points and habits of thought by analyzing some very basic mechanical and electrical devices. With the help of mathematical model, very easily we can explain the major points and habits that a machine can have and the trend it bears. So there are some classifications of models, and I'm first of all talking about white box model. So there may be a question, what is white box models? Answer is very clear. Systems which are modeled entirely based on physical principles are called white box models. Physical principle means principle of physics, like Newton's law of motion, like Archimedes' principle, like moment of inertia. Any law to whom you recall, if your model is entirely based on any existing principle of physics, that is white box model. And here the use has the details concerning how the system works. As I told you, physics, law, principle, and white box, you see, just I told you Newton's law, Hooke's law. In electrical system, Ohm's law, Kirchhoff's law, hydrodynamics, Bernoulli's law, conservation of mass law, and in thermodynamics, ideal gas law, entropy. These all are the laws already existing. These all are the laws which are already existing, and by using these laws, we can, or any scholar who is working in the different field, if any law which is concerned to your work, you can use and you can present a model by using white box model. And here is a model that is theoretical model, and you see, basically this is electric behavior based model. An example of theoretical modeling is the equation describing the behavior of a RL circuit, RL electric circuit, and you can see here, 1 minute please. Here in the model you see there are some abbreviation. Here you see, here is E, here is R, here is L, this is S, this is I, this is U. So this is a model that is describing about some important facts related to theoretical modeling. And you see here EV means battery voltage, S is representing switch, R is representing resistance, L is representing inductance, I electric current, and U is explaining voltage drop. So the system behavior can be modeled with the differential equation also. I hope that if any derivative is used in your in your equation, if an algebraic equation is converted in such a form that involves some derivatives, then that is the differential equation. I know that you know well this. And in many cases, the mathematical model of the system ends up to being too complicated and requires simplification. And the drawback of simplification process is that it could be critical for control design system. This model is very, very important for control design system, and for those scholars or for those who are planning to exhibit any model that is trying to say something about electric short circuit, low voltage, any problem existing in the society and that is related to electricity, or that is a matter related to control design system. For that, this model is very, very important. Here is black box model. There was white box model. Here is black box models. So system which are modeled entirely based on experimental data. Means if you are giving input and you are getting output. So if your model is based on the result you have supplied there as input and output, and that has been obtained with the help of any particular experiment, means your model is directly based on experimental data. So this is called black box models. This means that you can ask me that you are talking about always in plural. Here is black box models. As according to, you have listened to me in the beginning that finite and non-finite models. So as according to the, composition, as according to the different, dimensions, significance and other criteria, black box model can also be further classified. It is why we are discussing about black box models, white box models. This means now I am coming here on black box models. This means that the user can observe the response, means output of the model for a certain stimulus, means input, but has no information about internal mechanism. If you are inventor, you are just giving input and taking output, but you are not bothering, or there is no need to bother that what is the internal mechanism is, but the model is just giving some output if you are giving some input. Here is experimental modeling. In the beginning, I shared with you that I am going to discuss about different types of models that plays very vital role in our research. And with the help of model, we can, enlarge our hypothesis. We can collect more and more information, and then we can express our idea in a convergent form, in a written form. No, that may be leading to the different survey and others. This is a way to, give a shape of our idea generated at a particular moment for a particular purpose. So I hope experimental model, you have already seen that experimental modeling is also called system identification, and this is based on measurements. Here the mathematical model of system is derived from several set of measurements. such recording the system's response as output for different stimulus and perturbations means input. And you see, there is a relation in our computer science and engineering. There is a term neural network, artificial neural network. So, black box model and artificial neural network, there is a model before you. You can see black box model can be constructed as ANN, means artificial neural network. And here we need a lot of data set for training, which needs to cover all working scenario of the system. Just like our neural system, the AI and the AAN, artificial neural network, become very, relevant and very convergent. And to explain that fact, we can use black box model. You see the model already exhibited before you. Here is gray box model.
I have one question, because we need to make it a little interactive. How simply we can define a model?
Sir,
What is a model? One thing he was told in the beginning, that if we are making something, a small prototype or something, that is a model. Idea came and later on we did the experiments. But in this term which you are explaining, as we call mathematical modeling,
yes.
what is the simplest, how we can explain this in simple way, that this is the mathematical model?
Yeah, any illustration of any hypothesis in the form of any mathematical terminology, any illustration of any hypothesis in the term of mathematical terminology, that is the mathematical modeling or modeling.
So does model involve variables?
Pardon me, please.
Does model involve variables?
Yeah, definitely. I have already discussed that finite and infinite models. It can have more than one variables.
Yes.
So should I continue?
Please.
Gray box model is here before you. A gray box model is the example. A transfer function or a state space model. We can have a system with transfer function. I hope that scholars of computer science and engineering are well acquainted about the concept of transfer function HS. But we don't know the gain and the time constant. By using experimental data, one can estimate K and T. This is a very, very useful, very yesterday during my presentation, one faculty member raised some question that she is developing different algorithm. Is there any method to bring them all in the preview of sampling or inferences? That is the right answer. This is the place where you can see that those all concepts, algorithms, here you see, here is a transfer function, here is gain, here is constant T, and by using experimental data, you can estimate K and T by this formula. HS is equal to K upon T into S plus 1. So this is the example of gray box model. Flavor of gray box model mainly depends on the model structured and your work or the labor you have done in the preparation of gray box model. And see here, this is the white box model. So I have already in the beginning, my first, model of this for discussion was white box model. You can ask that why again you are discussing about white box model. You have already discussed about white box model and black box model, gray box model, and the different models. Then why this? There is a motto to discuss with you. The motto is that as just my friend Professor Raghav has raised the question that how many variables is there is possibility of more than one variable? You see, in white box model, what are the characteristics? You see, characteristics governing physical laws no, and parameters no. Parameters means variables, more than one variables. White box model, the characteristic of white box model means what is the specific quality. Characteristic means something that is hidden and that reflects. If you are discussing about white box model, it governs the physical laws, means laws of physics that I have already discussed, and parameters are known. Also, it consists of set of linear, non-linear differential equations. Set of means more than one. Differential equations means, equations containing any derivative like dy by dx, first derivative, second derivative, third derivative, and others. So here it is clear that in black box model, there are several variables. Means more than one dimension is possible. Means with the help of a particular white box model, you can illustrate different aspect of any concept that you bear in your mind. And you see, again I am coming light gray box model, and I am talking about its characteristics, that what are the characteristics, what are the specific properties of light gray box model. Some of the physical governing laws, they are already known. Modal structures, they are known. This is the addition. This is modal structure known and parameters unknown. In black box model, parameters were also unknown and physical governing laws were known, but modal structures were not nowhere in black box model. Here is modal structure that is known in light gray box model. And what it consists of, you have seen in the previous model, set of linear or non-linear differential equation with parameters estimation, transfer function, as you have seen, HS and K and others, transfer function with parameters estimation, a state space model, and parameters estimation. Again, you see the characteristic and what it consists. Here is a dark gray box model. So the characteristics of dark gray box model, you see some of the physical governing laws known, some of, not all. Means this is not a model which is universally correct for all the law of physics existing. For some of the laws, it is a matter of a big research for anyone that on which physical law this model is working and on which physical law this model is not working. So some of the physical governing laws known, modal structure known, and parameters unknown, and consist of set of linear, non-linear differential equation. I hope I have already discussed this. See here the characteristic of black box. Black box model's characteristic is what? Model structure is unknown and parameters is also unknown. Means you are just moving your pen on a paper. Nothing is in your mind. There is no any fixed x-axis, y-axis or z-axis. There is no any fixed dimension. There is no any specific classified or non-classified data you have. But still, you are planning to say something. Who have seen that what is the shape of COVID-19 virus? But someone has structured, and we believe that the shape of the COVID virus is like this, like a circular ring like shape and others. Yesterday, we were during our presentation of an expert related to IPR. He was discussing about trademarks and he was discussing about some symbols. So in the like scenario, if you are discussing about black, by the name it is black. You see here, the name is black, means nothing is clear. No, nothing is known. But still it has ability to say something. So this is a model. So characteristic of black box model is its model structure is unknown and parameters means variables are also unknown, and it consists of artificial neural network. I hope that scholars and students, teachers of computer science know well that I hope that if the intelligence of any machine, if the intelligence of any instrument, any equipment, start working just like in a human being, and if the concept as we gain in our mind, very small and very big idea we are gaining and we are transmitting. If a machine start to work like in that scenario, then you can term that is working as on the pattern of artificial neural network. So theoretical modeling versus experimental modeling. So here is a conflict that which one should be preferred, either theoretical modeling or experimental modeling. You can say, without going through the details here, I have mentioned that experimental modeling is more important than theoretical modeling, and as per your perception, you can say that in experimental modeling there will be some experiment based outcome based and some result based models. But before going to that context, you should please see what I have mentioned here. Theoretical modeling, if done properly, gives more information about the system taken for analysis. Theoretical modeling, if done properly, gives more information about system taken for analysis. But experimental modeling is better than this, as if the system is complex, deriving the mathematical equation can be very hard. Means if there are more than 3 or 4 equations, means there are 3 and 4 variables, then it is not simple for anyone to find the value of all the variables. I am terming them as x, y and z. If you have to find the value of 4 variables by solving 4 different equations, so in that case, it becomes more complicated. And then if you are designing any model, that can create a little bit more, complicated work rather than the theoretical model. But if you are saying something that is not, based on any specific mathematical experimental model. So that can be more illustrative and it will be easy for anyone to create that. Most of the parameters used in the mathematical equations are not known. So the overall behavior of the model system is uncertain. And here are the 4 steps of mathematical modeling process. Means if you are a scholar of social science, humanities, computer science, education, or whatever may be the discipline, if you want to prepare any mathematical model, then you should follow some steps that have been mentioned here. Formulation means you should have capacity to convert your language in the form of mathematical equations. I am going to give you an example. हिंदी में बताते हैं, आपने पढ़ाई किया होगा क्लास 9th या 10th में, मैथमेटिक्स अलजेब्रा में एक सवाल बच्चों के लिए आता था, पिता की उम्र पुत्र के उम्र के दुगुने से 10 वर्ष अधिक है और 5 वर्ष पहले पिता की उम्र पुत्र के उम्र के तिगुने से 3 वर्ष अधिक थी, तो पिता और पुत्र की उम्र क्या है? This was the statement that needs, formulation. Conversion of this statement in the form of algebraic equation. So, if you are planning to create any mathematical model, you should learn firstly that how the statement will be converted in the form of any specific mathematical shape, means in the form of any equation or inequations or any, plain, simple or, differential equation or what that may be, as you can imagine. Then some solution of that equation. If the number of variables are more, you can take help of simplex method by using linear programming. And after formulation and solution, here is the important aspect of modeling process, that is the way of interpretation. Everything is the only interpretation. The thing you are planning to say, the thing you are planning to explain before anyone to satisfy, to say that what actually you want to say. And validation, how this will be validated, any model may be validated as according to the concept of different models. You have to compare that if you have created a model, then from which category, whether it is under the preview of black box model or white box model or gray models and others. So these are the 4 stages that involved in mathematical modeling. And this is the last slide. I suggest to all those who are having a little bit knowledge, and if you really love to work on mathematical modeling or on simulation, then please download MathWorks and start learning MATLAB. MATLAB means this is a matrix equation based library where there are 1,000 and 1,000 equations are, and with the help of matrix and its application, solution of any equation is possible there within a minute. So if you are having so many variables in a particular model, and you have drafted different so many equations, there is no need to be more confused that how these equations will be solved. For that, I refer you that you should see the MATLAB and Simulink. These are the two important pillars who have capacity to explain any models consisting any number of variables, any number of ingredient for the sake of the convenience of the illustration you actually need. So this is the end of my today's presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Nice presentation, and you really explained the type of models, what they actually mean, what is their use. But let me tell you, models, they do a lot of prediction also. If you have to predict, he also told models are used. There are several types. There is one question in the chat box which
Yes,
is
sir.
related to plagiarism. And either you can answer, I can answer, and the director research madam is also. If you are listening me, please come up on the screen. The question is posted by one of our research scholar, and she is the faculty member also. Does copying, listen carefully, does copying and pasting from own paper in PhD thesis is considered as plagiarism? So my submission is that yes, if you are copying and pasting your own paper, even if you are citing the reference, it is self-plagiarism.
That is the self-plagiarism.
Yes, it is.
It is the
You
self-plagiarism.
write the inferences of that, you cite that, but exactly you can know. Otherwise, why would, if you have done some work 4 years before, which was not part of your PhD, you can choose the same topic and reproduce the same work without doing anything. So that's why it comes under the category of self-plagiarism. Do not do it. Write the, what you call abstract of that, prepare abstract of your paper, findings, give
Sir,
clear citation,
one thing
yes, do
I would
that.
like
So that's the answer.
one thing I would like to share for all my dears and research scholars and participants, that if you have no ability to write anything in your language, if you have no capacity to study anything, then what is the meaning of that writing and sharing with to anyone? Because
Yes.
not only you, but your supervisor's career will also be on a stack. For your kind information, it is mandatory for all the scholars that their synopsis should be uploaded in Sodh Gangotri and after the registration, and their PhD thesis after their Viva will be uploaded in Sodh Ganga. And suppose one of my friend who is not happy with my PhD degree, he or she is sending a written postgraph or an email to UGC or to Implement that I have copied so many things from so many places,
Yes.
and my thesis from Sodh Gangotri will be downloaded. That will be sent to the a screening committee set up by the Implement Gandhinagar. That will be checked. Plagiarism will be checked, and if the case is found to be correct, then you think.
Yeah, that's enough. I think that much information is enough for the. Yeah, what he is trying to say that whatever you are taking, take the proper, show the proper reference, proper citation, write in your own words, and the most is keep your advisor informed, your guide informed what you are doing. So there is a way of doing, using the information which the other researchers have proved, but in a right way. So otherwise, the laws are very strict. So that was one question which we addressed about the, plagiarism. And the next speaker will join us about in 15 minutes.
Sir,
Yes,
give me
add
1
on
minute,
anything
sir,
if you want.
Naga sir, give me 1 minute.
Yes,
I'm not
please
going
take.
to take name of anyone.
Absolutely.
A gentleman, professor of Rajasthan, posted in a central university of Bihar as the vice chancellor of that central university, newly, constructed central university of Bihar.
Mhm.
And someone from Rajasthan only complained to UGC that his thesis contains plagiarism. And for your kind information, within a week, that person was sacked. by the PM, Prime Minister Office. So this is the story of plagiarism. It may be detected in any case at any stage. So don't be happy that yes, my plagiarism is, nobody knows what is the plagiarism, what I have written. It is very,
and as we said before, always remember in the thesis, research supervisor is giving a statement that it is the bona fide work. It is the work carried by you.
Yes.
So it is very important you discuss with your supervisor what you are adding, what citation, what references, what type of material you are putting in your thesis, from where it came. In kind of any confusion, please get in touch with your guide, with other peers, so that such type of mistakes you may avoid. That is also a part of this IPR and emergent research methodology. So self-plagiarism, we already explained and spoke on the plagiarism. You want to add something, Director Research Madam, regarding this self-plagiarism? Because there was a question posted in the chat box that can someone copy the material from its own published paper in the same way, copy and paste in the thesis. Are you following me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so speak on it, self-plagiarism. Suppose you have published a paper 3 years back and you take the entire content of that paper as such and pasted it in your thesis.
No, so that
yeah.
cannot be done. Absolutely cannot be
Yes,
done.
it's a self-plagiarism.
Yes, we can quote our own content, own work. We can refer, but not exactly. We can just give a summary of our own
Absolutely.
work.
Yeah.
Yes, but
that's
we
what we
cannot
both concluded.
copy and paste. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, now we have among. Am I audible to you, Dr. Mayank Barnwal?
Yes, sir, very much. I believe I am also audible and my video is also working fine.
Yes, you are very much audible. So, yeah, he is among us. He is the next speaker, Dr. Mayank Barnwal from the Department of Law, University of Rajasthan. And he will share his knowledge in an interactive manner with a presentation on legal facts on intellectual property rights. So over to you, Dr. Mayank. Till then, let me get your PPT shared by our IT department. Please continue.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Professor Pramod Raghav, sir. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me a chance to present my views to the organizers. Friends, today I'm going to tell you something about all kinds of intellectual property rights. Actually, there is a basic difference between each intellectual property, the duration of protection each intellectual property holds, and the kind of intellectual property, what work it does. So let the host share my PPTs, and thereafter one by one we can go ahead. So I'll request you kindly put live my PPTs, and I'll just request you, thereafter I can begin, sir.
Sir, you can share your PPT.
In 2-3 minutes, they are sharing it. Till then, you can start about the legal facts. Yes, it is coming.
Okay. Sir.
Is doing it. It will take 2-3 minutes probably.
No problem, sir. The legal facts relates to the knowledge which generally people from other non-legal fields do not know, or they continue doing what they know, which actually is not good under the law. So let me see what I can do with my presentation today. Once it gets started, and till then kindly bear with me, and thereafter we can just proceed further. So I'll just proceed with my presentation if you allow me. We can wait for 1-2 minutes.
No problem, sir. Please.
Sir.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Sir, kindly make it full screen if it is possible. And actually, I cannot see my PPT, so it is a bit difficult for me to tell you that go to the next slide.
Just 1 minute, please.
Please.
Technical team, please make it as in full screen.
Yeah, slideshow mode.
Yeah, Dr. Mayank, I hope it is now visible for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For me, it is visible, sir. I want it to be visible for the participants as well. It is
Yeah,
for them I have made it, sir.
Yeah,
Sir.
yeah. Dr. Mayank, when he will say next,
Sir.
they will, switch on to the next. So,
Sir,
yeah, they
sir.
are starting.
Thank
now.
you. Sir. So, I'll start it fresh. Good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. Mayank from Department of Law, University of Rajasthan. And today I'll tell you a few facts which I believe not many of you might be aware of. Because generally in our daily lives, what we do is we continue doing what we know. So it is a fact of the matter that everyone should know the basic laws, and that too related to intellectual property rights. And as per the University Grant Commission, intellectual property rights is the only one subject in today's date which the UGC mandates all the vice chancellors of all the universities across the country to be taught in all the departments. The UGC says that the basic knowledge of this intellectual property rights should be given to each and every person across the universities because it is something which we use and go through daily. So next slide, please. I'll just continue with my presentation. The scope of my presentation deals with an introduction to the intellectual property rights or IPRs in short form, the international and domestic aspects related to them, few case studies, and then concluding remarks. Next slide, please. Friends, intellectual property rights has emerged from a term known as property rights. There is something known as a property from which intellectual property has come out. So let us briefly know. For the non-legal persons, I have tried to make my slides as basic as possible. First of all, we should know what actually is a property. Property means property rights are a bundle of rights which includes right to sell, right to mortgage, right to lease, right to subdivide. For example, if you own a land, you have a right to sell, mortgage, lease or subdivide your land in the manner, in the fashion you want. But there are certain limitations to those rights. For example, right to tax, right to take for public use. The government, as per the Constitution of India, has the right over all the land across the country. So the land on which you have built your house, suppose a metro line has to be passed from that land, the government can give you the circle rate and take that land away from you. That is a constitutional right of the central government or the state government, as the case may be. So the right to take for public use, right to control the use of your property, and right to dispose of in case of death. So in the right side, the picture shows that the basic characteristics of property rights are exclusivity, that it is exclusive to the person who holds that property. It is permanence, that is, it is permanently, it belongs to the person who holds that. Transferability, I can transfer my property to anyone I feel like. And security, it gives a security to me. Next slide, please. From the word property, two concepts emerge. One is known as ownership, other is known as possession. Without looking at the slides, let me tell you in a very basic example. Suppose I own a car and you are my colleague. I hand over the keys of my car in your hand. You say that I have some household work and I want to borrow your car for half an hour. If you take my car for half an hour with my permission, you are in the possession of my car. And still I am the owner of my car. The ownership has never belonged to you. Only the current position has been transferred to you as I am the owner of my property. So from that term property, two concepts emerge. Now let us read what is written. Ownership, to own, means to have or hold a thing. The one who holds a thing as his own, he is said to have a right of ownership. Ownership includes the right to use the thing, as I told earlier, right to exclude others from using it. If you own a piece of land, suppose the trust which owns your university, or suppose whoever is the owner of the university has the exclusive right to exclude all others from using it. the right to dispose of the thing, and the right to destruct the thing. These are the basic rights which come along with ownership. And when it comes to possession, possession means an action or fact of possessing something or of being possessed. So possession is a relative authority, friends, holding physical control over the property, as I gave an example right now. So the rights which comes with possession are right to possess only and the right to consume, etc. Now next slide, please. In the modern concepts of ownership, the property is divided into two parts. One is tangible property and one is intangible property. Anything and everything which you can see, feel, touch, like your laptop, mobile, car, land, house, all comes under the term tangible property. And anything and everything which comes out from your intellect, from your mind, is known as intangible property. So from here the term intellectual property is born. Next slide, please. Friends, these are the various facets of intellectual property rights through which kinds of intellectual property are governed legally in your country. Taking it to clockwise direction, the law of patents, trademarks, copyright and related rights. There are two things, copyright and related rights. In the next slide, I will just tell you what is meant by that. Law of industrial designs, plant variety and farmers' rights law, trade secrets law, layout design of integrated circuits, geographical indications. So these are the various laws which governs the various facets of intellectual property rights, but generally a non-legal person.
Sir, please explain this term plant variety, please.
Yes, sir. Actually, in the following slides, I have explained each of these terms in 4, 5 slides. So kindly bear with me for a moment. I'll just come to it. Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. I'll explain each of them, sir. Next slide, please. Nature of intellectual property rights. Friends, the intellectual property rights are largely territorial rights, which means the law of patents or geographical indications or plant varieties, which sir has just said, they are largely territorial rights, which means they are having their protection across the country in which they are protected. These rights are awarded by the state and are monopoly rights, implying that no one can use these rights without the consent of the right holder. That means if I am holder of the right, only I have got the right to use it. Intellectual property rights have fixed term, and all fixed terms are different, ranging from the law we are referring to, except the law of trademark and geographical indications, which may have indefinite life, provided these are renewed after a stipulated time specified in the law by paying official fees, which I will be telling you in the coming slides. Next slide, please. Friends, what are the benefits of legally protecting an IPR? Generally, people know how to develop an IPR. I have a patent, but I don't know how to protect it legally. If I protect it legally, what are the benefits? These are few benefits which comes with the legal registration of any kind of intellectual property rights. This is common to all. It confers, number one, legal protection to the product. It prevents unauthorized use by others. It boosts exports and promotes economic prosperity. It enables seeking legal protection in foreign countries. The registered proprietor and authorized users can initiate infringement actions. Now, friends, if I am having an IPR and I have not got it legally protected, I cannot go to the court saying that my IPR has been legally infringed. The court will ask, the first question from me is whether your IPR is legally protected, domestically protected. No, then go back. First protect your IPR legally, then come to the court. So legal protection gives the registered proprietor and authorized users to initiate infringement actions against persons infringing your product. The authorized users can exercise the exclusive right, meaning to say the ownership rights, to use the IPR for the fixed term. Incentive for further development and huge source of information. Next slide, please. So in basic terms, intellectual property rights refers to creation of mind. As a collective term, intellectual property rights includes various independent intellectual property rights which may be collectively used for protecting different aspects of an inventive work for multiple kind of protection. Now that I have said that statement, what does it actually mean? Let us go to the next slide, please. Then we'll come back. Next slide, please. Friends, I hope all of us are aware of this picture. This is an indigenous car developed within our country known as Tata Nano. मुझे नहीं लगता हम में से कोई भी है जो इस कार का विवरण नहीं जानता है. I believe all of us are aware of this car. Now friends, let me tell you how IPR comes into picture. The design of this car cannot be copied by any other car company in the country. So this design of this nano car is unique and it is protected by the law of industrial designs. It has the law of industrial design, friends, has nothing to do with the function of the product. The car functions through the engine. The engine of the car is protected by the law of patents because it is an invention. Any invention which is new and which is not known to the expert in the field can be protected under the law of patents. So the design of Tata Nano is protected under the law of industrial designs and the engine of Tata Nano is protected by law of patents. The T word which you can see in front of the car is a trademark of Tata company. So no other car company can use that T word. So please go to the previous slide, please. एक बार पिछली slide पे वापस जाइए. That is why I have written, friends, as a collective term, IPRs includes various independent rights which may be collectively used for protecting different aspects of an inventive work for multiple kind of protection. Now this one car is having multiple kind of protection through various intellectual property laws. It is just one example I just gave you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Suppose there was no law to protect this. Then all car companies in India would have come together and would have what they have started saying. This design of Tata Nano is mine. The engine developed by Tata Nano company is mine. The trademark Tata is mine. And it has fallen as a generic product. And once the product has become generic, it cannot be protected under the law. So that is the need where legal protection of an IPR arises. Otherwise, all other companies in the world will come together and steal your idea, steal your invention, and pass it on as their own. Next slide, please. So these are the next slide. These are the various legislations governing intellectual property laws in India. The ones marked in red, if you can see that the Trademarks Act 1999, Industrial Designs Act 2000, Biological Diversity Act 2002, Geographical Indications Act 1999, Semiconductor Act 2000 and Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act 2001. So you can see most of the IPRs then have been amended or new legislations have been developed from the year 1999 to 2002. What was the reason, friends? हमारे देश में पहले ही more than 5,000 kinds of legislations prevailing है. What was the need of these new laws? I'll just tell you the reason why these laws were necessary domestically in India. Apart from these marked with red, we have the Patents Act 1970 and the Copyright Act 1957, in which major amendments in the law were carried out in the year 1999 onwards. Next slide, please. The reason behind that, friends, was an international convention. So why today's lecture is necessary for all the people listening to me? If you don't see a problem in the below mentioned question, generally people say that all I asked was, can I patent my copyrighted trademark? And patent, copyright and trademark are entirely different areas. They protect different things legally. So if you don't understand the basic difference between them, today's lecture is very much necessary, friends. Next slide, please. This was the reason why most of the intellectual property legislations were developed, were designed and created by the Parliament of India from the year 1999 onwards. I'll just take 1 minute to explain you that. In 1995, a global body known as World Trade Organization was formed. All the countries in the world became a part of it. It gave developed countries, developing countries, and least developed countries different timelines to comply with all the terms and conditions written in the World Trade Organization. Developed countries were given 1 year from 1995, that is till 1996, all the developed countries members of WTO have to comply with the minimum standards. Developing country like India was given 5 years time. That means till 1st January 2000, India has to comply with all the norms of World Trade Organization to continue being a member of the WTO. And least developed countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Afghanistan were given 10 years time period to comply with the World Trade Organization. It was for the first time, friends, like in a book we have different chapters. In World Trade Organization, Annexure 1 capital C, trade related aspects of intellectual property rights, or in short, the TRIPS agreement was created by the countries of the world jointly. This TRIPS agreement is the source that across the globe why these laws were created in different timelines. Had India not created these laws from 1999 to 2002, India could have loosened the membership of WTO. India could have loosened the right to claim its ownership on many products across the globe if it has not made laws or protected its product domestically. So the timeline, this timeline allotted to developing countries to comply with WTO norms was the TRIPS agreement. As on date, 164 countries are members of WTO, and the minimum standards have to be followed by all the countries, be it Pakistan, India, USA, China, or any country of the world who is member of WTO. Next slide, please. So now let us see each of the intellectual property rights, basic things. An overview of copyright law in India. Friends, what do you understand by right to copy? Copyright is something known as right to copy. Next slide, please. Copyright protects all the literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, or architectural work which you can ever imagine going on within the country. If you write an article, get it published. If you write an article, get it published in a newspaper or in a journal, the law of copyright comes into picture. If you act in a play, a drama, or if you are A.R. Rahman, you are singing a song. If you are Michael Jackson, you are performing something. The broadcast which you are seeing at your home, Sony TV, Zee TV, the broadcast or the artistic work, suppose any painter has made any drawing or any architectural work, suppose the design of Birla Temple Delhi or the Hawa Mahal Jaipur, the design, everything is covered under the law of copyright. Next slide, please. These are few pictures. This is the picture of a drama.
Mr. Barnwal,
Yes, sir.
there is a query from a research scholar who is in journalism and mass communication.
Sir.
She is asking, after listening you on this slide, that could you give some inputs on media laws and rights for communication students?
Sure, sir. For that, I'll request to all branches of all students listening to me right now, kindly jot down your queries in your diaries or wherever you can. And once I finish my presentation, for 10-15 minutes, I'll give an open time. Whatever queries will be there, I'll be happy to, whatever is my knowledge, I'll try to solve each of them. First, please bear with me and let me present first.
Yes,
Sir.
please continue.
Sir. Next slide, please. So what I was telling friends, that the law of copyright covers all the drama. Suppose you are Chetan Bhagat, you write a novel, Three Idiots, that is also protected by the law of copyright. If you, the newspapers, protected by the law of copyright. Next, if you write a poetry, suppose you are Javed Akhtar, it is protected by the law of copyright. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Suppose if you are making a butterfly or a tree from matchbox, you are making something unique. The design of that butterfly, the design of that matchbox tree, the matchstick tree, or something, a face made on sand. All these things, suppose you make a face on sand and you click a picture, or the design of the Birla Temple Delhi, I was telling Lotus Temple Delhi, or the design of Hava Mahal, or any fort, all these are covered under the law of copyright. Next slide, please. The sound recording, which is made in cinematograph films, the movies you see, all these sound recording are covered by the law of copyright. Next slide, please. The Bollywood or Hollywood or whatever web series movies you watch, all these are covered under the law of copyright. So next slide, please. So the basic rights, which not only the law of copyright, but most of the IPRs give are statutory rights. Statutory rights means legal rights. If you can read the fourth line of statutory rights, the author of the work, that means the owner of the work, can prohibit or permit reproduction, distribution, public performance, broadcasting, translation, adaptation of his work. That means if I am Chetan Bhagat, I have written a novel in Hindi, I can give my translation rights to some other publisher. My novel can be published in English or to some other publisher. In Telugu, the movies which are translated in the Hollywood movies, which are translated into Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, all these are covered under the law of copyright. So if you are the owner, you protect that. If you are the owner, you own that. Economic rights, that means you can earn money from them. Moral rights, if you are selling your rights to someone, no one can, even after purchasing, put their own name and leave you out in the dark. So still have moral rights on them. Negative rights. Friends, all kinds of intellectual property rights are negative rights, which means if you are the owner of an IPR, you can stop the entire world from using them without your permission. So all IPRs are negative rights. Next slide, please. This is the name of the law by which the copyright in your country is governed, the Copyright Act 1957, which has gone major changes in the year 1999 and 2002 because of the World Trade Organization TRIPS agreement, as I just said. Next slide, please. The Indian law was passed by the Parliament on 4th June 1957, and this act sought to provide for the registration and better protection of copyright in India. This act is administered by the Registrar of Copyright appointed by the central government, and the copyright registry is located at New Delhi. This is the website which you can share with all your students, copyright.gov.in. It is a government website. Any information on this copyright law, they have made simple booklets in the About section. You can go there, download that, read it free of cost, and you can know the basics of the law, what you are supposed to do, what you are supposed not to do. Next slide, please. Friends, all the kinds of intellectual property rights in your country are governed by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and under that, a body known as Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, in short DPIIT. ये जो DPIIT है, यही वो बॉडी है जो सभी तरीके के इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स को ओन करती है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री के अंडर. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. So once you apply for a registration of a copyright, if you can see the below mentioned left side C, अगर मैं अपनी वेबसाइट पे या अपने एक आर्टिकल मैंने लिखा, उसके नीचे फुटनोट में मैंने C वर्ड लिख के उसको सर्कल कर दिया, इसका मतलब मैं दूसरों को बताना चाह रहा हूं कि इस वर्क पे मेरा कॉपीराइट है. आई एम हैविंग द कॉपीराइट इन दैट वर्क, बट it is not legally registered, and copyright is the only kind of intellectual property rights in your country which gives automatic protection. आपने एक आर्टिकल लिख लिया, आपको उसको लीगली प्रोटेक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
Excuse me,
law.
and
Yes, please.
if you do not mind, let
Yes,
me
please.
allow to ask one question. Because yesterday another expert came and he said the same thing, that click a picture and it is yours. Now you are the
Yes, sir.
same thing, write 3 words and it is yours.
Yes, sir.
And on the top of that, he also said, and you are saying that it is not registered. So
It
if
is not
it
registered.
and without registration, I cannot prove that it is my copyright. Then why
Sir.
the experts are including these words that you click a photo, it is yours. You write a document,
Yes,
it is
sir.
yours, it is original.
Yes,
Because
sir,
I understand you all are law expert. Without evidence, nothing can be proved. So if I
That
do
is very
have a
much clear,
registration
sir.
paper, I am saying that it is my trademark, it is my copyright.
Copyright.
My right is on it. Please explain
Yes,
that
sir.
so that all
Yes,
of us
sir.
can
Yes, sir.
understand. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That is, I was expecting this question. I believe yesterday Dr. Manoj sir clarified, might have told you this. So the thing is that in most of the intellectual property rights legislations, different legislations, the registration word has been given optional by the government. Law कहीं भी नहीं कहता है कि आप जरूर उसको register कराइए. But law says that if you do not register your product, these are the harms which you will face. Like in the third or fourth slide, I told you what are the benefits of registration. जिसमें एक point था कि आप अपने claim को prove ही नहीं कर पाओगे अगर आपने legally register नहीं कराया है. Generally, what yes, sir. I'm just clarifying that. I'm just clarifying that.
क्लैरिफाई करिए, अदरवाइज तो फिर तो हम सब अपना अपना करके रख लें और कह दें हमारा
that is what I'm trying to say. Please listen to me. तो ये जो copyright का C word होता है, this is only for making others understand that I am the author of this work, and I don't want others to use this without mentioning my name. And if someone uses that, I can go against that person and start a legal action against that person. But there is this copyright.gov.in, this government's website gives a clear understanding about these things, and it says that there are a lot of classes of work, like in musical, artistic, dramatic, whatever is the kind of your work, you can get your work registered under the law. There is a copyright registrar who is appointed by the central government. Shri Hoshiar Singh, IS officer, is currently the copyright registrar. And there are a lot of copyright examiners which are appointed by the government who will, for the first time, examine your work. They will let you know if there are any anomalies, any lacuna in your work. And then you can reapply, and then they will put your work, your application, in the public domain. If no opposition is received from the public domain, then your work will be registered in that class or category in the register of copyrights in New Delhi. And unless and until your work is registered under the law, it is very much difficult to prove that you were the first one to click that picture and you are the actual owner of that picture. So the C word is only to make others understand that you are the author. But if someone infringes it, it is really very difficult in front of courts that it was you as the first author who clicked that picture first. So generally, a lawyer or a professor of intellectual property rights or a specialist will always suggest you to get your product registered first. Once you get it registered, I'll just clear it. Once your product is registered, you get an R word, and you can, once you put that R word in the circle, that means your work is registered in the copyright register, and anyone in the country can pay the desired fees and can get a copy from that, and it can be proved in the court. Next slide, please. So I hope I cleared your doubt, sir.
No, you cleared your doubt, but sorry, still, it is my suggestion that we should stop saying this, that you click and it is yours. We should start saying you do it, you write it, you click it, it will be yours after registration.
Registration, correct, sir. Correct, sir.
Lot of confusion, lot of innocent students yesterday asked this question. कि सर फिर हम क्यों copyright कराते हैं? तो हमने लिया है हमारा हो गया. But you clarified that, so please go ahead.
Professor Rao sir, actually Dr. Mayank is adding the same fact as Dr. Manoj yesterday submitted.
Yes.
That if my marriage is Mr. X with Mr. XYZ, and if my marriage is not registered,
it is not marriage.
XYZ is not my wife.
I got it.
Is not my wife. This is not my
in case of marriage, it is visible to thousands of people. But in case of pic and a document, you need evidences. That's what I'm saying.
Generally, like the same thing what sir said, I'll take it from him. So yes, the marriage, the court, no law says that the registration should be like compulsory. But
Absolutely.
Generally, who gets it registered is having an ease in proving his claim in the court. So anyways, we'll move ahead. And friends, this is one extract from the Register of Copyright. So this is the kind of certificate which you get once your product, once your claim is registered. So the Deputy Registrar of Copyright has signed. So the date will be mentioned, and from the date of application, not from the date of grant, that from the date of application, the time duration of protection of that IPR will be counted. Each of the intellectual copyrights have different time limits. So let us move to the next slide. Next slide, please. So this duration of copyright law in India for all the literary, dramatic, musical and artistic works published during the lifetime of the author is life of the author plus 60 years. I'll try to clear one fact with you all, that the TRIPS agreement, WTO, says that life of the author plus 50 years. That is the minimum standard all countries of the world have to follow. India ने 10 साल और बढ़ा दिए, life of the author plus 60 years कर दिया. So all the countries are free to do that. Regarding all other works, 60 years from the date of publication. These are the kind of work which posthumous or anonymous work, government organizations work, cinema, sound recording, computer program, photograph. These laws are also very much different from each other. For example, in India, a software gets a copyright protection, whereas in US, a software gets a patent protection. In India, a plant variety gets protection under a sui generis, means self-designed law known as Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, which I'll be dealing with afterwards, while as in any kind of plant variety is protected under the law of patents in US. So domestically, all these IPRs vary among themselves, and country by country, if you start comparing these IPRs, the TRIPS agreement generally says that you have to protect this IPR. From which law, it is up to you. Right? Next slide, please. Now, when it was written copyright and related rights, what are the related rights? Next slide, please. Related rights are something known as performers' rights and the rights of broadcasting organizations. In them, the general duration, life of the author plus 60 years is not the case. Suppose I am a performer. I am performing right now as a teacher, and I am giving my presentation. So I'll be having 50 years of protection in my presentation from the date of the publication. From today's date, next 50 years, my presentation is automatically copyright protected, but that is again a matter to be proved. Then rights of broadcasting organizations, anything which is broadcasted is having a 25 years protection. Next slide, please. Now comes the concept of fair use. Now, I believe Dr. Manoj might have told you about fair use. Next slide, please. I'll just clarify the concept straight away. Friends, this is the University Grant Commission notification. The UGC, while its notification dated 23rd July 2018, requested all the vice chancellors of all the universities across the country, be it public or private, through the University Grant Commission Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism in Higher Educational Institutions Regulations 2018, to follow it in toto. Which means, if you are a university, you have to download this, you have to go through this, and whatever is written, you have to apply in your university in each and every department of yours. Without having that, when the NAC team will come and visit your university, they will lower down the rank of the university if you are not following this. What are the repercussions is that something known as a plagiarism check, which we are all unaware of. If I am doing my dissertation under someone, or I am writing a PhD thesis, what I will do, I will take things from X, Y, and Z, quote it as my own, and let it move further. So what this UGC regulation says that, please, next slide, please. What this UGC regulation says that, I have given all the web links to this UGC regulation. Anyone can use this, click that, and it will open the entire regulation. What this UGC regulation says that, these are 3 approved softwares. URKUND. Urkund is free of cost. It is provided by UGC. As a university, what you have to do is just through the registrar, you have to write to UGC, request them that we want this Urkund software, anti-plagiarism software. They will give it free of cost in a CD to your university. There is a term known as similarity index. In these regulations, guidelines, UGC says that when the thesis is ready or the dissertation is ready, you put it in Urkund software, and the similarity index, overall similarity index, should be 10 or less than 10. If it is not less than 10, you give it again back to the scholar or to the candidate, ask him to revise his work, come back again. My suggestion to each and everyone doing research in the postgraduate or PhD level is, if you are taking one single line from internet, mention it in the footnotes. Even one single word you are taking, mention it in the footnote. And take not more than 3 to 4 to 5% data from one website or one article which you have downloaded as a PDF or Word or whatever. Because the overall similarity index will again jump and increase, which will be troubling for you. These are another two softwares, Turnitin and Authenticate. University of Rajasthan has already purchased this Turnitin software, and Authenticate is also. These two are globally renowned softwares which are known for this plagiarism check. So your university can get the Urkun free of cost from UGC, or Turnitin or Authenticate. You have to take a yearly annual subscription. So once you take a subscription, their team will come and they will guide you how to go ahead with it in each and every department of yours. What we have done in University of Rajasthan is we have made one instructor in each department, and all 37, 38 departments instructors, they went one day, and this Turnitin people came from Delhi, and they guided us how this software works. And now everything, unless and until it passes from this anti-plagiarism software, Next slide. This legal remedies. Legal remedies are the copyright law gives this legal remedies of injunction. They can the court can stop you doing from what you are doing. Damages means compensation, account of profit and cost. And the law of copyright gives criminal remedies, that is cognizable offences in which a police can arrest without warrant, and imprisonment up to 3 years or fine up to 2 lakh rupees may be awarded by the court of law. Next slide, please. An overview of trademarks. Next slide. This is the trademarks law. Next slide. This is the trademarks law, friends. Trademarks Act 1999. Again, it was made before the 5 years period could end, after the developing countries were granted this 5 years period from 1995. So earlier act, Trade and Merchandise Marks Law, was repealed, cancelled, and this new law complying the minimum standards of WTO TRIPS agreement was made. So trademarks include goods as well as services. Goods is something known as a product which you use in your daily life. For example, a toothbrush. For example, whatever you can, a mouse, a water bottle. So and services are provided by, for example, a speed post office. A courier is giving you a courier service, or a hospital is giving you a service. All these things, goods and services, both are covered under the Trademarks Act. There are only two kinds of intellectual property rights. One is trademarks, another is geographical indications, which give you perpetual protection. They give you once a protection of 10 years, which may be renewed every 10 years. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I believe all these simple trademarks are known to all. Vodafone, Bharat Petroleum, Ambuja, Reebok, Nike, SDFC, Microsoft, Mercedes, McDonald's, Parle-G, Make in India, Tanishq, all are trademarks. Next slide, please. What marks can be trademarked? It should be a coined mark. It should be an arbitrary mark. It should be a suggestive mark and a distinctive mark, but it should not be a generic mark. Generic means what everyone can and may be using. That is a generic mark. So it should not be a descriptive mark. It should not suggest the quality or source or origin of goods. So a trademark can be either of those. For example, I will give you an example. Nirma washing powder. सभी को पता होगा इस washing powder का नाम. The owner Karsam Bhai Patel from Gujarat, he is having 2 daughters. The name of one daughter is Nirupama, Nirupama. So from this word Nirupama, he took out Nirma, and it was long back he started this Nirma washing powder. So it became a trademark and a well-known trademark. Next slide, please. This is the evolution of popular company logos as a trademark. Apple, Pepsi, IBM, Shell, Walmart, Nike, you can see. Next slide, please. A trademark may be designated by the following symbols. If someone has put TM, it is similarly like C as in copyright, it is for an unregistered trademark. that is a mark used to promote a brand only goods. SM means unregistered service mark, and R is meaning for registered trademark. The filing of trademark application, the Mumbai is the head office and Delhi, Ahmedabad, Chennai and Kolkata are the receiving centers. Next slide please. So Mumbai is the head office for filing a trademark, and applications can be taken at Delhi, Ahmedabad, Chennai and Kolkata offices also. They are receiving centers. Next slide please. An overview of industrial designs law in India. I already gave you an example of Tata Nano. Next slide. This is the Designs Act 2000 made after the TRIPS agreement, WTO. Next slide please. When companies are competing at equal price and functionality, design is the only differential that matters. Next slide please. Friends, when you go to purchase a soft drink from a shop, you can see the shape of each of the bottles are different. Yes or no? For example, you can see Sprite is having a different shape, Coca-Cola is having a different shape, Fanta is having a different shape. The law of industrial designs nowhere relates to the function of the product. It only relates to the eye appeal or the visual attractiveness of the product. If your product is visually attractive and it appeals to the eye and is of aesthetic nature, then it is very much protected, can be protected under the law of industrial designs. Next slide please. Design has its presence in anything and everything you can imagine, be it consumer products. Next slide please. Be it pharmaceuticals. Next slide please. Be it textile and jewelry. Next slide please. Let us take an example with a toothbrush. Shape and configuration signify something solid, where an idea has been incorporated into the article. Next slide please. And the pattern or ornament or composition of colors or lines relates to something two-dimensional. Next slide please. Example with a toothbrush. When a figure showing the feature of a design of an article is drawn on a paper and submitted to the Intellectual Property Office for registration, the Intellectual Property Designs Office will regard as if design has been applied to the article sought to be registered. That means your idea drawn on a paper is being registered under the law. Friends, the time period, the duration given to an industrial design is 10 years, which may be extended to 5 more years. That means 10 plus 5, total of 15 years IP protection can be given on industrial design. Next slide. A new shape applied to a toothbrush which produces a new visual appearance on the article. Next slide please. Next slide. Any mode or principle of construction or operation or anything which is in substance a mere mechanical device would not be a registrable design. Next slide. So let's see friends, it is just one product, a toothbrush, and there are so many designs. Next slide please. There are so many designs available. Now in the left side with the toothbrush you see there is a small button. If you press that button, the toothbrush will start ziggling away, and you don't need to push it for brushing your teeth. That is something related to the function of the product, and it again goes to the law of patents, not to the law of industrial design. The law of industrial designs is only related to the visual attractiveness of the product, that is eye appeal. If you can figure out Tata Nano from a bunch of cars, that is what law of industrial design does. Next slide please. Next slide please. Next slide. So this पिछली slide पे जाइए, the previous one. इसके पहले वाली slide, last slide. Please go back. So for it, the law of industrial designs, friends, Kolkata is the head office, as in trademarks, Mumbai was the head office. Law of industrial designs के लिए Kolkata is the head office, and Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai are receiving centers. Next slide, please. An overview of law of patents in India. Next slide. This is the Patents Act 1970, which was rigorously amended in the year 1999, 2002, and 2005, and made TRIPS WTO compliant. Next slide, please. Now there is a concept of discovery and invention. Discovery is something which is already found in nature. Invention is something which is made by a person. Next slide, please. We all know about Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the telephone. The quick facts we can see. He made the first telephone call in 1876. His mom and wife were deaf, and the Bell Telephone Company established was in 1877. He went on to have 18 patents of his own and 12 with collaborators. Next slide. The daily presence of patents in our daily life can be seen over here. Anything and everything which does a function is covered by a law of patents. Any small mechanical device is covered by a law of patents. Next slide. Patent is an exclusive right granted by the government to an inventor to prevent others from making, selling, or using a new product or process. Therefore, again, it is a negative right. The one who owns it can stop everyone from using it. The term of patent in India is 20 years from the date of filing of the application. And as I said, for all IP rights, patents also are territorial rights. But in the law of patents, only civil remedies are provided. That means the government has not provided criminal remedies as a policy decision in the law of patents. Please note down this website, IP as in intellectual property, ipindia.nic.in. This is the government website controlled by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And next slide, please. This is the screenshot of the website. All kinds of intellectual property, patents, designs, trademarks, geographical indications, you can get in the frequently asked questions, an e-citizen ebook, where the government has simplified the basics of each of these laws and tried to tell each and everyone, whoever is downloading that how this law works. So it is very much suggestible. Kindly go to ipindia.nic.in and all your basic queries will be solved over there itself. Next slide. Any invention is patentable if it is new, if it is useful, if it is not obvious to an expert in the field, and pertains to patentable subject matter, and the grant of patent is not barred by the law. Next slide. Next slide. Let us see some crazy patents. Anti-eating mask. In the year 1982, someone got patented this anti-eating face mask, and this makes it near impossible to sneak a piece of food in through the cup-shaped mesh around your mouth, but still allows you to breathe. And the baby patting machine which gently pats a baby on the bottom to help it gets to sleep, which is particularly useful for lazy parents or parents who like to lock their kids at home while they go out for a drink of an evening. Next slide. Firearm with a whiskey glass or a multi-purpose cap for a lady. It contains a space to carry your cosmetics, keys, and assorted other things that ladies carry in their purses, but also has earmuffs. Next slide. These are some world-renowned patents. Alexander Fleming, who is patented for penicillin in 1928. The www, the web creator Sir Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist, is considered for the inventor of the web, and the American inventor Thomas Edison, after spending 5 continuous days and nights perfecting the phonograph. Initially, Alexander Graham Bell, he made the telephone, but a person needs to shout in that telephone for the other person to hear. It was this American inventor Thomas Edison who invented this microphone in that telephone, and he got it patented in his name afterwards. Next slide. The for filing of patent application, again Kolkata is the head office, friends, and Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai are receiving centers. These all information is already there in the website of ipindia.nic.in. Anyone can scroll this website and get the basic information. Next slide, please. Now let us see unique and very.
You have 5 more minutes, so please wrap up in 5
Okay,
minutes.
sir. Next slide, please. The geographical indications law in India. Next slide. If I talk about Nagpur, you will say that Nagpur ke santre bahut famous hai. If I talk about Darjeeling, you will say Darjeeling tea is very much famous. So this law of Darjeeling, what it does, just the previous slide, please. इसके पहले वाली slide पे जाइए. This law of geographical indication is generally relating to a product coming, a good coming from a specific place. That means it indicates the source of the product. Next slide, please. For example, I tell you the unique art of Khatamband. The Khatamband art is has got geographical indication, legal registration in India because using this apricot wood, अखरोट आप समझते होंगे, अखरोट की लकड़ी से श्रीनगर के कुछ आर्टिसंस हैं जो फॉल सीलिंग बनाते हैं और इसको यूनिकनेस इसमें क्या है, ये ज्योमेट्रिकल शेप में होती है and the best part is they don't use a single piece of nail in making this false ceiling. So just imagine a false ceiling over your head without using a single piece of nail. So that was the uniqueness in this product. It got a geographical indication tag. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. इसके आगे चले. This. Who can apply for the registration of a geographical indication? Any association of persons, producers, organization or authority established by the law can apply, and the applicant must represent the interest of the producer. Next slide, please. Now, how to recognize whether a product is original or not? Next slide. बीकानेरी भुजिया से हम सभी लोग वाकिफ होंगे. बीकानेरी भुजिया पहले बहुत सारी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज द्वारा एक्सप्लॉइट की जाती थी. So what the government of Rajasthan did, the government of Rajasthan made a Bikaneri Bhujia Udyog Sangh, if you can see in the picture. Next slide, please. बीकानेरी इसके पहले जाइए, इसके पहले वाली स्लाइड. ये बीकानेरी भुजिया उद्योग संघ was made by the government of Rajasthan. What this Udyog Sangh does now, it grants licenses to companies like Bikaram Chandmal or Bikaji. Now the artisans, the persons registered under the law are only the legal proprietors of this Bikaneri Bhujia. They can sell this as per the license of the terms and conditions of the license to the companies, and it is mandatory for these companies to put this label of Bikaneri Bhujia Udyog Sangh in their this packaging. So next slide, please. आप देख सकते हैं बीकानेरी भुजिया उद्योग संघ, ज्योग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन नंबर 142. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ये तो था बीकाराम चांदमल. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. अब ये दूसरी कंपनी है बीका जी. आप लोगों ने देखा होगा वो एड, फेमस एड, अमित जी लव्स बीका जी. तो ये जो बीका जी कंपनी है, इसने भी एक लाइसेंस लिया बीकानेरी भुजिया उद्योग संघ से, और पैकेट के पीछे बीकानेरी भुजिया उद्योग संघ बीकानेर, ज्योग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन नंबर 142 उसने प्रिंट किया. सिमिलरली नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. आप सभी लोगों को कश्मीर पश्मीना का नाम तो पता होगा, बट नो वन नोज हाउ टू सेपरेट द व्हीट फ्रॉम द शैफ. ओरिजिनल को नॉन ओरिजिनल से कैसे डिफरेंशिएट करें. सपोज आप अंडमान निकोबार में खड़े हो और वहां पे कोई कह रहा है कि मैं ओरिजिनल कश्मीर पश्मीना बेच रहा हूं, आप कैसे उसको पता कर सकते हो. आई एम गिविंग यू अ लाइव एग्जांपल. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. दिस कश्मीर पश्मीना, द सिंबल ऑफ द गोट, इज अ रजिस्टर्ड ज्योग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन. जो भी कश्मीर ओरिजिनल पश्मीना का कोई भी प्रोडक्ट होगा उस पे इस तरह का, जैसे एक शॉल है, शॉल पे एक लेबल है कश्मीर पश्मीना AA26629D, इस पे नंबर लिखा हुआ है. तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ये नंबर आप सीधे अपने हाथ में लीजिए. ये ऊपर आपको एक वेबसाइट दिख रही है kashmirpashmina.securega.com. इस वेबसाइट को अपने मोबाइल फोन में ओपन करिए. बीच में आपको दिख रहा होगा ऑथेंटिकेट योर लेबल, एंटर लेबल आईडी हियर, सर्च. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. मैंने यही नंबर AA26629D वहां पे डाला और फिर सर्च बटन जैसे ही आप क्लिक करोगे, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज, आप देखोगे इफ इट इज अ रियल ओरिजिनल कश्मीर पश्मीना, उसको बनाने वाले का नाम रौफ अहमद कुरैशी और उसका पता श्रीनगर जम्मू कश्मीर और उसका फोन नंबर उस वेबसाइट पे आ जाएगा. इफ यू नो दिस वेबसाइट, किसी भी दुकान वाले को, शॉप ओनर्स को आप बोल सकते हो दिस इज नॉट रियल पश्मीना, दिस इज नॉट ओरिजिनल पश्मीना. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. The GI registry, friends, is located at Chennai, and applications can be received at Delhi, Ahmedabad, Mumbai and Kolkata. Next slide. Now coming to an end, I'll just take 5 more minutes to end my this presentation. The next intellectual property is Biodiversity Act 2002. ये कहां पे लिखा हुआ है कि जितने भी फ्लोरा है, फ्लोरा मीन्स ऑल काइंड ऑफ वेजिटेशन विच यू सी, द ट्रीज, द वाइन्स, द ओशियन वेजिटेशन, इसको कौन own करता है? Who is the owner of all these things? This Biodiversity Act 2002 says that the central government or the state government is the owner of the entire flora across the country. This is the law which says that. Next slide please, with some exemptions. इसका institutional structure ऐसा है कि it is governed by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. इसके अंदर 3 bodies हैं. National Biodiversity Authority, which is established by the central government, having its office at headquarter at Chennai, Tamil Nadu. State Biodiversity Boards, जितने भी स्टेट्स हैं इंडिया में, जैसे राजस्थान एक स्टेट है, तो हर स्टेट का एक स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड है. उस स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड के अंदर बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमिटी होती है, जो लोकल रीजन के बारे में एक रजिस्टर बनाती है, जिसको PBR, पीपल्स बायोडाइवर्सिटी रजिस्टर कहते हैं. दिस PBR इज एक्चुअली ऑथेंटिकेटेड बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट and sent to the National Biodiversity Authority, which is digitized by the central government and put in public domain, जिससे कि कोई भी दुनिया में यहाँ पे पैदा होने वाले प्लांट्स और ट्रीज पे अपना हक नहीं बता सके. Next slide please. Now comes the another law, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act 2001. Next slide. The Government of India enacted this law to provide for the establishment of an effective system for protection of varieties of plants, rights of the farmers, plant breeders and researchers, and to encourage the development of new varieties of plant of economic importance. For this purpose, the Government of India has established Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority with its head office at Delhi and 5 branch offices, one each at Guwahati, Ranchi, Palampur, Pune and Shivamogga respectively. This is the website of the plant, this protection of plant varieties, plantauthority.gov.in. इससे जुड़ी सारी जानकारी आपको मिल सकती है. Please go through this website. Next slide please. Now coming to the end of the next slide. Now coming to the end of the presentation. Let us next slide please. Next slide. Next slide. Why promote and protect intellectual property? Number 1, the progress and well-being of humanity rests on its capacity to create and invent new works in the areas of technology and culture. Second, the legal protection of new creation encourages the commitment of additional resources for further innovation. And third, the promotion and protection of IPR spurs economic growth, creates new jobs industries and enhances the quality and enjoyment of life. Next slide. The major challenge before any institution or organization in the coming years would be to create a culture for IPR regime so that creative work and innovations get duly protected. And more organizations may have to provide at their cost the services of IP management consulting firm for drafting and prosecution of IPR. Next slide. If you see in the below mentioned, the roles of government bodies and institutions, NGOs, should be promoting IPR in official programs and meetings, public awareness like your institution is doing today. Next slide. Expanding the IPR horizon from national to international levels, adopting pro-IPR policies, tax exemptions, free trade, etc. Next slide, please. And this will be the last slide. IPR, friends, is having a strong presence in NAC and other similar evaluations, and it is having its presence in almost all kinds of fields you can ever imagine. So take a project with or without your students, with any kind of IPR. For example, recently, आपको पता होगा सोजत एक जगह है राजस्थान में जहाँ की मेहंदी बहुत फेमस है. A group of students took a project from some university. They took one lawyer's help and they went to that place Sojat, and since the last 4-5 years उन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की, finally they got this Sojat Mehndi protected as a geographical indication 1 month before as a legal registered geographical indication in your country. Now Sojat Mehndi is a registered geographical indication, and this is the last point I have written is apply to the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Rajasthan for grant of funds. So you can when you receive funds, they are very specific. that आपको geographical indications से related या IPR से related so and so seminar, workshop, etc. कराना है, you can go ahead with that. And these are the various websites where you can get basic information on all kinds of intellectual property rights, all kinds of intellectual property rights. So that is last slide. Next slide, please. So that is all from my side, and I'm over to you. And now you can shoot away your questions. I believe whatever I could present, I just did.
Just only one question is from a research scholar, and
Yes, please.
and I repeated. I hope. Just give me.
Yes, please.
She is asking that could you give some inputs on media laws and rights for communication students?
Let me
I mean,
just intervene for a minute. Definitely the question is there, and Dr. Mayank Barnwal did a wonderful presentation, very interactive. But the thing is that it's the time now for our honorable advisor and CEO, Vedant Garg sir. Namaste sir. I invite you now to say a few concluding words about this 2 days faculty development program on emergent research methodology and IPR. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. This faculty development program has been academically very profitable for all of our research scholars and faculty members. I appreciate all the interesting and intellectual talks, nice presentations by the speakers, and presence of all the participants in the 2-day faculty development program. I'm sure that by participating in this session, you all have gained useful knowledge and also new innovative ideas which will be helpful for your professional growth. I once again thanks to all of you who made it a huge success, as it is everyone's energy, involvement, commitment that makes the session meaningful. Congratulations to all. Jai Hind, Jai Nari Shakti.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thanks,
you
sir.
for such a
Thank you
nice
very
words, and thank you for your words one more time on behalf of all the faculty members, the teaching fraternity, all of my associates of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, and thank you for giving us such a nice platform and resources for this 2-day faculty development program. Thank you very much. And now there is an announcement. All the faculty members, please, all the participants and faculty members and all of my associates, kindly stay in Rekha Govil Sabhagar for the certificate distribution and the complete conclusion of this 2-day faculty development program by my associate and the Proctor and Dean FEM, Professor Dr. Sobalal. However, in real quick, if you can answer that question. Thank you.
So what I will do is I have shared my email ID in the last slide. Please ask the research scholar to write an email to me, and I'll respond on our email. So saving the time.
That's a nice suggestion because we are really running short of time.
इसीलिए मैंने ये कहा सर. Thank you.
For nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's all of move now to the Rekha Govil Sabhagar.
And one smaller announcement for all the deans and the directors that there is a validatory session, means we have to express our view in a 1 or 2 lines individually by each dean and directors, that how do you say this session, this FDP has been valid or not. You have to express your understanding one by one, and within 3 and 4 minutes this will be concluded. Then the certificate distribution ceremony will be convened by our honorable advisor sir. So
Okay, then.
I'm requesting to our honorable advisor sir that please allow us to do like that for the validatory session. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I believe I can take a leave now.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.